Recorded live.
Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 78, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
So today we are talking about a lot. We're talking about Season 6 thus far, all 13 episodes of Season 6, giving a little retrospective to see how far the show's come in the final season, and do a little speculating on where it's gonna end up.
Yes, that is correct.
Oh, good. We're on the same page. We we came to the same podcast meeting. That's good.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't have a completely different idea for a podcast. It would be very confusing for everyone.
Yeah. So it was interesting to rewatch Season 6. We had this little week break that they took off, and it's interesting. Gave everyone a chance to sort of, really just take a break from Lost. But if you were crazy like us, you just rewatched all 13 episodes, and it's interesting that just to see the stuff you forget. Especially considering how much we all talk and think about Lost. And,
yes.
But it's still like the little things that you forget, and it's interesting to see what still works. After the third or fourth time you've seen them.
Mhm. Yeah. It definitely plays different. I've never actually done a mid-season rewatch before, so
yeah,
it was an interesting experience. Usually, I don't end up revisiting the season until much later.
Mhm.
I usually just, each episode I watch, at least twice as it comes on, but then, that's pretty much it, except for, just going back for specific scenes or something maybe, but.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of nice to do a mid-season rewatch because I think, you can get a little bit more out of it before, before having to take a break from, once the show's over, take a little break, and then by the time you come back to it, get something else out of it later, but.
Yeah.
Kind of nice to have a little bit of a distance, but, not too much.
Right. Yeah. It was definitely a good chance to do that. And definitely, I enough of the season has passed that I'm getting a picture of what the season has done so far, and it has some clear sections and developments that you can, when you're in it, it seems kind of all over the place, but when you take a step back from it and look at it, you can see there's a very clear progression going on.
Yeah. So did you think, did your opinion of any episodes change, like in terms of your rating? Did you think, okay, well, now that I've come back to this, this episode is a little bit not as good as I thought or better than I thought or still holds up? What was your kind of reaction?
Yeah, I would say, in general, I think the pattern is, the more it relies, the more the episode or part of the episode relies on a shocking surprise or big reveal or something, I think that stuff holds up the least to me. Because, once you watch it again, it's sort of like you just can't be blown away by it. I had the same problem when we rewatched Season 4 when they would do all those Oceanic 6 teasers.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, yeah, they were trying. We were at the time, it was who's the Oceanic 6. When you know who they all are and you watch it, all that stuff is kind of pointless.
Yeah.
That stuff doesn't really hold up very well. For me, it was, the smaller things that held up better. I would say, personally, I enjoyed what Kate does more than I did the first time. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know. It maybe because at the time following LAX, I expected more out of it or something.
Okay.
It seemed like a bigger disappointment, but I just really appreciate that. I feel like Jack didn't really learn his lesson from that episode very well, but at the time, it was it's the closest I think we've really had to some kind of explanation of the sickness, and that plot line is so lost its way. It was nice to remember that when they started it, it really seemed like it had a point.
Mm-hmm.
And that they were really going somewhere with it. And at that time, I liked it. The whole back and forth with Jack and Dogen, and give him the pill, and I'm going to swallow the pill, and the pill is poison. And I just thought that was, nicely. I liked how that played out.
Yeah, that definitely was a nice bit of story. That part of the story was pretty cool. That part of the island story was interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was another big milestone for Jack, and which I think ties back to another marker for me in terms of Jack's progression was not wanting to save little Ben in the 70s,
right,
of just like really trying to figure out his place and what he should do, and this was another big one with the whole pill thing, and then I just love what's in it, and it's not going to be a long list of ingredients. Let's just sum it up with one word, guys: poison.
Yes, very simple. And they keep replaying. I love those clips that they keep replaying in the Previously on Lost.
Mm-hmm.
When you see them the first time, like it's always different. Like they always cut stuff out, and I always forget exactly how that reveal was done.
Mm-hmm.
Because all I remember is the "what's in it" cut to poison. Like that's not really how it played out.
No, it was not that simple.
They're just those Previously things are really. I mean, they're helpful, but they're just so, I don't know. They give you a twisted memory of the show.
Yeah.
Sometimes. So yeah. Anyway, I enjoyed that. I think the substitute. I liked parts of it still, but the ending in the cave was just kind of because I already know what they're doing there, so it didn't really blow me away the way it did the first time.
Yeah.
Same thing with the lighthouse. Once they got to the lighthouse, it's kind of cool, but it's still like I know what they're going to see, and that's not really as exciting as it was the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think I've seen Jack smash that mirror like 4 or 5 times now. So
yeah,
he's got like a lot of years of bad luck.
Yes.
No one can do that kind of math.
No. That's right.
I think it's infinite.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know my calculus.
Clearly you do.
Clearly. Yeah, I think for me the only episode when I was going back through and rewatching, at the end I would try to write my rating, again, and I was going to try to match it up to what I said before, and of course I don't remember what I said before. But for me, the only episode I felt like really did not work as well, worse than the others not sort of working as well, was The Package. Or I'm sorry, Happily Ever After.
Right.
The Desmond episode.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really because, even the first the first run through of that episode, it's pretty clear they're just getting him from point A to B.
Right.
Charlie's only there to try to kill him, to show him, what he sees underwater, and it's just like it's very, it's a very I don't know what the word. I don't want to say contrived, but it's very something. Some word. And
I mean, even Charlie says, don't worry about me, go find, he gives the mission, here's what you should do, and it's like, that was my function.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly, and then I'm out.
Yes. Yeah, that was so abrupt.
Yeah, it was, and it's just like a lot of the stuff, a lot of the scenes still play pretty well, but I mean, once the Charlie bar scene,
mm-hmm.
it's like you don't need to watch that again. There's just so many scenes that you once you know what's going on, there's not a lot you can get out of it. And which is strange, I think, because it was a great episode at the time.
Yeah.
I thought it was really great, but I guess, it's like flashes before your eyes or something.
Yes. I was going to say, I kind of feel that way about Desmond episodes.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely flashes before your eyes. Even The Constant, to a certain extent. It's the kind of thing that the first time you watch it is just really, it kind of blows you away. but it's kind of a standalone thing, and it has a very narrow focus.
Yeah.
And so it just doesn't, when you're watching it in the context of this larger story, it just feels very, trivial. It doesn't seem like there's that much, of import in there. And I also think, like, Desmond's, I like Desmond's character. I'm a fan, but he's I don't know if he's less developed, maybe just because you don't see him as much or something. I'm not quite as interested in him as I am in some of the other characters. So,
well, yeah, I would agree with that, but or to say, it just seems to me like with Desmond, the big thing about him was, he was trying to get off the island, be with Penny, and then he accomplished that, and now that he's back, it's like, well, obviously he's the key to something that's going on here. Whitmore brought him back for a reason.
Right.
But I think in terms of what he wants, I feel like he doesn't have any real goal anymore. Especially since he seems like his brain has been fried.
Oh God, I know.
Going on.
I was really trying to understand that. That was the thing that I kept my focus on. Okay, when he wakes up, what the fuck is going on? What is he thinking? Something is here, but I still have no idea.
Yeah, it's almost, the best I can do with that is he really did want to help Whitmore, when he says, like, let's get started or whatever his line is. When do we start?
Yeah.
And then when Saeed comes and Saeed knocks everyone out and knocks the guy out, kills the guy, and then tells Zoe to run, he tells Desmond that these people are really dangerous, and Desmond's like, okay, yeah, I'll come with you. And I the best I can get out of that is that he just trusted Saeed. That he was like, yeah, these guys are dangerous. Even though I just agreed to work with them, they are dangerous.
Yeah.
You maybe know better than me or something. That's the best I can do with why he went with Saeed. It's just that he knew Saeed and he trusted him, so he was like, okay, I'll go with you.
True. Yeah, and him and Saeed did have a bit of a connection in that Saeed was the one who fixed the radio so they could call Penny and the Constant, and they had that little moment at the end where he thanked them for doing it, and it was they had more of a relationship than some of the characters do. So I can sort of see in his strange fried brain state, somehow, seeing someone he trusts and believing them.
Yeah.
I guess but I also feel like he knows something. There's something in his head that's compelling him to go with the flow, and we just haven't learned what that is.
Yeah, exactly. I think that is the case too. There is something he knows that is just telling him that to trust how things play out.
Yeah. Yeah. And I assume we'll learn that at some point. It's just we still don't know it, 2 episodes after that. Nor really do we know, because he seems to have hit a similar but not exactly the same kind of state in the Flash Sideways timeline, where I guess the difference is it seems like he definitely has a mission, basically just to show the people that they had this other life. So I get that. I don't get what the goal is. I don't get why he feels the need to do that, what he thinks that's going to lead to. I think that part's still kind of up in the air.
Yeah. All right, well, you want to go through, do a quick recap, and just talk about some of our notes and thoughts per episode?
Okay, yeah, that sounds good.
All right, well, it all starts with LAX.
Wait for it.
Because there's a space. Space means wait. The 2-part season premiere, which, we see the aftermath of Juliet hitting the bomb, hitting Jughead, and after everything flashes to white, we come to our losties on Oceanic 815, and we basically see the landing of the plane and all that, and just how everything is set back up a little bit differently. than in the pilot. But this episode I think holds up still pretty well to me. This is the on island stuff with Sawyer Sawyer trying to rescue Juliet was great. We all thought Juliet was a goner, and she had a little bit more screen time left.
Juliet died so many times.
Right?
They put her in the previously on Lost, and then they replayed that same thing in the actual episode. Yeah. And then they find her, and then she dies again.
Yeah. That was and that's when I had watched the series recap right before.
Oh yeah, me too.
And I think in that one she dies twice. In that thing too. So it's like 4 or 5 times you see her die.
Right, because there's the first death where Sawyer lets her go down the shaft, and it's like, that's her death. But no, she lived through that. The bomb, hitting the bomb, that's death number 2.
Yeah.
And we see both of those twice, and then also the recap, so that makes 6. And then there's the actual death.
Yeah, it's a lot of Juliet dying. I think she's probably died the most of any character on the show.
Yeah, definitely. It's hard to beat that.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
But yeah, and Sawyer's reaction to that, like someone give Josh Holloway an Emmy already.
Yes. That when they put Sawyer and Juliet together in the 70s, it was a little weird at first, but I really didn't expect they'd take it this far, where it would be, this giant thing for Sawyer, and is really, I think, the reason we have the Sawyer that we have now is because of that. Both like just spending 3 years with Juliet and having her die.
Yeah, totally.
So,
man, Sawyer's come a long way. Remember the guy on the beach who didn't want to give someone who was sick their inhaler? And,
I know. He didn't even have it.
Yeah, he didn't even have it.
He wasn't even able to say that. Just so Frex would give him a kiss.
Yeah, no, Sawyer has come a really long way.
Yeah, I used to get so irritated with Sawyer in the old days. Because he always had stuff in his stash, and they go talk to him. That's what Jack said. Like, if I'm really lucky, I'll get a smart remark and a new nickname. And like that's
that's the best outcome.
Yeah, that's the best you can hope for. And it just got so tedious. Like, I need this. Why would I get? This just. And, all that bullshit with the guns in season 2 and the scheming with Charlie and I'm the new sheriff in town. Y'all best, get used to it.
Yeah.
All that stuff was just like, God, Sawyer. I can barely stand you. But somewhere along the way, he made a shift. I feel like somehow it started maybe once he killed the real Sawyer. Maybe even a little before that, when they were locked in the cages. But I think at a certain, by the end of season 3, he was helping to, fight off the others who were coming, and then eventually went on to, do his heroic jump from the helicopter and all the stuff he did while they were time traveling, and so there, there was at a certain point I was totally in the Sawyer camp, and I've been there ever since. He kind of had a downfall because of Juliet's death, and so he's a bit more of a morose character this season, but I still like him. I still understand where he's coming from.
Yeah, and he still got the good qualities. He still is the con man. He still can come up with a plan and execute it. And look at the last episode.
Yes. Yes. Oh, speaking of Sawyer and his cons, we're gonna have to talk about that later. I think I finally figured out what I want to say about that, but that's a teaser.
All right, a little teaser for later.
Yeah.
I had some. Okay, so the notes I wrote down for this. Let me see. So no one talked about. I feel like no one talked about the fact that the bomb did bring them back to the future, even though it didn't in their view negate them ever coming to the island. It did get them out of the 70s. It was pretty miraculous.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, so I feel like to that extent, Jack should get some credit for the plan that they did get, rescued out of the 70s.
Sure.
And I feel like no one mentioned that. I mean, they all realized they were back, but no one was like, "Oh, we were 30 years, 30, 40 years in the past before this."
Yeah. I agree. It's when they have stuff like that happen, the characters are never, I think, blown away enough by what happens.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I feel like they weren't blown away enough by the time traveling itself, and it kind of reminds me of when the hatch imploded and all the people were transported to other parts of the island inexplicably. Like, I don't know, I wasn't even ever commented on as a strange thing. So I think this is sort of like that. Like they're just disappointed that they didn't, that they just wake up back on the island and they built the swan hatch and stuff, but that no one seems, they're so disappointed about that they don't appreciate seemingly the strangeness of actually having a nuclear bomb make you time travel. Yeah, so, I was trying to think about all this stuff, and, Juliet gives us the little teaser saying it worked, that was her last thought, or that's what she wanted to tell Sawyer before she died, and Miles, eventually communicates that to him. Right. But it was making me think that maybe what happened when Jughead went off is that maybe they, like I was trying to figure out if maybe maybe what happened is that they time shifted right when Jughead went off. So that's why they weren't, hit by the blast or anything. That it shifted them to the 2004 or whatever. Yeah. Or what is it? Yeah, 2007. And then Jughead itself actually blows up, sinking the island in that timeline. But I was wondering if that's maybe the reveal they're going to give us is that, what actually happened was Jughead going off plus a time flash. I mean, they could do it where, the time flash is caused by the Jughead, but I'm wondering if maybe that's supposed to be a cue for us, the fact that they did all make it back to 2007. Yeah, I mean, I think, the orchid with the donkey wheel, which, yeah. That doesn't sound ridiculous. Continue. Yeah, I just remember this TL highlights that said something, install the donkey wheel. That was fantastic. That was supposed to be like the history of the donkey wheel, I think. Yeah, nice. Because it's hard, like that you were trying to imagine how to get to the point of installing the donkey wheel. Mm-hmm. Something install a donkey wheel. Yeah, there just isn't a good setup for that. Like, who decides to install a donkey wheel in a cave? It's just. Anyway, the donkey wheel. By the way, let me interject a teaser of my own. Oh. I do have a sort of super grand crackpot theory about the end of the show and what the island is that ties into the donkey wheel and the lighthouse and all that other stuff. Oh, wow. So I will definitely share that, and we'll see what it seems like. Okay. That's exciting. Anyway, turning the donkey wheel is what caused both the island to move, and seemingly the fact that it was off its axis or something caused the island caused the people on the island or the island and whatever happened, but time traveling started happening because of the donkey wheel. And, seemingly the reason the donkey wheel does what it does is the properties of whatever stuff is down there that Chang was talking about in the orientation video. So
electromagnetism.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So and I think there's even a line from season 5 where Chang's talking about the fact that the electromagnetism in the Swan Hatch is like 30 times bigger or something than what's in the Orchid.
Yeah.
Which we know can cause time travel. So anyway, basically, it's a long way to say, I think since they were, they hit that pocket and, they were in that immediate vicinity and then they, detonate this bomb. Like it seems to me like there, some time flashing happening in that circumstance is very reasonable. That's all I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it's too much of a based on what the show has shown us, it's very consistent. And
it's
that's
just the way things kind of, when I was watching it again, the way things played out, it made me think that maybe that's the extra thing that was going on there. It wasn't just Jughead going off that did everything. It was that there was this, and I guess I almost feel like the characters sort of think that too. Like my point about no one gave Jack credit for them getting back to 2007. I almost feel like that's because they assume that the time flash did, that they just flashed on their own.
At a good time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I think in terms of the bomb going off, I think that to me is the most obvious explanation of why the island is sunken in the Flash Sideways timeline. I feel like there has to be something that makes the island sink. And I feel like if there's a big explosion, then that would do it.
Yeah.
But I feel like it would be the kind of explosion where, there are people who are on the island who still have time to get off.
Mm-hmm.
But it is still a catastrophic explosion.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, that seems plausible. I'm still a little confused about, seemingly some of the time travel they did is connected to the original timeline. And also, from what we've seen in the alternate timeline, it doesn't seem like the stuff we saw happen in the 70s happened. I mean, I guess it's possible, but it just seems weird that, Roger would say to Ben, imagine what would have happened if we had stayed, if they evacuated the island after a, hydrogen bomb was set off because it was sinking. It's hard for me to see that.
Well, yeah. See, I feel like some people. Yeah, I mean, I feel like to me the answer has to be that maybe Roger and Ben left before that. And that's the thing. The history in the Flash Sideways, the history of the island and people, and the history of some of the characters is still different incident.
Yeah.
No matter what's going on, there is some stuff that's just different. Which I think it was strange, but I just feel like there has to be some reason for the island to have sunk.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree. I just think there is evidence that the bomb went off in the original timeline, and they just built the hatch anyway and moved on.
Yeah, but if a nuke goes off in the original timeline, how can they still build? Wouldn't that area just be destroyed?
Well, yeah, seemingly.
I mean, that's the thing. That's why I want the energy of the explosion to be either A, counteracted and annihilated by the electromagnetism, sort of a mutual annihilation, or that energy was directed into the alternate timeline island, and it was exploded on that island and it's sinking it. But because I do feel like the bomb does go off, that energy does the bomb does explode, so it has to go somewhere. And what do you mean when you say there's evidence that it happened in the main timeline? You mean just the idea of the incident, or?
Well, yeah, basically. That episode was called The Incident, and that's what we saw happen. And there's references that, we see Marvin Candle's hand get, injured, resulting in presumably what we see later in the orientation video, with it being prosthetic.
So you're just saying you think the bomb goes off in the main timeline and the energy is just annihilated? Like it doesn't actually, destroy the immediate area. Is that what you're saying? Or you think it did?
Well, they still had to have the button pressing and stuff, so seemingly it didn't really cork the energy or close the pocket or whatever the right word
Well,
is.
are you viewing this as a closed loop of events though, or are you looking at it as an open loop of events? That makes no sense. Well, you know what I mean? Like, I guess it's not a loop if it's open, but you know what I mean? Are you? Because I feel like
I don't know what you mean.
I feel like the stuff that we saw just in terms of the show before they get to the 70s, are you saying that the what am I trying to say? That all the events happen the same way every time, or that when they get to the 70s, that's a new series of events and that didn't really happen before?
No, so I'm assuming closed loop of events, I guess, which is to say, for the most part, whatever happened. Mm-hmm. So the original incident really was that. That's what I'm thinking is true. And basically what I'm assuming at this point is somehow detonating the bomb, although it fit in with the original timeline just fine. This is the part I don't like, but it seems true to me. Even though it fit in with the original timeline, it also created a new one. Mm-hmm. And it might be the case that actually you're right, that the energy from the bomb went into the alternate universe somehow because it played a role in creating it. It somehow went over there, and that's like Dan says something like, releasing a large amount of energy. I forget the words he uses. He describes like the circumstances. God, I'm not being very coherent.
Which time are you talking about before when he's explaining to them what to do when he comes back from Ann Arbor?
I'm talking about in Happily Ever After when he's talking to Desmond.
Okay.
Like he talks about, emitting, I can't remember the word he uses, something energy. Sorry, I'm going to look it up real quick here just so I can have something accurate to say. Let's see, Eloise. Okay, here we go. Yes. Yeah, something terrible is about to happen, and the only way to stop it from happening is by releasing a huge amount of energy. Mm-hmm. So anyway, that put the idea in my head that somehow this release of energy went somewhere, and maybe it didn't stay in the original universe, but somehow went to the alternate one.
So you just switched from. So now you agree with me.
Well, I agree with you, but yeah, okay. So I agree with you. What do I disagree with you about? Do I disagree with you?
So wait, because originally you said you thought the energy from Jughead, was released in the main timeline, and they just built the Swan anyway.
Yeah, I guess I've changed my mind about that, and what I really just mean is the events that we saw all occurred in the original timeline.
Okay.
But when that attack by the hostiles was basically the incident, and opening the releasing the pocket, tapping into the. What do they do with the pocket? I don't know. They hit the pocket.
Yeah.
They do something. Anyway, that's sort of the incident. Mm-hmm. For them, and also there was simultaneously an attack by the hostiles.
Yeah. That's pretty much. I guess that's pretty much what I think. But I
guess I was worried about you're saying that the bomb sunk the island in the alternate timeline, because I don't think the bomb, the story with the bomb really happened in the alternate timeline. So that's the only part of it.
I agree. I don't think the people and the events of with Jughead and the incident happened in the alternate timeline. But I feel like since the alternate timeline was created by the bomb going off, then, and the fact that energy has to go somewhere, and the fact that the island sunk, putting those together and saying that energy went to the alternate timeline. Luckily went to the alternate timeline instead of going to staying in the main timeline.
Right. It couldn't do that in a way because the island's still there.
True. Well, yeah. Well, I feel like it's lost. I feel like even if the bomb goes off, it's not going to destroy the whole island. Mm-hmm. The island's pretty big, and I feel like that bomb, I don't know how many megatons. But
I guess what I'm saying is, if it turns out that it sank the island, then it can't have done that in the original timeline.
Yeah, if that's what sunk the island, then obviously, we're in like 3 levels of.
I know. There's
no way they would have had the island and the main timeline sink. That would have been stupid.
Right.
But my only concern here is I guess I just want to say I'm still of two minds about whether or not we're dealing with a closed loop of events or an open loop of events. And I feel like what they've shown us is that, this whole idea of, obviously, Locke was there in the 50s and these people were there in the 70s, and if you were there in the 70s, sort of chronologically, you would have saw Velocity show up.
Right. They showed they had the pictures, the Dharma
pictures. So I feel like all that is true, but nevertheless, I feel like it's more meaningful if these people were given the chance to go back and stop this from happening, or go back and even given the chance to create this alternate universe to prove a point to themselves. So I feel like that might be what the whole idea is the whole idea of Miles saying, Dan saying that they're variables, you know what I mean, that they're the ones who can change things. I feel like, if you place your bets on that statement, then it's kind of saying that that they have the ability to affect the timeline in the idea of sort of an open series of events. So I feel like I'm in the middle between, I feel like it means more if the time flashes and stuff were a way for them to create their own destiny or change their own destiny or get a different viewpoint on their destiny or whatever the whole main idea would be, but that it wasn't just they were going to do this anyway, so much as they were put in this position to try to do this thing. And maybe even the idea that they were put in this position to stop the incident from happening, and that can go either way for, open or closed loop of events. So I'm still kind of wavering on whether or not I think it's a closed loop, but I feel like there's more evidence that it's a closed loop. But like I said, I feel like it to me it's more interesting if it's an open loop, if I can.
Right. Now that I know what you mean by open loop, I can go along with that. I at a certain point, if the loop gets too open, I don't like it. I do think it's a closed loop with wiggle room. I think it's it's got tiny gaps in it. I think for the most part we can count on what we've seen as the past to be the past, but. Yeah. But, I think they have had little things, particularly with Desmond, where I think he really did kind of change the past, and I think they sort of had Dan do that when he knocks on the Swan station door and tells Desmond to, go find his mother. Like, I think that was something.
But wouldn't that be an example of the open loop? The fact that he can, Desmond didn't have that memory until he actually went and did that. So
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah.
That's why I'm saying there's gaps in the closed loop openings, if you will. So I think there's wiggle room, but not giant thing. You know what I mean? It's like for the most part we can count on the history.
Okay.
I think it's like special exceptions. And of course, Desmond is supposed to be someone to whom the rules don't apply. So, that's what Dan says at least. So, it sort of makes sense that he can kind of do things that for the most part aren't. And since Dan gives that speech about the variables, it is tempting to say that somehow that really was a different choice or something than the original timeline.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I just don't see. It just doesn't really look that way to me. I
just feel like go ahead.
The best I could say is that the variable part was they created a new universe.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't able to change their own loop, but they created a new one.
Mhm. Yeah, I just feel like the main problem here is that the incident from the outside looks pretty much the same no matter what. They were drilling down to the pocket. Electromagnetism was going to be released. There was going to be a fade to white no matter what happened. You know what I mean? And I think that's the problem is no matter how you look at it, there was some incident.
Right.
So it's like, well, what are you considering the incident?
Right.
And so that's why I think it's confusing.
Right.
Wow, we got a lot out of that.
Well, it's like that's one of the biggest questions on the show right now. So
yeah,
I mean, it's. I'm basically assuming that I want for the most part I want what Dan says to be correct.
Mm-hmm.
And so, that means I got to accommodate the variable speech and the thing he says in the Flash Sideways to Desmond about, so I do think the bomb did it. And, I think taking a position on how much it was sort of determined that they had to do those things and that was the incident, I agree. It's better if they really were the variables that chose to do this somewhat different thing.
Mhm.
I can see
the
that.
fact that they kind of did this and maybe even saved the island by doing this or something.
Right.
So you want to move on to other topics? I have other notes here. Do you have any other notes about LAX? Interesting points to bring up?
About LAX, the episode?
Yeah.
Yeah, are we about to move on to the next one?
No, we're not. I'm just asking if you have something to
Oh,
talk
okay.
about.
Okay. Just a small thing about it. I really liked, this is just going to be, I really liked the scene with Ben and Locke in the foot of the statue, where we finally go over there and, Ben's standing over the fire with the dagger in his hand, just kind of staring at it.
You can stop staring at the fire. He's gone.
Yes. Yeah, that whole thing. Like, this time when I was paying attention and not sort of worrying as much about what the plot was and what was going on, I noticed that, they really did develop, up until Dr. Linus, they really did develop Ben's reaction to having killed Jacob very well. Like, he's immediately, like, saying, you used me. He realized, he's freaked out that he didn't fight back. Like, he immediately goes on this path that, that eventually leads to what happens in the Dr. Linus episode. So I like that they were there already in LAX.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't just come out of nowhere.
Yeah, totally.
And I really like, and also I think it mattered hearing from MIB Locke, what the real Locke's dying thought was.
Oh, totally.
I think that got to him too. It's like I think that leads into the eulogy that he gives for Locke later on, which I really liked as well. So anyway, I just that whole scene I really liked it when they had Locke sort of going in and out of the light and Ben just standing there, confused and not really knowing what to do with himself now that he's killed his spiritual leader.
Yeah. Yeah, it was definitely, it definitely works really well. I was wondering, in that when Bram and those guys come in and they fight Locke.
Yes.
Locke disappears and all Bram finds is a beetle. And I still don't get that.
I think that was a bullet.
It was a bullet?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was a beetle. I thought it was an insect.
No, they shot at him and he goes over and it's like a bullet crunched.
Oh. Okay. Well, then that makes more sense. I thought it was an insect or something. And we were supposed to be like, oh, Egyptian culture, the scarab beetle or something. And I thought we were supposed to believe like he sort of morphed into something else.
Oh,
but then Smokey shows up.
Right.
And I'm like, what's going on?
Right. Yeah, no, I think something happened similar to when Saeed stabs him with the knife. Like the bullet just somehow went in him and got like just
like Superman, like it bounced off or something.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
I think that's. I did notice that he, when Bram and his people walk in, he tells them, you're Jacob's bodyguards, right? And Jacob's dead now, so you're all free.
Mhm.
And that didn't really strike me the first time, but he tried to do the same thing with them that he did with the others.
You know what? That's what's strange, and that's why I feel like he, it's so strange because Man in Black does. Smokey kills indiscriminately sometimes, but then there's certain people where he will give them the choice, and with Jacob's people, most times he would tell them, okay, Jacob's dead, you don't have to stay here, there's nothing to protect, we can all leave.
Yeah.
And he does give them the option. He says, okay, look, you guys can go. And I think the thing is, they don't seem to feel like they are trapped or that they're doing this against their will or something.
Right.
He's saying, "Oh, you're free now," but it's like they never thought they weren't free. They believe they were. You don't tell someone in the military, your commander's dead, you're free now.
Right.
It's like no, they signed up. They're fighting for what they believe in.
Right.
Their
allegiance doesn't immediately disappear when their commander dies.
Exactly, especially when it dies by your commander's enemy.
Right.
That's not a reason to stop fighting.
Right. Yeah, it does seem like he's a little bit. I don't know. Maybe just because his own experience of being trapped by Jacob, he just doesn't.
Yeah,
really...
I feel like he knows that all of these people are really trapped. They are trapped by Jacob. They're Alana. I don't think she necessarily would have chosen the life she had. That
right.
She had to train.
I think
to
she'd
protect
be a lawyer.
People. She probably might be a lawyer. At a prestigious law firm. Yeah, so I think his fundamental conceit is that everyone who comes to the island, anyone who has anything to do with Jacob, is being manipulated by Jacob. And even when he doesn't necessarily explain that to them, I think that is how he operates. So that's why he's like, okay, you're free, but that's not how they see it.
Right. Yeah, no one seems to have been really excited by hearing that they're free.
Mm-mm.
It's more like either this or they just say, whatever, and they just shoot at him, or the others were just, it's like, well, okay, we're free to stay here and die or leave. So we'll go with not dying. But they didn't seem like, we're free. Like I never really got that impression at all.
Totally.
It seems like, MIB is the only one who's really excited about his freedom.
Yeah. He's been trapped the longest.
True. He deserves it. I understand. That's another interesting thing about the way they've done this show. They've given us, even back into season 5, we've had a lot with the Man in Black character on screen. Just a lot of screen time and a lot of character development. And, in terms of what we know, in terms of personality, we just know a lot more about him than about Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's hard not to sympathize with him to a certain extent just because we know him better.
Yeah.
And Jacob's so obscure and this kind of vague figure in the distance, and we don't know him as well. And so I think the way they've done the show is just kind of interesting. In the end, I think we're going to know this Man in Black character better.
Mhm.
And spend a lot more time with him, and it's just interesting because I also think he's a villain.
Yeah, and to what extent? I mean, he's definitely a villain or an antagonist. But I'm just really, I was racking my brain the other day just thinking, how is he evil incarnate? When Jacob explains this to Richard, when Richard first gets to the island, the whole metaphor with the wine bottle,
right?
He says evil has a lot of different names, and I'm just thinking, in what sense is he evil? Besides the fact that Smokey has killed a lot of people,
right.
In what sense is he evil? In what sense does he fundamentally want to corrupt other people or wants to wish them harm? I just feel like he's just really not evil incarnate, and I feel like the answer has to be whatever he did to get that title. Whatever he did before he got trapped.
Well, then there's also the theory that we talked about that Jacob put the evil in him.
Mhm. Yeah. And he might not even know about it.
Yeah, that basically it's not him that was the evil originally, but yeah, he's just been embodied with this evil.
Mhm.
And the person who was Man in Black may have been evil himself, but not necessarily evil enough to be worthy of evil incarnate.
Yeah.
Because, I don't see that. And I also think the idea is supposed to be, I think the idea is, what am I trying to say? The evil seems to me to be possibly, I guess maybe it is just him, but I think the idea of being claimed or having the sickness is supposed to mean, that evil getting into some other person.
They definitely talk a lot about the evil spreading, and even on the island, the evil spreading or something.
Right.
Yeah, it's just strange that he, that he is sort of the bad guy, but he doesn't seem to know that.
Right.
He doesn't necessarily. He's never really taken responsibility for what happened with Saeed.
No.
He's taken responsibility for Claire, but only to the extent that he will admit he lied to her to give her something to focus on and to get her through, surviving on the island.
Yeah.
But not to the extent that he
claimed her soul.
Claimed her, or anything like that. So.
Yes. Right, yeah. And it reminds me of that scene with Sun where when she says, "You did this to me."
Mm-hmm.
I feel like
I
feel like if Saeed or Claire said that, he would have the same reaction. Like, I didn't do anything to you. I don't know what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. Like it's almost like he Oh, I have this weird theory about claiming from watching it. I don't think this works, but I'm gonna throw it out there. It seems to me from watching it that maybe claimed people aren't necessarily evil exactly, but they're just really susceptible to being coerced into doing things, or talked into doing things. Because Dogen talks to Saeed and gets him to go try to stab MIB. Then MIB talks Saeed into going back and killing Dogen. And then he's sort of under Dogen's influence. But then eventually Desmond talks to Saeed and seemingly is able to talk him out of doing what MIB said, And also with Claire, when Kate seemingly talked her out of, being loyal to the Man in Black, whereas also it seemed like Man in Black talking to Claire was able to convince her that the others had her baby.
Yeah. I think it's hard to figure out what's going on there for two reasons. One is they're telling us that the Man in Black is really convincing. Yeah. So that's one thing that would answer that. But the other thing is all the other people who were convincing claimed people gave them really good reasons. Yeah. Dogen was like, if you claim you're a good man, go prove it. You know what I mean? It's the kind of thing of if he thinks he's good, he's got to go do this. Yes. And the same with Claire. Kate gives her a great story, to make her believe it. So it's it's kind of hard to decide if that's really the common denominator, that the claim people are easily coerced. when half of it is the Man in Black telling him what to do, and half of it is really good reason.
Just good reason.
Do these things. Yeah.
So it struck me as a little surprising that, I mean, Saeed even brings it up, that Dogan tries to get Jack to poison Saeed, even comes on the verge of killing him himself, and then he decides and banishes him from the temple, and then he decides to send him on this mission, and Saeed does it. It's interesting to me that he was able to convince him, but I guess that's maybe just good reasons are enough to overcome.
Well, yeah, I mean, most people do stupid stuff for good reasons, right, on this show.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. I mean, yeah, with Saeed, he told him, if you think you're a good man, if you prove me wrong that you're not evil.
Right.
And he was told to go kill someone who's evil. So
and it just really sucks because, Saeed stabbed him in the chest. He came the closest, of anyone seemingly to, really trying to kill Man in Black, and except for maybe Bram's men, I guess, and he didn't stand a chance. I mean,
and you still have to wonder: is the stabbing them before they say a word? Is that really the crucial element to this?
Right.
Can they utter nothing? Before this will work.
Which is just bad. I mean, if that's really the case, then they're almost invincible because all they have to do is say hi.
Yeah.
And it's too late. It's like
too late.
Because I really do think the idea is more, when you really sit down and listen to them, like they will convince you. Because I think, MIB basically says that to Richard about Jacob, and I do think that there is some general idea of these beings just being very convincing.
Yeah.
And getting people to do what they want.
But, that's the thing, I've never really seen them, or can't think of people being convinced into something that's ridiculous. Or except for maybe Claire, leaving her baby or something like that. Like, I don't know what good reason you could have for that. But otherwise, Jacob talking to Richard, and, it just seems like, a lot of these things, they might be really convincing, but they are saying, sane, realistic things that these people should be convinced by at the same time, in most cases.
Right. So they wanted to make it more convincing that they are convincing.
I want to see Man in Black tell someone to go jump off a cliff.
Yeah.
And to give them no really good reason for doing that, but just by virtue of him saying it, they go do it. And then I'm like, okay, look, he's really convincing.
Yeah.
It's weird how they're playing that whole idea in terms of them being convincing, because it seems like it's a power thing, but at the same time, it's realistic in most instances.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So let me see. What are the notes that I have in this episode? Still don't see why Jacob let Ben kill him.
What?
I still don't see why Jacob let Ben kill him.
Yeah.
Seems like if the fate of the island and the world is at stake, even if you want to, you hope you're wrong about Ben, seems like you wouldn't want to die if you're that important to everything.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I would want to say something like he wanted to give Ben the choice, which is basically what he says. And so if he doesn't allow him to kill him, then he's not,
Well, how far does that go? Why aren't people given the choice to let Man in Black leave? Is that a choice? I guess Dogan would say everything's a choice.
Everything's a choice, but he would have to stop you.
But he would have to stop you, yeah, I guess so. So is it really a choice? It's like you can choose it, but you can't actually make it happen.
Yeah.
Like, where do you want to go to eat? Oh, I want to go to an Italian place. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're not going there. Like, well, why did you let me choose? Well, just to give you the choice. We're not going there.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of just seems like he was ready to retire.
Mm-hmm.
And he wanted to hand it over to the next...
Shouldn't that 401k?
Yeah, exactly. He's had a good run, you know. I mean, he's
Yeah.
been there at least 100-something years. That's, you know.
Well, I just hope the island matches contributions into his 401k. That's all I'm saying.
Yes. No, I agree. That's hopefully he had a good accountant or something.
Yeah. So other things, I think this will be one of the top 10 moments of Lost. I say top 10 loosely. It might not really be top 10, but Ben seeing Locke's dead body is that was a big moment.
Yeah. That was good.
Top 10 mind explosions.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I should go see Locke.
Love that. Yeah. It's that was the whole thing with Ben too. After he kills Jacob, he still thinks he's talking to Locke.
True.
He still thinks Locke is in there, and so when he comes out, and Bram and Alana and Richard are all there arguing, and Richard's like, "Is everything fine?" And he's like, "Yeah, everything's fine." Like, no, everything's not fine at all. And the whole idea that I can't believe that he was going to set Richard up to basically go die. I mean, Ben had to know that Locke. And that's the thing. I guess it would have been wrong to even think this because Locke didn't want to kill Richard.
Yeah, that's not what he wanted to do.
That's what it seemed like.
It definitely seemed that way. Yeah.
It definitely seemed like that, and it's strange to me that he was about to let Richard go in there and potentially get murdered.
Right.
But yeah, I love that whole scene. And Richard says, "Yeah, I'll go talk to Locke. And you talk to this guy."
Yeah.
Why don't we both talk to Locke separately? What?
Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, I think Ben realized there was something weird about Locke, but he definitely had no idea what he was dealing with.
Yeah.
And so once he finds out that not only is he not Locke, but he's the smoke monster.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry you had to see me like that.
Yeah.
That's another great one.
Yeah, that was really... Man, wow.
I still think my explanation still has to be that Smokey is Man in Black's default form because Jacob took his body, and that everything else we've seen is just apparitions. Like the actor who plays the Man in Black is maybe what he used to look like, but that's not his.
But it's not really his
something.
body. Yeah, I think that'll be true. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Smokey is somehow what he really is.
Boone on the plane talking to Locke when he, Locke says, "Why would I pull your leg?" And I'm thinking, island sacrifice? Oh, I love it.
Yeah, that's good.
And the other thing I noted in this episode was when Jacob shows up to Hurley, to tell him to go help Saeed, he says, "I died an hour ago." So it made me think that it took Jacob like an hour to appear to Hurley.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we were supposed to, and we're not supposed to think about this, of course, but I don't know if it's wise or accurate to guess that means he walked there.
He just walked. Jacob just walked from the foot of the statue.
Well, just because he's dead doesn't mean he can teleport, right?
Of course. Hey. That's as good a theory as I've heard.
Yeah, it stuck out to me when he said, "I died an hour ago," and I'm thinking, why'd you show up sooner?
Yeah. I can see that.
So anyway. That's pretty much all my notes on this episode, or these two episodes.
Okay. All right. Let's see. I think I might have something about this. Oh, yeah. This kind of bleeds over into what Kate does. But my theory about Dogen and the candidate, so when they first get to the temple, there's that famous incident which... despite this, I still like Dogen, where he decides he just wants to kill them all.
Shoot them all. They can't be important. Cindy just said they're from the plane. But nobody who was from the plains is important, right, Dogan? You didn't know anything about that.
Well, so here's what I'm going to say. I've come to the conclusion that, in fact, he did not know about the candidates or about the fact that people from the plain were important until he reads Jacob's note from the Ankh. And that is the first, that note, I mean, we never really get to see what the note says. We get that one comment from Lenin. I think the note says more than that. You know, they ask their names.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the note basically tells them, like, these are the candidates to replace me, and you have to protect them.
I see, and if blah 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 doesn't happen, then the evil gets out, and
yes.
And that's what he meant by we're all doomed, or wherever the line was.
Yeah. And so that's basically why Dogan is, well, 1 second ready to kill them all, and at the next second, protecting them.
That's good. I'll buy that. There's no reason not to buy that.
Yeah, I think my impression of that was bolstered a little bit by when Aldo and Justin, the other, are walking. Are walking through. Not walking.
With Caden.
What?
Caden, when they're walking with Caden.
Yeah. Actually, it's later when Jin gets caught in the trap, and
okay.
Aldo's about to shoot Jin.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little before that, but there's a little conversation where Justin says you can't shoot him because he's one of them, and Aldo says he might be one of them. And so I think what he's referring to is the ongoing Quan controversy.
Oh, totally, yeah.
Whether, which Quan it is. So I think that also led me to believe that the paper had the candidates' names on them. And that's where they found out about it. Now, I do think Aldo is, a little bit hasty and just shooting one of the potential candidates.
Yeah, he's like, maybe we didn't find him alive.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I want to believe that Dogan already knew about the candidates, but I think it's way more likely he did not know because Jacob, didn't really tell anyone anything.
True. Yeah, we know he didn't tell Richard, and it did seem really weird that he would tell this guy who came there not even that long ago, seemingly, and not tell Richard, who had been there since the 1800s. So, I mean, it works. I mean, it's still a little weird, but it definitely works with the story they've given us that he didn't find out until just then.
Yeah.
And then it's not quite as bad that he was just ready to kill them all.
Yeah.
It's still a little bit harsh, but, I guess that was just their policy. If they had intruders in the temple, it just shoot them, I guess. It is weird. I still wish I understood the others better. Now that we know that they're not indigenous people from the island, but they're basically the people that Jacob brings there, I guess that meet with his approval or something. The behavior is a little bit strange. I'm surprised at how harsh they are.
But don't you think, like, Dogan being leader of the others, he would have heard about Jack and these people before? Like, in terms of the list that Jacob gave in the early days of who to take from the beach and all that kind of stuff. Like, it seems like he should be familiar with some of these people, at least in terms of, he wasn't, he was never ordered to kill them or, or like, it just seems like he should have known something. But I kind of like, I think your idea works a lot better that he didn't know about the candidates and that whole idea was new to him.
Right.
And I think it works better too because it makes the situation he's in weightier.
Yeah.
That he's got to deal with all this stuff immediately and try to make sense of everything that's going on with Saeed and Jack and all the big drama Dogan has before he gets killed.
Right. And it makes Jacob sending them to the temple a little better too for me, because he's also sending the candidates there to be protected.
Yeah.
Not just trying to save Saeed, which really fails.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's and that was the plan that he talked about with Alana. Like, they were supposed to bring them to the temple. So she Alana's going to bring the rest of the candidates to the temple. And, if things had gone according to plan, seemingly, they all would have been in the temple.
Yeah, it seems like they were just supposed to hold out in the temple. I don't know what they were going to do, but I guess the Man in Black couldn't get in to get them. But I don't know what they would have done just hanging out in the temple.
Yeah.
How does that stop him? Well, I guess he can't leave without them. So, but it just seems like a stalemate, right?
Right.
They just stay in the temple forever?
Yeah, that's I guess. I don't see what the next step is, but that seems to be the first part of at least a safe location to regroup. Because he couldn't get in there, at least not until Dogen was dead, I guess.
Maybe.
And the ash became inert, and I don't know. Whatever. Fucking Lennon with that line. And earlier in that episode, he's like, you can't get in. You don't need to leave. There's nothing to worry about. And it's like, why can't you leave, Lennon? Just say it.
Yeah, please.
Why? Is it because it's Dogen powered ash, or is Dogen just emits this protective shield? Or still frustrated with that whole thing.
I feel like that line is just wrong somehow. I don't know. I feel like Dogen was just wrong by what he said. I just feel like it's just the line is just wrong. It makes no sense for Dogen to be powering that thing in any stretch of the imagination.
Well, when Dogen dies, Smokey basically immediately goes into the temple. So
I know.
It's true. I mean, and they never show the ash being broken.
Yeah.
I wish the problem with the ash for me was that, when they showed the cabin, like, there was just a little break in it, and seemingly that was enough. And it's like, that seems really easy to defeat. It seems like Smokey, if he wanted to, could just, like, blow it or something.
Yeah.
When he appears to Saeed, he makes this, like, wind, rustle around him or something. Like, seems like he could create a smoky whirlwind and just blow it all away.
Yeah.
Like, how hard would that be? So, I don't know.
That's against the rules.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, seemingly the ash would be really easy to defeat on its own, so maybe that's why they felt like they needed more in terms of having, like, someone behind it. But I agree. It does just seem wrong as well.
It just seems wrong. I mean, but it just, it just seems weird that was. It just seems like if Dogen is what's keeping people out, then what's the point of the ash?
Right.
And if the ash is what's keeping people out, then what's the point of saying that about Dogen?
Yeah.
It seems weird that it's both.
It does. Yeah.
The other thing I was going to say about this episode, or these events in general, was if Juliet hadn't, got caught up in that chain, things would have been a lot different. If she didn't get pulled down into the bottom of that thing, things would have played out differently.
That's true.
It was such a little thing that happened that turned into this, had big repercussions.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of those, like, seemingly random events that ends up being really, really pivotal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point, because it just sat down there. That would have been a really lame thing. They just kind of stand around while nothing happens, and then I guess eventually Dharma reinforcements show up and they just get, like, thrown in the thing and executed or something.
Yeah. Well, I hope the bomb would have went off at some point, right? Like, because wasn't the wasn't the pocket, like, destabilizing? Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, I felt like it could have went off at some point. The other thing is, I still don't get how Juliet flashed. They all flashed to 2007, including her. But she's at the bottom of the Swan wreckage. And it's
Kate was in a tree.
It's so weird that she's sort of under all of this wreckage, and it's not like, whatever spot she was in, she gets transferred there, directly, like geosynchronously or whatever the word would be, like she's in the exact same place she was in both timelines, and therefore, like, if there was a metal beam that was in that spot, then she would have, she would have morphed into, her leg would have been half in that beam, or like that didn't happen. With all the stuff that was down there, she still kind of appeared there without being injured in terms of, being fused with other material that was down there. So it just seemed weird that somehow it brought her to the future and changed her body around the objects that were already there. Mm-hmm. And then put other objects on top of her and stuff. Like, I just thought that was just weird to me. I'm just like, really, guys? Like, I would have been fine if, somehow she was in a tree or something. I don't know.
Oh,
Kate,
just like
Kate was already in the tree, so.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they kind of wanted her to be in, like, still buried in a hole.
Yeah. I mean, they get way more drama out of that, out of what happens.
Yeah, so they have to dig her out, and, yeah, so it works because it's almost like she's in the same kind of situation she was in. Mm-hmm. In the 70s. But in terms of it actually making sense, I agree, it doesn't really make sense.
Yeah. All right, well, you want to go to the next episode?
Let me make sure. Yes.
All right.
Good episode,
so,
thumbs up.
LAX parts 1 and 2, thumbs up.
Yeah, really enjoyed it.
So what Kate does, one of the things I noticed about this episode is that Kate took Montan's backpack.
Really?
When they go down, when they go down into the hole at the temple.
Oh, that must be in LAX.
Oh,
you mean we see it again?
I wrote it down in what Kate does.
Like, I don't remember seeing that cave. Did we really see that in what Kate does?
When they take Saeed down there, right?
That's in LAX.
Oh, okay. Maybe I just wrote it wrong. I'm sorry. Yeah. These are my notes from 602. I'm still.
We're just doing part 2 of LAX. Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot I got a lot of stuff here then. Oops.
Okay. We're not using LAX.
This is LAX stuff. Yeah, Kate took Montan's backpack.
I didn't notice that. That's where she got her backpack.
Yeah, she grabs the backpack, she dumps whatever's out of there, and so that's where one of the backpacks comes from.
Okay.
And let's see, Jim explaining Montan's arm. That's top 10 for me. Top 10 explanations.
Yeah, man. Way to go, Jim.
I have a note here that
I'm still a little curious about what happened to Montan and the rest of the. I don't think we'll ever find out, but I'm a little curious about, like, when they went down that hole, what happened? How did Montan end up there? And they climbed out. Like, I'm curious about what we're supposed to think happened there.
We'll never find out.
But still, it's interesting.
Dogen doesn't flinch when Hurley tells him that he went through time. When he says, I carried that guitar case through time and all that, or whatever his line was.
I forgot. You're right.
Yeah, he doesn't even go, what?
Well, I didn't flinch either, but I knew about it. So.
Yeah.
I took Dogen as being like me, but yeah, that's a good point. That the time travel stuff is pretty crazy. Mm-hmm. I got something to say about time travel when we get later in the episodes here. There's a time travel issue that I want to revisit, but that's later.
I also don't understand. We still don't know why the water wasn't clear.
True.
The same explanation applies that we had before, I guess, is that because Jacob was dead.
Yeah. Seems like the best guess.
I don't understand why Dogen decides to even use the spring on Saeed when he tested it and it didn't work.
And it clearly didn't work.
Yeah,
no, that's a good point. Lennon walks in there and immediately says, the water's not clear, as though it had been clear pretty recently.
Yeah, like it's always clear.
So I do think Jacob's death, which, was probably just an hour or so before that, probably did cause that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess Dogen, I don't know. I guess he decided to just go for it and, maybe somehow if they kept Saeed in there long enough, it would work.
Well, that's the thing. It brings it to the timer that they use.
Yeah.
The hourglass thing, we still don't know what that was about, like why he had to be under there a specific amount of time.
Right. It seemed like they kept him under just long enough to kill him.
Mhm.
Which was kind of bad.
Yeah. But it seems like if you want to kill someone, you don't need a timer to tell when they're dead.
That's true.
When they stop flapping around, they're probably dead if you're drowning them. So.
Yeah, but it seemed like he died just shortly before the time ran out.
Yeah, so it maybe and I don't know what to get from that. Like if the spring was working, then he would have just kept flapping and still been alive, and once the timer ran out, they would have I guess taken him out and he'd still be alive or something. It seems like I guess if it was working, he would have been able to survive longer.
Yeah.
Is that the idea?
I guess. Seemingly. Because it seemed like that timer thing was part of a ritual,
Yeah.
But that's just what they always do. It's like the set amount of time they have to keep someone under there. So if it works, then yeah. I'm assuming something like that happened with Ben.
That's the weirdest spring I've ever, the weirdest healing thing I've ever seen where it seems like you have to kill the person or at least effectively kill them to heal them. That's the strangest thing.
It is.
We still don't know why the Man in Black is disappointed in all of them.
Oh, God, yeah, that line. I'm very disappointed, but I'm going to ask you all to join me in a few days.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. I don't know why he's so disappointed.
So disappointed.
Because he talks about them being free now that Jacob's dead. Like, it seems like he's acknowledging that in some way they didn't have a choice.
Mm-hmm.
In serving Jacob, and so why is he disappointed? I don't get that.
Yeah. All right, that's all my LAX stuff. We can go to what Kate.
Okay.
For real.
All right, sounds good. I'll just point out we still don't know what happened to Christian's body in the alternate timeline.
Yeah, definitely.
That's a big outstanding mystery. We do know that Jack's gonna eventually operate on Locke, though.
Mhm.
So we got there.
Yay!
Yeah.
All right. So what Kate does, the main storylines are, flash sideways is Kate and Claire. Kate hijacks the Claire's cab and all that, and the aftermath of that stuff, and Claire helping Kate in the end, giving her a credit card and all that stuff. Still the two worst detectives ever in that one scene.
That's so bad.
And that one cop looks around and he looks in the back room, but he doesn't look in the room Kate is hiding in.
Right.
It just reminds me, and I would feel like if he found her, she'd have her shirt off.
Of course.
That's how you find people online. They're hiding in the obvious place with their shirt off.
Yes, that's perfect. If only they had just looked in the obvious place.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been easy. But yeah, they were just really lame detectives.
Yeah, it's like they were, it's like their shift was almost over or something.
Yeah.
And it was like, well, we'll be here 5 minutes, and then, we'll just get in and out and see if we can get a lead. And
right. Yeah, and they didn't even follow up their question very well. It was so abrupt. They didn't even get a real answer, and then they're just like, okay, that's it. See you later.
And so and then the on-island storyline is Jack being persuaded by Dogan to give Sayid the pill to kill him, and Sawyer deciding he wants to leave, and Kate following him, even though he says don't follow me.
Yes.
I always thought he should have said to follow him.
Yeah.
And then she would have stayed behind.
Totally.
Please, Kate, follow me. Follow me, Freckles. You should have been like, nah, I'm good here.
Yep. Yeah, saying don't follow me to Kate, especially if you're Sawyer, it's doomed to fail.
Yeah, totally. I don't really have a lot of notes about this one. There wasn't anything major that I wrote down?
I know this time I noticed Claire looking for the adoptive couple in the airport. Didn't notice that the first time. It's nice to finally catch that. I'm still curious about whether Kate is actually supposed to be innocent or not.
She thinks she is.
Since they've had her say that, at least twice now, it sounds convincing. I don't know. I'm thinking maybe the Comic-Con stuff is either what they accused her of in the Comic-Con thing she didn't really do, or, they're going with some other story and they changed their mind or something and they're really going to have her be innocent. I don't know. It seems weird that she keeps saying that.
Yeah.
Is she just lying?
Oh, she wouldn't do that. So here's the question: have you noticed? Because have you noticed all the purple shirts?
Yeah, I didn't notice all of them, but I noticed enough.
Yeah, I mean everywhere. I can't stop looking for purple now on this show. Almost every episode has several characters in purple, and I feel like it gets more and more purple as the season goes on. And it's interesting too because you can see when people change clothes.
Yeah.
There's a point at which when Hurley and Jack are walking across. I guess when they're going to the lighthouse or something. I think it's that around that time. That when they're together, Hurley has that fuchsia shirt on, kind of like a reddish, pinkish shirt on.
Yeah.
And then later, all of a sudden the next episode, his shirt's sort of like a muted purple color. I was like, you changed your shirt. Where did you get a new shirt at? What happened? It does seem to me like a lot of the others have purplish clothing on. And I feel like somehow the Losties got some clothes from them. That seems to me like what we were supposed to believe. At some point, they got new clothes from the others or something. Some of them, at least. But man, it's just weird to me to see purple everywhere. And the Flash sideways, just like there's a scene with 7 people with purple on. And it's it's not all purple. Some of it's blue purple, some of it's a reddish purple, some of it's white purple, but it's all this purple. And I'm just like, wow, guys, I've never been so drawn to the clothing on the show before. It's weird.
Yeah, I have to admit, I did notice it more than the first time, but I guess I just tend to ignore the clothes, and so for the most part, I kept thinking, oh God, I forgot to look to see if it's purple. I'm not paying attention most of the time, and so I missed probably half the purple shirts, but I did see a number of them. I did notice a lot. Like the first time through, I don't think I saw any. So you're right. I mean, there's definitely a strong, purple element to the costuming.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it seems like that was someone's conscious decision. And it is weird because I never pay attention to clothes, so I don't know if they've ever done that in previous seasons.
I feel like if they would have, I feel like all things being equal, if they did it in previous seasons, it would have stood out to me the same way this stood out to me. It just was kind of like, I just noticed someone's shirt. I'm like, oh, look, you got the same. And I'm like, oh, look, you got the same. I'm like, wait a minute. Now this is and then it just was one thing after another, purple. And I kind of feel like they didn't really do that in previous seasons, that obvious, with the color palette. But I don't know. I just find it really interesting. And like I said before, I feel like maybe they're doing it as a way to connect, since we're dealing with 2 timelines, and that are connected. Maybe that's their kind of their way of sort of connecting it, just sort of subtextually.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Purple is an unusual color.
I gotta say it looks good. I mean, the way they use it, I do like it. I mean, it's surprising how well it works on almost any character they put it on. It doesn't, it's not like you look at it and go, what are they wearing?
Right, exactly. I think that's why I don't notice it a lot of times, because it looks pretty natural. It doesn't come across like, holy shit, they're just a big purple monster.
Mm-hmm. Like the shirt Sawyer's wearing now, that he didn't put it on until Locke came to get him and take him to the cave. Then he puts on this like dark purple shirt that he's wearing the rest of the season.
Yeah.
Alana's wearing purple, and there's just Desmond in the when he goes to see Claire when they run into each other in LAX, like he has on purple and all that stuff. And I don't know, it's an interesting little thing.
Richard has a button purple shirt, kind of similar to Sawyer.
Purple. Jackson in a sort of muted purple. Yeah. Locke at a certain point is in purple. I mean, I'm pretty sure every major character is in purple at some point this season. At least. Yeah. Save for Saeed, maybe. He's definitely in purple in Flash Sideways.
Yeah, I was going to say, if not in the Flash Sideways.
If you count Flash Sideways, then every character I think has been in purple.
On the island, they pretty much just have him in that black tank top.
Yeah.
So there's no purple there, but that's that's very, very odd. But it is working, so just interesting detail, I guess. But maybe you're right. They're using it to hint visually at the connection. That seems like a good theory to me.
Yeah, I feel like costume designers and set decorators and all these people, they're artists and they're they want to create things and they want to put their imprint on the show too, and I think they also look for valid reasons to do certain things too.
Right.
And so I can see that happening.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anything else on what Kate does?
I'm still kind of flabbergasted that they have a machine that measures the good and evil in someone's soul. That revisiting Saeed's test or series of tests was interesting. When he blows the dust on him, I'm like, wow, why didn't I know immediately that was ash? Like that just totally makes sense. Yeah.
That's the ash. I don't know what was supposed to happen. But
I don't either.
Yeah. And the machine that judges whether or not he's good or evil, I love the fact that it shocks him.
Yeah.
It doesn't just like, you turn it on and it, and it gauges the thing. It actually has to shock him so it looks like he's being shocked, not being tested for good and evil. And and then so I feel like that I feel like some of the tests was just like deceptive, for the audience. But the one to me that seems, just contrived was the poker. Mm-hmm. Like, what was that supposed to do? You know what I mean? Like who wouldn't get a burn mark from a poker? Right. And they did it to Claire too. And I feel like they wanted it. I feel like they did that because they wanted to make us think it's torture. When Claire tells Jen, look, they tortured me. Right. You see the burn and you go, well, why would they do that otherwise?
Not only that, like it leaves a mark.
Yeah, exactly. It leaves a mark, and you can prove that they did something.
So they can show it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that does seem pointless. At the time, we thought they were testing their pain tolerance or something like that. That's what they made it seem like. But they're also trying to sell it or make us think that they're like just torturing him. So that might be part of it, because it does seem like the machine is the only part of it doing the important work.
Exactly, it's really just the machine. Like the ash is secondary, but the machine is the primary test. And and I love Saeed's thing when he comes back from being tested and he goes, They interrogated me, but they didn't ask me any questions or whatever he said. I just love that idea of being tortured, but not being asked any questions, because that's scary. Yeah. You have nothing to bargain with.
Right.
You don't know what they want, and so he's like, I don't have any secrets. Like, I think you do have secrets, but I get your point.
Right. Yeah, sorry, Saeed. You got some secrets.
You got some secrets, buddy.
We know your secrets. But probably nothing they would be interested in.
Yeah.
Particularly. Still, though, like, the machine it's just like, who invented that machine? Who brought it there? Did Jacob build it? Did it come from a company? Like, why is there a machine that measures good and evil? That's just...
Yes, no, yes. Widmore Labs, no.
Good answer.
Yeah, I feel like that machine... I feel like I would like that machine more if we find out it wasn't built to do this test. Like somehow it does something else. You know, it's just a spectrograph, or it's it's some other kind of standard machine.
Okay.
That gives some sort of output, from whatever. But when used in this certain way, you can gauge a person's, goodness or their evil. But that it wasn't designed, well, maybe it was designed to do, but that it's not like it wasn't built to do that. Maybe it was, pieced together and retrofitted for this other purpose.
I see.
I should say repurposed, not retrofitted, but. That's what I want to believe it is. Not that like someone was like, well, we need a machine to test people, and this is how you would build that machine.
Yeah. Like, I guess for some reason I would find it easier to buy, like, they sprinkle the magic dust on Saeed, and then they put it in the sacred chalice, and if it turns red, then he's evil.
Mm-hmm.
Like that kind of thing, testing good and evil, like some kind of fantasy thing, I would buy more. But the fact that it's a machine makes it weirder to me. Like, yeah. With dials and knobs.
And how far from the center of the scale do you have to be evil? Like, you're one tick on the evil side, therefore you need to die, or is it you're 20% more evil than good, or
exactly. It's once you bring in instruments, you bring in the idea of degrees, and then it's
exactly. You bring this finite idea of the results, and I think that muddle, like you said, with the you put something in a chalice and it turns a color. There's magic and fantasy and a big element of you can suspend your disbelief because you can't, no one's going to say, let's count the molecules in this chalice and figure out if he's good or evil.
Yes,
exactly. It's an obvious test, but with the technology and machinery, there's a real world repercussions to using that because you get these specific results that you can look at.
It's like you could put a number on someone's evilness.
Mm-hmm.
Like that makes me wonder, like if they hooked up some of the other people, like what would they get?
Yeah, it seems like Saeed's a 9 or a 10. Or I guess maybe like an 8 or a 9. I guess evil incarnate should be a 10.
Right.
And then like maybe I feel like Kate is bad. I feel like they want us to think Kate is bad.
Yeah.
So maybe she's like a 5 or 5.5 or a 6.
Something like that. Yeah.
Not really that bad, but a little bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a strange thing, but now the temple was effectively destroyed. I doubt we'll ever see that again.
No, so not see that again. I agree. The best I can, I don't even know what I can hope for on that at this point. Because Dogen's dead, and I mean, seemingly anyone who would even know what that was about is dead. So unless he has some flashback where Jacob invents the good evil machine, we probably maybe will never know.
Yeah.
Exactly what that's supposed to be.
I think we were lucky for Saeed just to be able to come back and ask what the tests were all about. Like I think that was the big gift to the audience.
You're right. That's our reveal.
Yeah.
That was that. They could have given us less than that. So
totally.
So you're right. It's just like saying the pill was poison. You know, that's just the answer. It's a machine that measures good and evil. End of story. Okay.
Yeah. Where's the big fight with Saeed and Dogen? That's
in Sundown.
Sundown. Okay.
Yeah, because this really is like Sundown Part 1.
Mhm.
It's very connected with that story.
Yeah. You got anything else in this episode?
Except for the Kate stuff. No. Let me make sure. Yeah, no, that's it.
All right, what Kate does, pretty good episode.
Yeah. I don't know. When I didn't have giant expectations for it, I thought it played pretty well.
Mhm. All right, next episode is The Substitute, the Locke-centric episode.
Real Locke, sort of.
Real Locke. Flash sideways Locke.
Yeah.
Dealing with his drama. Gotta love the beginning of that where he falls out of the wheelchair.
Oh, yeah.
This is where we start.
That wheelchair lift is so crappy.
Mhm.
It just fails to work.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Like, it's just, he really needs a new one. I love it. Hurley's car is parked really close, but that wasn't even the problem.
That wasn't the problem.
Even if Hurley's car wasn't there, he wouldn't have been able to get in.
Yeah. And, the whole thing about Locke, like, I don't have to park in a handicapped spot, but it's like, but if you want to get to your lift without having problems reliably, you do want to park there.
Right.
It's like, yeah, you don't have to park there, but then you have to deal with the consequences when you don't.
Yes.
It's like all things aren't equal. It's like just like if someone had, a car with huge doors or something, like, if they park close to another car, they're going to have to deal with that.
I think that's part of his character. Like he doesn't want to accept being handicapped.
Yeah.
And the fact that limits him in some way, or that he needs
Which
to.
Everyone else would have the perspective of saying, "Ooh, yay, I get to park in a handicapped spot." Like people.
Yeah.
There's people who park there than they shouldn't all the time because it's closer or whatever.
Of course. Yeah.
And it's just like, here's a privilege you get, but he doesn't. Of course, he doesn't see it like that.
No, he feels like it indicates that he is unable to do something.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't want to be told what he can't do, even though they're right.
Even though they're right. I love that.
Yeah, it's like season 6 finally answered that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, don't tell me what I can't do. Well, I'm sorry, they're right.
Yeah, they are right. And that's the thing when you think about the walkabout he would have been on, and just trying to traverse the terrain alone would have just been like, how do you expect to be able to do that?
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of things he would have been able to accomplish on that walkabout, but just the walking about part is important, I think.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, no, totally. It would have been ridiculous. I mean, I think the company was very reasonable to not let him go.
Yeah.
Like he would have been just completely unable to do what they needed to do out there.
Yeah.
I mean, it sucks, but if you can't use your legs, you really just shouldn't go on a walkabout.
Mhm.
It's one of the things that you just have to give up. Like walking.
Yeah, exactly. So what else is going on in this episode? This is where we get the Smokey cam.
Oh yeah, Smokey cam.
See Smokey flying through the island from his
finally
perspective.
saw his reflection in the window.
Yeah, it's subtle, but it's there.
I didn't see that. I knew it was there, but I didn't really notice it. I couldn't specifically. It was like a magic eye thing.
Yeah.
I had to look at it the right way, but yeah. I saw that. I love when he goes in and Sawyer's sitting there on the ground in his underwear drinking.
Oh man, one of the best Sawyer scenes. That scene in the following scene, when Rex's talking to him is great. Thought you were dead.
Yeah.
I don't care if you're dead or not. It's just, Sawyer being that depressed and that upset was.
All I care about is whiskey.
Yeah.
So bottoms up and get out of my house.
Exactly. I'm going to be a gracious host. I'm going to give you a shot of this, and then get the fuck out of my house.
Yeah, no, that was great. I agree. I love that. that whole thing. That they had him doing that. The way they shot it was great. I love the way he performed it, and him being a host, giving the smoke monster a shot of whiskey.
Yeah,
fantastic.
Yeah,
I love that stuff. I also I noticed this time. I don't know. Maybe it's my eyes, but when we see the kid, in that episode, and this time he didn't look as short as I remembered him being. Like, the main difference for me was that when they did the close up, he looked a lot younger. But from far away, I could buy it was the same kid.
Yeah.
Like
I think the first time we see him in that long distance shot, he looks different to me, and then later he pretty much looks like he does in more recent times.
Except that he's blonder.
Yeah, he definitely is blonder.
I don't know what that's about, but I was like, oh yeah, okay, that does. It's just for some reason when they show the close up when he says his lines, his face looks different, like smoothed out or something. It just I don't know. It might just be one of those
surgery, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It might just be one of those weird things. Like sometimes in some shots, people's faces just look weird.
Yeah, totally.
Maybe that's just what happened, either in that shot or the other one. Of course, we still don't know what's going on with that, but I tried to pay attention this time since they, revisited that much later.
Yeah.
I really liked. I really wanted to like where Locke's character. Well, let me say what I really liked the introduction of Ben when he does his little rants about the coffee pot and change it. Never fear, I shall make another pot.
I like that it seems like his point was like, because he says, how many, once the coffee is done, take the filter out, throw it away. It seems like that was more of his gripe than the fact that they didn't make a new pot. It was just like that they just left the old filter in there. And it's just like, it's a thing.
Right.
And then he goes, and then Locke rolls in, and I just hoping for a cup of Earl Grey. Well, there's a gentleman's drink. Tell me your name, sir. It's fucking Michael Emerson. What are you going to do with that guy?
I know. It's just that whole performance about the coffee filter was just great with his back turned. And they didn't play it like, let's disguise his voice. It was obviously Ben. Yeah. But I like the reveal. And, the thing with the tea. And, Michael Emerson is just It's really lucky that he went in for that audition for that part. The show has been very much improved because he's there. Yeah, totally. Those moments really, and they're small moments, but he really does a lot with them. We're gonna need you to stay for detention. What? Exactly. Yes. Look, that is one of my favorite ones. Yeah. What? I think, like I said, off podcast, almost any time this season somebody says, what? It's hilarious. Hey, son, have you seen Jen? What? What? I know. Miles is such an ass. Oh, Miles. Hey, where's your husband? My what? God, you were in the 70s with him. Like, Jesus. He's just casually, you, the one who was separated for the last 3 years? Jeez. Where's he at? Yeah, when's the last time he's seen Sun? He hasn't seen Sun since, forever. He should barely remember her. Yeah, he should remember her as much as he remembers. I think the main reason he remembers her is because he was with Jen that whole time. Yeah, totally. So he has, more of a connection. But, the way he was with Claire, that Australian chick, I mean, look at it. Sawyer forgot what Kate's face looked like in 3 years. That's a good point. He could barely remember her, right, Sawyer? Really, Sawyer? I don't believe you. It's been 2 times now
people talk about love or whatever, and he's looked at Kate.
Strangely, Sawyer's always keep wondering Kate.
Oh, I don't care who I look at. Well, you know what? It's a telling thing, though.
Yeah.
Dan Sawyer always looks
I don't know.
at
I
people.
just hear something about love, and my eyes just go over to Freckles.
I look at the person I don't love.
Yeah.
That's what I do. All right. I was thinking, Sawyer, he makes a comment at a certain point that they couldn't leave the boat without a bearing, like they couldn't just sail away. So I'm thinking, and I'm sure he hasn't thought about it really, but I'm thinking rationally he should know now that their raft had no chance of ever leaving.
Oh, that's a good point.
Like the season 1 raft.
Yeah.
Like they would have at best been like Desmond when Desmond had to leave on his boat and just sailed around the island and not been able to actually leave.
Yeah.
But they probably would have died there or something.
Yeah. I never really made that connection, but that voyage was doomed no matter what.
Yeah,
happened.
it wasn't gonna work.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Good call.
Yeah.
Cleared that up.
Randy Nations, Locke's boss, I have to believe is Greg Nations' unofficial brother.
I think so. Who else?
I made note in the interview scene when Locke is interviewing for the job that he's got a purple shirt on. The lady interviewing him has a purple blouse on.
Oh.
Rose comes in with a purple blouse on.
She's got purple too? God.
Wow. Yeah, there's posters in the back. There's a shot there's a shot on Locke, and you see these 3 motivational posters in the back, and they all are purple. So it's a purple thing. What else? Let's see. So I still don't understand why Locke and Black can't change.
Oh. Well, I don't either. I mean, I feel like practically they did it because they didn't want us questioning who everyone was.
Yeah.
And because that could get really out of hand. We could think anybody could be him, So I feel like for practical reasons, that's why they did it. Now,
I get the practical reasons. I just don't understand, what happened to where now he can't change anymore.
I mean, I think the idea is supposed to be that Jacob dying made him unable to change.
Makes no sense.
Yeah.
Why would Jacob?
I mean, maybe the idea is that Jacob originally took his body, and maybe somehow killing Jacob, restored his body to him. I mean, I know he can still turn into Smokey, so it's doesn't really make sense.
That's really my big problem is that he can still turn into Smokey.
Yeah, but I guess I'm gonna say something like that somehow he's in to a certain extent, returned to his not original, but more corporeal form that is just stuck that way.
And it's weird that he claims it was because, part of the reason he looks like Locke is because they brought Locke's body back.
Mm-hmm.
Which is okay, so if Locke's body wasn't back, he couldn't look like Locke?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of supposed to be true.
Mhm.
I feel like it can't quite work, especially because although that's what he says, Jack emphasizes he had to be dead so you could look like him.
Mhm.
I think that part is definitely true. As for the body being there, I want to say that if he's going to take their form the way he did with Locke, then maybe he needs a body for that. But I feel like he could also temporarily appear as other dead people, even if their body wasn't on the island.
Mhm. Also makes me wonder where he got those clothes from.
What clothes?
The clothes he's wearing. Because when we first see Locke on the Hydra Island, he's wearing the clothes Locke was wearing when he was buried.
Mhm.
But he's not wearing Locke's clothes. So it's like he morphed into the image of Locke.
Yeah, it's like he morphed the clothes.
He morphed the clothes too. Yeah. Which he changes out of at some point. So it's just
I guess the clothes aren't really, the clothes are part of him.
Mhm.
Because when he turns into Smokey, like, the clothes don't drop away or anything.
Yeah.
So yeah, the clothes are just some part
I
of
think,
Smokey.
and I really just think that's for the special effects.
Yeah, of course.
They're not going to have him turn naked every time he morphs to Smokey and leave behind a clothes trail.
Terminator kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they're not going to do that. That would get really cumbersome.
I would really like it if Christian got his shoes back, though.
Oh.
I don't think Locke is wearing Christian's shoes. I think the Deadlock has Christian's shoes.
Deadlock has Christian shoes, yeah.
But I would really like it if somehow Christian got those shoes.
Christian really should get those shoes. But I guess they're just buried now, so I don't really know how that's going to happen. But
I don't think it's going to happen,
but you're right. It would be nice. It would give him a point, since we have no idea whether it mattered or not that he had those shoes on.
Can you imagine? I mean, isn't it pretty crazy, the fact that, everything that happened with getting them back to the island with Miss Hawking orchestrating all this, and she was actually helping Jacob's nemesis create his loophole by doing all this, by making sure it was all of them, or at least as many as they could, and all that stuff, and all of the things she was trying to do was specifically what needed to happen for the evil incarnate to do his plan.
Right.
Like, someone needs to tell her that, so her mind can explode.
Yeah. I definitely get the sense she doesn't know that. But Smokey did basically send, he's responsible for getting people to her. So, it seems like he knew that she would help. With that. Which I do find odd, because I don't think she's necessarily working for the smoke monster or anything.
No.
I was thinking about that. Maybe this is too technical, but my first thought, which is obviously wrong, was once everybody time traveled and once the Oceanic Six left the island, why couldn't Smokey just leave then if there were no candidates there? And of course, the obvious answer is, well, Jacob's not dead yet.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, scratch that. Then I thought, okay, well, what if instead of the Oceanic Six coming back to the island, what if just Locke's body and Ben maybe came back?
Mm-hmm.
Then seemingly he could still execute that plan of killing Jacob, and there would be no candidates on the island except for in the 70s. And does that matter? Like,
well, they're not. If Locke's body and Ben comes back on the Jira flight in 2007, then the 70s losses do show up, right?
Well,
so they do get there at some point.
Well, they showed up seemingly just because Jack and Kate and Sawyer and Saeed went to the 70s.
Huh.
Like if they hadn't been there, that whole thing with the bomb and all that stuff seemingly wouldn't have happened.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So, okay, so you're saying they wouldn't have even been in the 70s. Oh, you're talking about Sawyer and
yeah, Sawyer
the Time
and
Flash
Jen.
people.
Potentially Jen, as far as candidates.
Well, we're playing a long hypothetical game here,
I know.
but I guess I'd say if they didn't do the incident, making the bomb go off to make the 70s people go to 2007, then I guess they would have still been stuck there, and then effectively, but then they would have just. This is a horrible game we're playing, but I guess I would say it would be, wouldn't they just stay alive on the island until 2007? So they would just sort of still be there?
Well, I don't think so, because eventually the purge would happen, and either they would join the others, maybe that's what they would do, which would be really crazy if they were old Kate and Sawyer and old Juliet and the others.
The thing. Like, I feel like, if they would have survived, however they survived, they could have just survived till 2007.
It's possible. But they also could have just been killed in the purge.
Mm-hmm. Well, but I don't. Yeah, they could have been killed in the purge, but yeah, they could have been. But Jacob wouldn't have let that happen, right?
Right. So that's why it kind of seems like because Jacob basically put Saeed and Hurley on the plane, so it comes across like MIB and Jacob are sort of competing. Like they both want the Ajir flight for different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so like Jacob's putting his candidates on there, and MIB wants Deadlock to show up and Ben.
Yeah.
You know, so they have their both of their what they need is on there.
Mhm.
You know, so that's sort of why they seemingly both wanted that flight to get to the island.
Yeah. Frank too. Jacob put Frank on that plane somehow.
Oh, Frank.
I do love that. That's one of my favorite little parts of this season when Frank tells Ben about missing flying 8:15 because he overslept.
Mm-hmm.
Ben is like, "You gotta be kidding me!" And or he says, "Come on,
yeah."
I love that. And but then yeah, Frank is like, "Imagine how different my life would have been." And Ben's like, "Well, how different would it have been? I still got you." And it's like, "Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's a good point because he missed out on the 48, the first season and like part of the third season, but he really did get to the island.
Yeah.
Even in the first part of them being on the island in 2004.
He skipped the most dangerous part, I almost want to say.
He did.
Like, people were just dying just because.
Yeah.
Nobody knew what was going on.
I mean, if he were the pilot, seemingly he just would have been killed by the smoke monster.
And I feel like, considering that the island seemed to have wanted him, I feel like he wouldn't have died by the smoke monster.
That wouldn't have happened?
I feel like Smokey only killed the pilot because the pilot wasn't important.
The pilot was expendable, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's probably true. I mean, obviously he's a character. If he were there, they wouldn't have just killed him like that. But
yeah.
But he would have ended up during the very hostile period.
Mhm.
That's true.
All right. Well, that's pretty much all I have on the substitute.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say I like the thing they try to do at the end. Sort of. I have mixed feelings, I guess, with Locke and the Flash Sideways, where he seemingly comes to some acceptance that there's things he can't do, and he decides that he doesn't believe in miracles anymore, and like I sort of like the idea that he got to that point, but then Helen steps in and she's like, there are miracles, and and all I care about is you, or whatever it is she says. And it's just like, there are having her say that, I just don't get why they had to have her say that. I don't even know what she means. It just sort of soured the point of the scene for me, because it's like, no, there are miracles. I'm not going to give any examples or anything, but you're just wrong about that.
Hey, Ben can tell you all about miracles. A spinal surgeon fell out of the sky. Right?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, maybe we're supposed to think, like, after he gets hit by Desmond and he ends up in Jack's care, like, maybe that's a miracle or something, But I don't know. It just struck the wrong note for me.
Well, what's strange is this scene was weird to me. This isn't the scene where he. Yeah, this is the scene where he tears up the card, right? Or she tears it up. Doesn't she tear it up?
Oh, she tears it up. Yeah.
And it was just weird to me because they were trying to make it about different things, Then he tried to make it about her waiting for him to get better, and he wanted her to accept him like he is, and not for this idea that he could get, he'd be walking again at some point. But the weird thing, and maybe what you're getting from the feeling soured about it is, or at least my take on it is she says there are miracles, and it's like, if there's anyone who knows that there are miracles, it's John Locke, who crash landed on the island and was able to walk immediately after he got there. So it's like, you can't tell us, Lost can't tell us there aren't miracles, and not in a religious sense, but just in a sort of general sense of inexplicable things happening.
Yes.
And just because you don't know what the answer is doesn't mean there's not an answer, you know. So that's why this confuses me, is because it seems like they're trying to connect what we know about Locke to this idea of miracles, you know. But this Locke hasn't experienced that, so he doesn't necessarily believe that.
Right.
So I feel like that's what they're trying to do there, is to somehow reassure him. And again, I guess like you're saying, maybe the end of the story is that he gets into the car crash, you know, this horrible accident, and then, you know, Jack is going to fix him, right? Come on. And then he'll end up being able to walk, and so then Helen will be like, "See, John, I told you there were miracles."
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that sort of makes sense. It's just that I guess I want it to be sort of definitive that he decides he doesn't believe in miracles, and that's that. I guess, you know, him being able to walk on the island after he crashed, I feel like that's the event that led him to sort of become devoted to the island. And eventually eventually leads to him being manipulated by the smoke monster, you know, into playing into his plan to kill Jacob and his own death as well. So, you know, it was miraculous, but it sort of, you know, believing in the miracle too much sort of led him down this disastrous path. And so I guess I like the idea of alternate Locke, sort of just rejecting the idea and moving on from that. And it just, having Helen jump in and that being the punchline just struck the wrong note to me.
Yeah.
You know, because
her line, the only thing I was ever waiting for was you. Like, what does that mean?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. It seems like I don't know. It seems like he should have come to some fundamental understanding of his situation. He explains that to Helen, and then that's what she means by, "I was waiting for you to realize X, Y, Z."
Yes.
You know, I was waiting for you to be this kind of man, or I was waiting for you to whatever. But then she kind of negates the point that he makes. So
right.
I see what you're saying, and I find the same. I feel the same way about it. That it's just I don't know why it's weird, but it's weird. It doesn't quite work.
Yeah. I guess, you know, just contrasting it with the ending of Jack's episode, or even the ending of Saeed's episode, where you just have these very, you know, very clear punchlines where you get to the point of you know, that character's story in that episode. It just this one almost did it, and then just somehow ruins it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I like what they might have done.
Yeah.
You know, and they sort of did it. So I guess I have mixed feelings about it, but I wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, it's just the kind of thing. I hate that word miracle anyway, especially when they kind of use it in this way, because, you know, like Jack says, nothing is irreversible. You know, if Jack fixes Locke, does that mean miracles happen? Right. Or does that mean someone just had the knowledge and skills to do this thing that was seemingly impossible? Yeah. You know, and that's that. So when they get, like, you know, they have this quasi idea of miracles, it always, you know, when they get fuzzy with it, it's never that great. Because you don't really know what anyone's talking. What is Helen talking about when she says there are miracles? Because John is saying, if you need me to see more doctors so I can get out of this chair, I don't want you to spend your time waiting for a miracle. But with that conceit, someone fixing John is a miracle. But it's like, well, is it, or is it just something that happens? You know? Yeah. I mean, they can say that. Just in terms of it being, you know, lucky, maybe there's not that many surgeons who could pull it off, you know. You can call it a miracle just in the sense that it's unlikely or, you know, fortunate. Exactly. So what do you mean by miracle, you know? Yeah. I guess that's, and just kind of flatly stating there are miracles with nothing to really back that up. I don't know. It just
seems wrong to end the scene on that.
Like if she would have been like, "There are miracles, John. You'll see."
Yeah.
Like, boom.
That's better.
That's it, and then long term we see, he's whatever happens with him and Jack,
Yes.
And I think that would have nailed it.
Yeah, because the way she says it, it's like she knows of some.
Mhm.
I know
she's not going to tell you right now.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not going to mention it, but all my friends are miracles. I have plenty of friends who are miracles, to tell you.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Well, anything else with this episode?
I think that's it for that.
All righty. Ready for the next one?
Yes.
All right. So the next episode is The Lighthouse, or maybe just Lighthouse.
Yeah.
So the only thing I wrote down for this episode was Jack smashing the lighthouse.
Oh.
That was a big moment.
It was. It was. Why did he put my name on this thing?
Mhm.
I don't know, Jack. Well, I'm going to smash it then.
Yeah, I'm just going to smash this because I'm mad.
Arr. Classic Mad Jack.
Mhm.
He does those faces when he gets mad.
This is mad face.
There's that, particularly the when he says, "What does he want from me?" That's the Jack face right there.
Yeah, I gotta go look at it.
Yeah.
So this story.
The other thing he does is when he's surprised by something. When he's sort of like shocked by news or something, he puts his hand on his forehead.
This is like acting 101.
Yeah.
Hand on the forehead. Whoa, he can't believe it.
Yeah, he'll put his hand, and then he'll kind of like turn around and walk away a little bit.
Yeah, and then come back with a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that. What do you mean, blah blah blah?
Yeah, exactly. That's just his way of coping. Yeah.
And then sometimes he just has to sit down and look out at the ocean.
That's right. He can't be told what that is. He just got to find it for himself.
Jacob, I think he can be told what it is. You just don't want to tell him.
Of course, because if you told him, you'd have to tell us.
Well, what would the point? What would the point be, right? If I have to tell him what to do, what's the point? Because if you don't step in, he will. Oh, you have a point there, Ricardo.
You want a job?
You want a job? You're good at this. I didn't even think of that.
That's
what gets me is I felt like, I know we're skipping ahead, but I felt like it's weird that, Richard asks Jacob, has there been other people brought to the island before in this game,
mm-hmm.
this point he's trying to prove?
Yeah.
And he goes, yeah, but they're all dead.
Yeah.
And it seems like to me, if the Black Rock was the first, then it'd be more realistic for Jacob to not have this system in place already.
Right.
You know what I mean? But the fact that there's been not just a couple people, a ton of people before.
Yes.
And he just never intervened. He never told them why they were there. He just expected, we brought this up on the podcast for Abaterno. It's like, look at what the captain did to the crew. Not the captain, but one of the officers did to the crew. Like, as soon as they were stranded, he starts killing the slaves.
Yeah.
And it's just like, that's bad. That's just bad. If they're there for some reason.
Well, I don't want to interfere. I want to make sure the slaves have a chance to choose the right thing before he stabs them to death while they're chained.
That reminds me. I want to bring this up while I can remember it. When that part where it gets really confusing when the Man in Black is trying to manipulate Richard, and he goes, "Wait, Isabella was running from you? No. He was running from him. But wait, I'm the Black Smoke. But no, he took her." And I thought it was really confusing. But but I think it dawned on me that what he should have said to make that work. Because when he says you killed the, he was saying Smokey's the one who killed the people on the ship.
Right. And
I thought all he had to do to make that make sense and really to sort of solidify his general point that you can trust him, that Richard could trust him, is to tell Richard he was protecting him.
Right.
Because the guy is coming to kill everybody.
Yeah.
And all he has to say is, I was trying to protect you.
Yeah.
Boom! Right there. You instantly trust him. And the way it plays out, it seems like he was trying to protect him.
Yeah.
So it's like, that's the kind of stuff with Lost. I'm just like, why didn't you just say that one line
Yeah.
so that both the character and the audience could buy what you're saying? Because otherwise, like, that little scene plays out so weird.
Yeah.
When he's like, no, he's the devil, but I'm the black smoke. It's like, well, what?
Yeah, and he just tries to change the subject.
Yeah,
when he brings up,
exactly.
like...
He changed the subject and says, listen, we can talk all day about...
Yeah, like, you're right. He has, in some cases, with stuff Smokey has done, that wouldn't be plausible. Like, you know, when he attacks the French team, he just does it out of nowhere. They didn't do anything to provoke him. They weren't killing each other, nothing like that. So he couldn't say, oh, I was just trying to protect you. But, like, in Richard's case, he has a good story. And he really should just use it. You're right. That would totally make that scene, because it's just weird. Like, I'm a black smoke, and yeah, I did that stuff. But then this other time, the devil came by, and I just
I'm a cloud of black smoke, and I couldn't even stop him.
Right.
You know, like,
I just sort of saw him, and yeah, that seems weird.
Yeah, it was strange.
They could have fixed it. That's the frustrating thing.
All right, so Lighthouse. So this is, you know, the Flash Sideways is the storyline with Jack and his son David, and Jack trying to connect with him and all that stuff.
Yes, being a cool dad, getting the pizza.
Exactly. David gets that one Milano, and I'm just like, you're gonna want another one as soon as you finish that. I promise
Milano,
you.
David.
No one has ever been satisfied with one Milano. I promise you.
Yeah, I believe you.
Yeah.
This whole storyline just grew on me from what we see later, and just like the way they've done the Flash Sideways in general. So I like how they did this. You know, had a really clear direction, and they got to the right note at the end. You know, unlike the Substitute.
Yeah.
You know, the scene with him and his son is really good. I also liked the little thing where Dogen pops up, and the fact that we get to see Dogen and his son, you know, in the episode before they explain what the backstory is there.
Totally.
And that was woven in very nicely.
So do you think, I'm wondering, are we supposed to think that in this timeline, Dogen's son doesn't play baseball?
It looks that way.
Kind of doesn't happen.
He plays the piano instead.
Yeah.
So he didn't have baseball practice. Also, I get the sense Dogen lives in L.A. So you know, also you know that whole Osaka story maybe didn't even have the chance to happen.
Yeah, I can see that.
So yeah, I think that's what we're supposed to think. I don't know. Yeah,
he could be in town for the audition, but
he could be. Yeah, and being a businessman, he might have had the incentive to learn English anyway. So,
yeah, totally.
So you know, it could go either way. They didn't give us a lot. I mean, it's like a few lines.
Yeah. So back on the island storyline, you know, that scene where where Hurley's looking for the kitchen and Jacob is there at the pool at the spring.
I forgot to mention, and what Kate does, there's a little throwaway line when Hurley and Miles are sitting by Saeed, and Jack comes over to talk to him about the pill, and they're like, you know, we'll be in the food court. Like I noticed that this time, because I'm like, you're going to be looking for the kitchen later, and like, is that what you mean? Like, is there a kitchen somewhere?
I guess there has to be.
It's down the hall, Hugo.
It's down the hall.
All right. Anyway, go ahead.
But yeah, when he's messing with the pool, I just wish something would have come of that. Besides him just sitting there next to the pool, I wish he would have been like, explain what was with the water, or you know, this has been tainted by the darkness, or something. It'd be nice. Yeah, it'd be nice if Hurley was like, I tried to save Saeed and it didn't work, and you know, what's up with that? You know, you tried to get me to do it, and he just died, and then he came back to life, and WTF, dude. Yeah, exactly. But Hurley definitely doesn't ask enough questions, generally speaking, with dead people.
Yeah, and I, especially with what they have him do at the end here, where, you know, when Jacob shows up at the lighthouse, he's like, you know, mission unaccomplished. Like, I got nothing done. Everything you wanted failed. The fact that he felt, you know, he seemed really upset that he hadn't done what Jacob wanted him to do, but Jacob also wanted him to bring Saeed to the temple, and, you know, I mean, maybe he considers that mission accomplished because Saeed woke up later, but
yeah, I feel like he thinks he did save Saeed because Saeed eventually is alive again.
Yeah.
So I think that part he thinks worked, at least at that point in the story.
Yeah.
Before it's clear that Saeed is bad or whatever.
Right.
Or different.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So I guess I sort of get that, but it would have been a nice chance to find out some more details.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah, it kind of just seems like it's a bit of a throwaway of Jacob looking in the water.
There's also so at the end of this when back at Claire's camp is, where she has Jen and Locke shows up, you know, it's her friend and
right.
And he's, you know, he thinks it's John and she says, "That's not John, it's my friend."
Yeah.
You know,
yeah, and then I just want to fast forward to the most recent episode where she's like, you know, that's not what John said, and she just keeps calling him John over and over again.
Yeah.
Like, don't you remember? You knew that wasn't him.
Mhm. But then she tells Jack, like, you know, that's not really John.
Yeah.
She tells somebody that, and it's just like, yeah, but didn't you think it was John? Like, isn't that why she was following him the whole time? Because she thought it was really John Locke, like somebody she knew, but then at some point she realized it wasn't him.
Right. I mean, I think he was originally appearing as Christian, and so she was following him because she thought it was her father.
Yeah. Well, I feel like you know, Christian brought her to the cabin. She was hanging out there for a while, but at a certain point she left the cabin and had to make her own home, like out in the jungle. And I feel like that's at the point where she's hanging out with John.
Well, I don't think he appeared as Locke until Locke came to the island.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that should be true.
And we did see him as Christian, like right before that. You know, when he meets Son and Frank at the barracks.
So you're saying just recently Locke shows up to Claire, and she's like, "Hey, John, I haven't seen you in 3 years." And he's like, "I'm not John."
Yeah, something like that. Also, I'm going to, because in this episode she says, you know, first my father told me and then my friend told me about, you know, the others having her baby. And then later she tells Jack, you know, did he tell you he was pretending to be our father? Like,
that's the line I meant, yeah.
Based on that, I'm left to conclude that she didn't, like, that Locke told her off screen, like, really recently. And that at the point of Lighthouse, she actually thought they were different people.
Okay, yeah, maybe that's why it was confusing.
Yeah, like, I think, you know, because he does reveal that to Jack, and so I'm thinking that at some point, you know, he just tells Claire that was him. The whole "that's not John" thing, though, is so weird.
I gotta say, I think I am a little disappointed with the reveal that Smokey was Christian. You know, I mean, I just in the sense that I want Christian to be around,
right?
As the real Christian, you know.
Yeah, I know. He was that actor is really good, and it's disappointing to not have him available. And because of the way they've set the story up that he can't change, we really can't see Christian.
Yeah.
You know, there's no, really, as far as I can tell, there's no way for Christian to really get into the story except and let Hurley sees him as a ghost. Like, that's the only way I could see actually seeing him again.
Yeah.
Because he just seems ruled out altogether. But I really would like to. It would be very disappointing to me if we never see him in season 6.
It would be disappointing.
I'm okay with Smokey being Christian in terms of the plot. Like it makes sense to me, but it's just kind of disappointing.
Mm-hmm.
I liked the idea of Smokey and Christian as a team.
Yeah, totally.
You know? So, yeah. I'm disappointed with, at least so far, with where this Claire storyline went. And with the Saeed storyline. I mean, I don't know. I feel like they failed to really fully deliver on the promise of the claimed idea. It started out with so much energy and enthusiasm, and it was interesting to see these early episodes because it really had a lot of weight. And then at a certain point, they're just kind of mulling about, and they seem pretty normal a lot of the time.
Yeah. I almost feel like they're both turning backwards, like they're getting more towards the good side.
Yeah.
Saeed more recently. But I think with Claire, I mean, yeah, the claim thing is weird because I think with Claire, most of her problem was thinking the others had her kid, and as soon as she realized that wasn't true, she got a lot more normal.
Yeah.
Pretty fast. And so that's the thing. I feel like just because you're claimed or just because, you know, there's darkness growing doesn't necessarily mean it will overtake you. And I feel like maybe that's where they might be able to get across with Saeed, you know, is that, you know, he might be able to redeem himself somehow.
Yeah. But then it's just, I mean, if they can really fight it, it just makes what Dogen was trying to do look overblown.
You
know?
Well, he didn't know any better.
Yeah.
Because like he says, he tells Saeed, he's like, I think it would be better for us all if you were dead. You know, that's just his opinion.
Right.
You know, like that's what he says. Like, I don't know, but I think you should be dead.
Right.
Because from what he knows, like it would be better. So.
Yeah.
That's the problem with Jacob and his followers and his plan overall is that no one has all the answers.
They don't really quite all know what they're doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Jacob doesn't ever tell him anything.
No, but if he has to tell him, what's the point?
Right.
What's the point if he does tell him everything? He's got to find that for himself.
Yeah.
You got anything else in the lighthouse?
I do like that shot of Jack looking at the ocean. And I like this episode. I mean, it's well
really
done.
Good.
Oh, you know what I liked? The shot of Jack in the water towards the beginning, where it kind of looks like a Photoshop effect or something. There's like rain coming down, and you see his face reflected in the water, and it sort of spreads out. What?
Always looking at his reflection in the pool.
And I don't think it's in the pool. It's in like or what do you mean by the pool?
In front of the temple.
Yeah.
When
Dogen comes out and talks to him.
Yeah.
I just really like that shot.
Everything is an option. But if you lift, I'd have to stop you.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I think I'd still like to understand a little better what the lighthouse does, but you know. As far as I can tell, the only thing the show has said about it is that Jacob used it to watch them. So I'm going to believe that's all it does until they tell us otherwise.
Yeah. Well, now that it's destroyed, I don't know what they're going to say about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, my theory is that it works. It works like a lighthouse in the sense it guides people to the destination, and somehow it keys in on a specific place or a specific point in time that's important to whoever it's trying to attract. And I guess he was trying to bring Widmore to the island. I don't know what it would have reflected if, and I honestly don't even think 108 was even. I kind of my thought rewatching this was that, you know, Jacob just told Hurley a number. Like, part of me wants to believe he really was trying to get Widmore there, There is evidence for that. But then part of me thinks he just told him 108 just sort of as an arbitrary number so that, when they moved the lighthouse, Jack would see his house and stuff. So just like it was a number that Jacob knew Jack would see the reflection, not specific. So it was almost like Jacob knew this wasn't going to get Widmore there as much as it was going to show Jack, what that was important and all that.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think that was totally the point. Also, 108 has significance in the show, so if they're going to name if they're going to name an arbitrary number,
108's important.
A little bit. Also, I think coincidentally, this is the 108th hour according to Wikipedia.
Look at that.
So that's kind of interesting in terms of using that number. So yeah, I think 108. And I mean, you have to do screen caps to see what it says on 108. I mean, they don't show it. They don't talk about it in any detail at all. So. And
if it was supposed to be Widmore, it would be a reveal that they wouldn't want to show.
Absolutely. And so I think the point was what Jacob says it was basically, and he couldn't risk them not coming. So.
Oh, that reminds me. To me, since Jack and Hurley are the only two he specifically rescued from the temple, it makes me think those are the two who will be the final candidates. Those are the two he knows that it's really down to those two. Like the other people are important, but it's really these two that have the most potential.
Well, there was nobody else, except for Saeed. Obviously, I don't think Saeed's going to be taking over for Jacob, no matter what. At this point, but they were the only two besides Saeed that were at the temple at that point. So
but considering Sawyer and Jen and Son are around and stuff, and especially considering that Alana is trying to take them to the temple,
right?
But the bad guy's coming.
No, you're right. Absolutely, yeah. No, I definitely think Jack and Hurley are the most likely candidates.
Yeah.
And Jack is definitely number one.
Yeah.
At this point. Hurley gave it a shot.
Yeah.
Because I noticed in one of these episodes they had that line from Miles where he said, something like
Hurley's in charge now, so that's great.
Yeah. Yeah. That stuck out more because of what they did later.
Yeah. All righty. Well, you want to go to Sundown?
Yes.
All right, Sundown. This might be my favorite episode of the season.
Interesting.
Yeah, I really liked it. I just rewatching it is still as good as the first several times, and there's nothing I really don't like about this episode. This is the one with the flash sideways with Saeed and Nadia, and Saeed trying to help Omer with his problems, and running into Kimi and all that stuff, and then of course culminating with finding Jen in the freezer, and then on the island, Dogan trying to get Saeed to kill Locke, and then Locke coming back to tell the people of the temple that that they're free, they can leave if they want, and then Locke coming in to kill everyone who doesn't listen.
Yeah.
It's just great. It's just great drama. You got the whole Smokey destroying the temple stuff, and then you get the classic Lost Ender with the slow motion and the music, and this is
the dark version of that.
Yeah, totally.
With fire,
which
and
I think
dead
it works
bodies,
more because it's dark. Yeah,
right.
It's better.
Yeah, instead of the sort of sentimental version.
It's not them getting off of the plane at LAX.
Right.
It's people dying.
Yeah. This is a very good episode, and I think now that I've kind of made my peace that, Saeed's going to be what he's going to be, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoy it more. I guess initially it was just depressing to me because I felt like Saeed was just descending into oblivion, and I wanted better for his character. I wanted his character to make a better choice, but it's a very effective episode, and I definitely enjoyed watching it again.
Oh, go ahead.
The highlight for me with this episode was probably the scene with Saeed and Dogan at the end when they're sitting by the pool.
Oh, man, you got to love that.
That's just really well done. Both of them are great in that scene. Dogan delivers this monologue, and Saeed sits there and listens to him. And
I think I'll stay.
Yes.
It's so great. It's such a look over here, It's such a left curveball.
Exactly.
I love that. I think I'll stay. It's just like, you're not going to stay. Like you were saying about wanting better for Saeed, I feel like they're just trying to tell us. Now, I still feel like he can be redeemed. I still feel like the final word has not been said about Saeed, but with everything that's going on and everything we've seen so far, they have made it clear that he is just this bad guy. Like you have that in Recon, I think. When they see Saeed on the monitor coming from the restaurant, the line is, "That's our bad guy."
Yes.
And it's just, they keep hitting us over the head with that. And the fact that Saeed in The Flash Sideways still was a torturer in Republican Guard.
Yeah.
I feel like that was the crux of his evil, of his bad deeds.
Yes.
And I almost feel like what we might to get out of what they're saying with this is just that, to me, it almost seems like it's not necessarily Saeed's fault that he's bad, so much as the circumstances of where he grew up and the time that he grew up. Because I feel like if he didn't grow up in Iraq, he'd have a much different life. And the fact that, like I said, in The Flash Sideways, that part of his life still seems to be the same, means to me that that was the sort of quote wrong turn or something that he took. But that was sort of inextricable from he was just in that circumstance. He could not be born somewhere else.
Right.
He could not be born during a time of like the war and that stuff and that era, So that's what's interesting to me. That it's almost like some people all they needed to do was make different choices. But some people, they couldn't. It's not even the choices that they made that were bad so much as it's the circumstances that were in that led to them being bad. So that's what's interesting to me about Saeed. It seems like he couldn't even escape it. Even in this fantasy world of The Flash Sideways, he couldn't escape being a torturer.
Yeah.
He couldn't escape his past. So it's almost like it's not his fault. Versus someone like Sawyer, who obviously, as he tells it, he had a choice between being a good guy and a bad guy. And,
right.
He goes different ways in different timelines.
Right. Right. I mean, it seems like they kind of illustrated that with the Flash Sideways story, because they have Saeed actually, I mean, Nadia sort of has to talk him down, but he does actually choose to not go after Kumi.
Exactly. He's trying to not be that guy, but he can't help but get sucked back into it.
Yeah, I mean, Omar just comes to his house and takes him away, and he really didn't have a choice about that. Once he's in the clutches of these, gangsters, I mean, I don't know that I'd be brave enough to do what he did, but it doesn't seem like it's totally out of line to shoot these people who have already severely injured your brother. They're threatening to do worse than that. Omar makes some comments about the kids. I mean, it's they did make it where Saeed was sort of forced into it in a way.
Mm-hmm. Totally.
So it's tricky. It's almost like fate is just going to make him be a killer.
Exactly. That's really my point. Is that it just seems like it's outside of himself. The situation that he's in of being the bad guy or something. Like and like I said, part of it just seems like by the nature of where he grew up.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think that's interesting. But what else in this episode?
Yeah, little did I know when I was watching this how much more Kimi we would get.
Say it again?
Little did I know when I watched this episode how much more Kimi we would get later.
Oh, totally.
Because, this scene is pretty good, but we get so much more Kimi later.
So much more Kimi.
I was amazed that they did that much, and, I don't know. This is a good reveal, though. I like how they did it, bringing him in there. They show us Omar first, and it's like, okay, maybe you kind of recognize Omar, but you're not necessarily thinking, okay, Kimi's going to be the guy.
Totally. Like an egg? I make good eggs.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good stuff.
Kimi with his purple shirt, Omar with his purple shirt.
God, yes. And those white teeth.
Mm-hmm. Too white by half.
They really are. Just, I don't know. Whatever product you're using, stop using it. It's working.
Take a week off.
Yeah.
I still love Nadia saying no cell phones at the dinner table.
Oh, yeah.
I still love her accent with that.
Yeah, it's about 5 syllables in dinner table.
It is. It's great. It's awesome. And the scene, probably one of my favorite scenes ever in Lost. It's sort of just non-action scenes of just when the kids find a picture of Nadia, and then, Omar is around the corner on the phone, and then Saeed just looks up, and then everyone's just frozen. Even the kids know something's wrong. That's what I love about that scene is no one says anything. Everyone feels attention. Even the kids are not oblivious to the fact that something just happened, and they just hold on that moment, and it's so well done.
Yeah.
And nothing really comes of it. It just,
No.
But just the tension there is so great.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really just a setup, I think, the later scene when Saeed and Nadia talk and, she says that thing about how he pushed her towards his brother and he says he didn't deserve her. And that's sort of the setup for that, I think, to show that he still cares about her even though, she's married to his brother.
Yeah, totally. The Saeed Dogan fight was one of the best.
Oh God, yeah.
And what I wanted to bring up was, and this tickles me so much. Saeed is just like his fighting style is so crazy in this scene. He's just like throwing everything he can at Dogan, literally. He's throwing everything he can. And it looks to me he even manages to throw the bowl that Dogan ground up the poison in. Like he even threw that at Dogan. Like he hit Dogan with that bowl.
Oh wow.
And I'm just like, that's so awesome that the bowl he made poison to kill you actually got to throw at him.
Yes. I think I know what you're talking about. I remember when he throws something that looks like a bowl. I was like, what is that?
Yeah, that's a little. I don't know. What
okay.
I don't know if it's. I think there's a word for that. I don't know what it's called, but besides bowl,
mortar or something.
Yeah.
Pestle, mortar and pestle.
Something like that.
Pestle and mortar. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a pharmacist.
Yeah, me either. Play one on TV. Yeah, I just love that. I love this fighting scene. He's just like jumping and diving, and like half of his moves are evasion.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of dodge, a lot of like put objects between me and Dogan, throw objects towards Dogan to impede his progress.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of that. And he makes use of the whole room. Like they just
whole room, and that's what also I like is like he's destroying this guy's office.
Yeah,
like I just love the idea of you want to fight me? Fine, I'm going to tear your shit up.
Yeah. No, that was a good fight. Definitely.
Yeah.
Classic scene. I'm glad they gave us that. That was a good place for that.
It was great for Dogan. It was great for Saeed. Like it made them so much better. And
I never really would have known whether Dogan could, be physical like that if they hadn't shown us that.
Yeah, for a businessman, he knows a lot of martial arts.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like I don't know, maybe that's an other thing or something. joining the other. Like Juliet had some moves too.
Yeah.
Like that maybe when he was a businessman he didn't necessarily, but he sort of got that ability. Because he definitely. I mean, to hold your own with Saeed, you got to sort of know what you're doing. You
got to know what you're doing to hold you. Yeah, I agree with that.
So I mean, he did a pretty good job. It was also interesting just to watch the Dogan story play out, knowing where the end point was, to see what they did with him. It's for a minor character. I think he came off really well. It was from introducing him as the guy who speaks through a translator but doesn't have to. To finally finding out his backstory, right? It's the seconds before he dies.
Mm-hmm.
It was as far as like background characters for season 6, it'll be one of my favorites.
Yeah, definitely.
It was, and this was a good episode for him as well as Saeed.
Yeah. Anything else with this episode?
I still think it's weird, like what the others think is going on. Like I wonder. Again, I'm probably getting too technical about it, but like the people at the statue, do they? I mean, they know that this guy Locke like came back and took a group of them to see Jacob, and then this group at the temple knows that Jacob's dead. And it just seems like they should see that there's some connection between those two, and then they hear that there's this man outside, and then they see, oh, it's Locke, the guy who led a group to Jacob, and then he ended up dead. Like I'm just confused why they're so like.
I don't think a lot of the others know. Oh yeah. Well, now I'm getting really confused. The others at the temple weren't the others who Locke was leading.
I think some of them were. I mean,
some of them might have been.
The ones who decided to leave, like Cindy.
I forget where that group came from. What did he do? He went over.
He sends Saeed in there and says, you have until sundown to leave or you die.
No, I mean before that, the group that he leads to the statue.
Yeah, that's the part that's confusing to me, because like there's definitely some straggler others there.
Yeah.
When he leaves, when he says I'm disappointed in all of you, he's not just talking to Alana and Frank and Son and Ben. He's talking to this group, and I don't know what happens to them because they sort of disappear. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they disappear. Maybe we're supposed to believe they went to the temple.
That's what I was thinking. Because then if they go to the temple, they can say,
They won't. They won't. No. Don't even go there. Some lowly others are going to tell others. No. They're not talking. I won't even entertain that idea.
Okay.
That's not. Yeah. No. But I do think it is weird that they decide to blindly follow a man who has an opposite idea of what to do than Jacob ever did, and
right.
And they seem to be blissfully unaware of the fact that Jacob had a nemesis.
Right.
And I think it is weird that they just decide. That it almost does seem like he's valid in trying to give them an option of what to do with their lives, of saying, okay, you don't have to serve Jacob anymore, because it did seem like they tacitly agreed that we were just here because of Jacob. We didn't really want to be here. We didn't really want to serve him. And now that he's gone, we really don't have with the idea of the military, it just seems like they didn't fundamentally believe in what they were doing. They were just doing it because Jacob was around and they had this, they were sort of forced to in a way.
I mean, maybe we're supposed to think that. I'm sort of taking Cindy as the typical example of someone who leaves, and she just seemed concerned with the fact that they weren't safe there.
Exactly.
Because Jacob wasn't.
Exactly.
Because Jacob
Cindy.
was dead.
Take Cindy. She doesn't say. That's exactly my point is. She doesn't say, oh, Jacob is dead, we have to protect the island no matter what.
Right.
She said,
but she also didn't say, "Yay, we're free. Let's go home." It was really, "I don't want to stay." Like she asked, "What happens if we stay?"
That's what I meant. That she wasn't. They didn't make it seem. I mean, it's not like they were there against their will so much as they were really just there, by circumstances, and they were just going along with the flow, versus them really being invested in what they're doing.
Right.
Like I said, like Cindy doesn't say, we got to stay here and fight the evil, or we have to, even if they don't even know about that, like, we got to stay here because Jacob wanted us. Like, they don't say that. They say,
well, I mean, I think
someone else has an idea.
Yeah.
Well, some of them do say, and really that's just so people can die, right?
Well, okay. But I mean, I think also, like, Bram's group, hears your free speech and doesn't go along with it. So I think, like, there are supposed to be some others who are committed and who are willing to just stay there.
Of course, Dogan and yeah. Obviously, there are people who know certain things who are more committed, but it just seems like the others in general, the general sort of lot, will just go with whoever has the better plan. Whoever claims they can protect them, or whoever.
Right. Yeah.
But they're not really invested in what's going on so much as. Yeah, they're just caught up in the circumstances.
Yeah, it definitely comes across that way. I'm just so confused with the whole thing of, there's a man outside and Jacob's dead and you have until sundown to leave or you die, and then the black smoke comes and kills them, and it's like, this guy, who is this guy? He just knew that stuff. Like, Why is Jacob's dead? Why is he telling us we're free and trying to? I feel like from the other's point of view, this should be really strange.
Well, yeah, Cindy should be questioning the fact that, because Locke told them, that the black smoke killed everybody there.
Yeah.
And, and Emma and the kid were upset.
Right.
But it's like, yeah, they really should be wondering. But that's the thing. I guess they think he's Locke. Like Cindy thinks that's Locke. So I guess she's not worried about his motives or something.
I guess
she's not
so,
thinking
and I
he's
guess
evil.
they just don't know that a group of others went with Locke to Jacob's foot, and then mysteriously Jacob was dead shortly afterwards. Yeah,
exactly. And they weren't asking how Jacob died either.
Right. Yeah, it's like it just happened, and they don't need to know why.
Shouldn't that be like saying someone comes up to you and it's like, yeah, God's dead. You want to come with me? I mean, maybe not that much, but it should be along the same lines.
Something close to that, yes.
Yeah, and they just don't seem to be that. They say, "Oh, he's dead. Well, we gotta leave because we're not safe."
Yeah,
like, it seems to be like, what? Our spiritual leader's gone? Like,
right?
Right.
Strange. I mean, this guy who. We know he's been there at least as long as Richard has. They really should be more shocked, I think, that he's dead.
Yeah, that the fact that he can even die should be like, at least something that they didn't even know for a fact could be true.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. The others seem to just be people who are brought to the island, and for the most part, like Jacob doesn't talk; he just talks to Richard, and I guess they go along with what they're told, but I guess they were just brought there, so they're not necessarily, not all of them at least fully committed to it.
Well, yeah, by the way, they hightailed it out of there.
Right. And immediately began following the guy who killed Jacob or wanted to kill Jacob.
They have no idea who that guy is. It's not like it's in the middle of the circumstances where your leader is mysteriously dead and someone else has a different plan for you, and you're just not suspicious.
Yeah.
You're not wondering, okay, can I trust this guy?
And they knew that the black smoke was going to come to the temple and kill everybody there at sundown. Like, isn't that a little weird, too?
Yeah.
To me, I know I'm watching the show, but to me, I would say I would be suspicious that they were in control of the black smokes in some way, that they.
Yeah, again, I would want that question to be raised, like, how do you know the smoke monster was going to be there? And then he could just say, he didn't have to explain how he knew, but he can say, again, I was trying to protect you guys.
Right.
That's why I wanted you guys to get out of there.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
that reason can go really far. You know?
Right. Right. For,
I mean, look
for
at
them,
Ben,
that can work.
You know, Ben trying to brainwash,
Carl.
what's his name? Carl, yeah. You know, he's trying to protect Alex, you know.
Right. Right.
So I want to bring up something here. I did not notice this the first couple times I watched this episode, but I want to bring up go to film here. Go to a film clip because you're gonna have to see this to see what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
But in the scene when at the end when Kate tries to go rescue Claire, and Smokey comes into the room. And Kate falls down, and she's hanging about the ladder, and Smokey flies above.
Yeah.
There's one shot where you see, it's an up shot where you see Smokey go by, and Kate is kind of looking. And you hear this sound of like kind of like a scream, but like not really a scream. And then you see this image in Smokey flash up. Like you see this flash of some sort of image. And to me, what I gather from this, it looks like, for lack of a better term, it looks like a soul or something is in Smokey that flashes. And if you kind of watch it with that respect, after that happens, it cuts to Kate and she reacts like you know. And to me, I feel like she's seen Smokey before, and I feel like she's almost reacting like she's seeing something she hasn't seen. So maybe you can look at that and tell me if you get what I get out of it.
Yeah, I'm having trouble running it.
It said like 3. Let me see.
My computer hung up on me.
37, like 37 minutes and 28 seconds, something like that. You see this flash of something that is not in any other parts of Smokey, and it correlates, like I said, with the sound cue. And I don't know what they're trying to tell us or if that was just a design or something, but it stuck out to me when I saw it this time.
Yeah, I guess I got different time codes because my 3728 is Alana talking to...
Sorry, 38.
Oh, 38?
No.
Oh, there goes Kate. Okay, there we go.
Yeah. It's just, it's right, you'll see it. They do a close-up of her right afterwards.
Okay.
And if you look at Smokey, you'll see this thing flash.
I want to hear that. Yeah. No, I think I've seen that before. Yeah, I remember looking at this. I think what's going on there is that's one of the others that he's carrying along with him. He's picked up one of the others in his cloud, and he's sort of flying them through the air.
Really? Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. I never thought of Smokey as someone who would carry them. He always seems to just bash them and leave them on the ground.
Yeah, that's true. But he can sort of pick people up. He doesn't usually have people in the cloud, but I think that's what that's supposed to be.
Okay. It made me think it was more of the fact that he can change into other people and have their memories and stuff. I thought it was sort of an image of, this idea of a person that one of the people that he's copied or something that sort of lives in him, just in terms of the memories or the whatever.
Yeah.
That's why I call it a soul, but not really their soul, but just whatever he's absorbed of these people.
A sort of image thing. Yeah.
Because it looked, it didn't look, I don't know, it's weird. But anyway, that stuck out to me.
Yeah, no, I remember when this episode came on, I remember seeing some screen caps of that little thing, and at the time I came to the conclusion it was one of the others.
Okay.
So I mean I don't know that that's the case, but that's my guess.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I think that's all I have for Sundown.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's all I have for Sundown as well.
Oh, wait, there's some more.
Okay.
So this whole idea of being able to stab Locke and somehow that kills him or something, again, part of me feels like that just shouldn't be true. It seems like if you could, if Jacob could have killed the evil, then that should have been his plan from all along.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if there's a way to get rid of the evil, then you don't need the island.
Yes.
You just need to kill the evil.
Yes.
Which seems like it's like killing energy or destroying energy or something. It's like you can't really do that.
Right. Add to that the fact that I think he actually was trying to get Saeed killed.
Mhm.
So.
Well, but I mean, just this idea of like when Man in Black tells Richard this story about stabbing someone with that special knife before they talk, and that sort of kills. Like just that idea. I mean, they keep saying that, so I feel like there's some truth to that somewhere. Even though I don't know what the truth is, but I feel like that they're trying to tell us something. Something is true about that. About stabbing them before they talk does something, but it just seems to me like, in this case, it just can't be that would have killed him. And even if it did kill him, where would the evil go?
Yeah.
What would happen to the evil that's in him or something? So yeah, I definitely think that scene was just about him trying to kill Saeed. But the fact that this ritual seems to be based on something, it just makes me think of what could it be?
Right, yeah. I mean, the first we've seen of it was the Man in Black who came up with it.
Mm-hmm.
And was he right? Like, would that work on Jacob? I mean, I don't even know. Of course, the one example we have, the only example we're going to get of Jacob being killed, that didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a different knife. He did talk. He said a lot, in fact, before he was killed. So there's, based on that, it seems like the story isn't true.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what they're doing with that. Really, it's a mystery to me.
Yeah.
Because all the evidence we have is that it doesn't work, but they show it to us twice, and there must be a point.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like there's some truth to that idea, even if the details are wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like it's connected to that thing they had Claire say about how you let him talk to you when you're with him now.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like it's related to that.
Definitely.
But again, I still don't know what they're doing with that. So there's some idea there. I'm assuming they will, by the end of the season, I hope we'll have a better idea of what that's about, because I do think they've done enough with that over time that they need to pay it off.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they have to explain that knife.
Like, I really wonder,
same knife.
Where did MIB get that knife?
Mm-hmm.
And how did he come up with the story? Like, that's very mysterious.
Yeah.
Because after that, like, I can just say, like we said on the podcast, I think, like, Richard just told this story to Dogen one night or something, and, and so Dogen just repeats it to Saeed, and it doesn't necessarily work on MIB. It's really a thing about Jacob, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, the Miles to Son, where's your husband?
What?
Yeah. Oh, and then Saeed telling Ben, when Ben says, "Come on, Saeed, there's still time," and Saeed goes, "Not for me."
Yes.
Love that. Top 10.
Yes, that was a great moment.
Ben backing out slowly.
Slowly run.
All right, I guess that's it That's all I got.
Oh, and I also really like, and like isn't quite the right word, when Alana bursts in the door, knocking Miles over.
Yeah. That's
fantastic.
So great. That whole sequence of the panic at the temple is just great. Every scene is just great in that stuff.
Yeah.
Miles is just a little guy, I guess. We talked before, I think, off podcast about the fact that like Kate knocks him down when in LAX when after she gets down off the tree and after the explosion and stuff, she runs into Miles.
His ass. It's great.
Yeah, she tags him to the ground.
Yeah, you're right. Miles is he's just a little. What can he do? He just gets knocked over by the ladies constantly.
Yeah, I love it a lot. I busted the door, cocked the gun, and she's just not even concerned that he's on the ground,
Yeah.
Like, she just looks around and she's like, well, what's going on?
Yeah. She's doing her mission. Yeah, them bursting in the door was also just crazy out of nowhere. Like
Ben, that shot of Ben saying he's going to look Saeed. It's
he's
so
weird.
He's
not there. It's like
he's so not there. Yeah.
You guys shot that on like another day or something.
Yeah, that was a pickup shot. Like, they were like, you know what? We didn't really get a shot establishing Ben in here.
Yeah.
Coming in and cut the Ben, and it's just like, where is Ben coming from?
I'll get him. Yeah, it's like there's no direction where he could be.
Yeah, it's great.
That's that.
And I think the fact that, the whole thing with Saeed and Ben at the end, I think it has extra special meaning considering what Ben put Saeed through.
Yes.
In season 4.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, Ben and Saeed have a very, very amazing history together.
Mm-hmm.
Starting with Saeed shoots Ben as a kid, and and then Saeed is the one who originally, gets Henry Gale and interrogates him. And,
what was the line? He says, if I ever work for Benjamin Linus, shoot me. Or what was that line?
I would have sold my soul.
Yeah, that's what it is. I would have sold my soul.
Yes. The day I start trusting him or something. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's... And then that thing when he asked Alana if she's working for Ben, which I think we can say now is not true.
Wow, yeah, totally not true.
In case that's still a mystery anyone was thinking about.
Why would anyone work for Ben like that? I did. Not a reason, but thanks for the info.
Yeah. Yeah, and I also just have to say, like, I think Ben was a big catalyst, even though he played into Man in Black's hand. He also was a big catalyst for getting, some of the other key people on the plane. Like he was definitely a big thing with Jack. He hired the lawyer, and that helped Kate along. And he also used the lawyer to get Hurley out of jail.
Yeah.
And he got Saeed to L.A. even though Saeed didn't trust him. So. I mean, I just think Ben was a lot better at getting them to come back than Locke was.
Yeah.
Like, he was so much more effective.
Well, he didn't go around and ask them to come back.
Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, and like, Ben was willing to do stuff, like, also Son, like, Ben was willing to do stuff that Locke wasn't willing to, and also not even able to do. Like, Ben had a network. Ben had resources.
Yeah.
So I just feel like Ben was the guy for that job.
Yeah.
And Locke just had nothing. Come back to the island with me.
No thanks, crazy man.
You sound like a crazy man.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. So yeah, anyway. Neither here nor there with this episode, but that Ben and Saeed scene definitely is sort of a culmination. Like Ben really corrupted Saeed, and somehow this is like an apotheosis of that.
Yeah, he's seen the consequences of that.
Yeah.
Oh, Dr. Linus.
And we still don't know what happened with Nadia and Widmore's people that he was having Saeed kill, and all that stuff is still really...
Yeah, he was protecting the Oceanic Six, right?
I guess.
Or he was protecting the people on the island. Right? Like, I don't know what he was doing. He killed a lot of people, and we're not really sure why.
Yeah, who were the people, and
Here's
what
another
was
question.
the point?
Alana tells Saeed, she's taking him to Guam because he, on behalf of the Avellino family.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But she's really doing this because Jacob told her.
Right.
So that means Jacob knows about him killing the Avellino guy?
I guess that's a logical inference.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jacob knows. I don't know why, but he knows.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he saw it in the lighthouse.
Of course. All right. You ready for Dr. Linus?
Yes.
All right. Episode 7, Dr. Linus. Everyone knows what this episode was about.
That's your episode description.
That's my recap. Everyone knows, right? So the Flash Sideways stuff, been trying to help Alex get into Yale, the only school that ever mattered.
Yes.
Apparently.
Yes.
And trying to make a play for principal with the help of Locke a little bit. And then on the island, what's going on the island? This is when Richard has his crisis. He wants to kill himself. And goes to the Black Rock. And
for the first time since he arrived there.
Yeah, he never went to the Black Rock ever. And it's like, part of me wants to believe that. I guess I would never want to go back there, but but it just seems strange.
Yeah. Yeah.
What was that one line he says? Like, at some point he tells someone, like, he tells them that he's been around longer than they can possibly imagine.
Yeah.
It's only like 150 years or something like that. It's
my
like,
whole life, longer than you can possibly imagine.
Yeah, just like it's
130 years is longer than I can imagine.
Yeah, it's not really that much, I think most people can imagine living to 100. So it's like, it's 30 years after that, man.
Yeah. If he told us, like, thousands or something, maybe I could start buying longer than I can imagine.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about a range that people, I don't think anyone's lived quite that long, but people have gotten in the neighborhood.
Pretty close.
It's just not,
Mm-hmm.
It's not that crazy. It's like people should be living that long here in, 20 years or so or something.
Hey, you know what? I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, and I'll say this, which is giving him so much benefit of the doubt, which is that the life expectancy in his time period, being the part of the area he was from or something, and in his time period was probably not that long. So
maybe that's a good point.
So he's probably lived for 3.5 or 4 times longer than his life expectancy at that, or something like that.
Yeah.
3 to 4 times as long as the life expectancy that he would have had.
That's true.
Not that people today would have.
Right.
But that's like I said, giving him a
lot of leeway. Yeah, because I think he knows. I mean, we've seen him in the outside world. I think he knows people live longer than that now. But
yeah, he does.
But yes, that's a sort of reasonable answer, I think.
Yeah, that's the best I can do for that.
Yeah. It worked.
Yeah. What else is going on the island?
Minor thing on that. Oh, did you finish your recap?
Well, I was trying to figure out what else was going on the island.
Alana asked Ben to dig his grave.
Alana, makes Ben dig his own grave, and then we get the great scene with Ben and Alana. I'll have you. Oh man, so good.
Yes, that's the Ben and Alana scene is one of my top 10 for this season.
Definitely top 10. So great. Everyone in purple.
Yeah. Is Ben wearing purple? In that scene?
No, I think his shirt I think it's got a purple, it's like stripes, and I think some of the stripes look purple, but it's not obviously purple.
And Alana's not even wearing her purple shirt yet. She's wearing that red shirt.
Well, no, I consider what she's wearing purplish, because her vest is like a blue-purple, and her top, her like blouse is like a reddish purple.
Oh, okay.
So I still consider that purple.
Okay.
It's in the purple family, but it's it's not exactly purple.
Okay. Yeah, because she changes into a totally hardcore regular purple shirt pretty soon after this.
Yeah, totally.
This is her like uniform for most of the show until like very close to her death.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, it's weird she's wearing the vest so much, and in the of course in the and the Flash Sideways when she's a lawyer, she's wearing that suit, and I feel like that's her fashion sense is similar.
Yes. Yes, I could see that. That makes sense. Yeah, it was weird seeing her in that pantsuit.
A lot of it was great. Zulanka Robinson, man, I will watch anything she's in after this.
Yes.
She was just fantastic from beginning to end.
Totally agree. She's right up there, probably even a little above Dogen as far as like background characters.
Yeah, I'd say a little above.
For this show, she because she was in season 5 too, so she got more, and we got to know her more. But still, yeah, absolutely, very good. Because really, I mean, Michael Emerson is of course fantastic in that scene at the end, but she's doing a lot of the work as well of making that scene work. Like it wouldn't be as good if she weren't doing her half of it.
Yeah, totally.
She has very short lines, but she does a lot with them. Just why? And it's just one word.
Part of me thinks the action she's doing really helps.
Yeah.
I feel like it I don't know, it gives her this extra weight to what she's saying somehow.
The accent, yeah.
The accent,
yeah. Yeah, I see that. It does see. I didn't even really realize that she was doing an accent until.
It's subtle.
Yeah, it is. Until we heard her in the most recent episode, and it was like, holy shit, that's an American accent.
Yeah. And
it didn't sound like Alana.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh wow, she doesn't normally sound like that, so she must be doing an accent. That was really shocking. But yeah, you're right. It's a weird thing. It's not like Dinner Table. No,
it's supposed to be like a Russian accent or something, but it's just a little bit. It's just a little bit. And honestly, most of it just seems like she's just enunciating a lot of things really specifically. Like when you listen to how she talks, like it seems like a lot of it just comes from how she enunciates things more than, sort of an accent she's putting on the words.
Yeah.
But something that stood out to me in the scene when she spoiler alert, in the scene where she explodes. What? If you listen to that scene, I listened to it, and it seems like she's not doing her accent anymore. Again, like we're saying, it is a subtle accent anyway. But if you listen to that scene where she's explaining, everything she's saying up until the point where she dies, it's like I don't really hear her accent at all anymore. It seems like she drops it. But anyway. And I didn't know if maybe the reason for that was because, she filmed the Flash Sideways stuff around that time, or, she got out of doing that, or I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe she had some kind of Saeed problem where it just kind of drifted away.
Yeah, it just kind of, I did not really hear her accent at all,
Yeah. I didn't really notice in the way I did in the Flash Sideways. So I feel like she's still doing something, but maybe she's doing less than she normally does.
Yeah, you have to listen to it. You listen to it and see if she sounds like what she used to sound like. And to me, she sounds more like she's not really doing an accent. Okay. But anyway, it's subtle to begin with. So yeah. But all right. So what do you have for this episode? Yeah, I had a realization that I'm just a sucker for behind-the-scenes school drama. That's something I just find inherently compelling. Interesting. Because I just, I'm totally on board. Attention? With like
the teachers in the faculty lounge, and the principal wants them to do this, and he finds out some information about what they did, and I just like those kinds of stories.
Mhm. Did you ever watch Boston Public?
No.
Oh, it's about teachers.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was a hospital show.
No, it's about teachers.
Maybe I'm thinking of Boston Legal, although that's not
Boston Legal.
Not about a hospital either.
Is it Boston Public? No, that sounds wrong.
I've never heard of what you're talking about, so I don't know.
There was some school show. I feel like it's Boston Public, but that sounds like I'm just ripping off of Boston Legal.
Right, that's why I was surprised it was Boston Public.
Yeah, no, Boston Public, here it is.
Oh.
2000, David E. Kelly. Yeah, I never watched it, but I remembered it because Jerry Ryan, who plays 7 of 9 in Voyager, she went to that show after Voyager was over.
Oh.
So it always stuck in my head, but I never watched it. But it is about faculty members and drama. But it's supposed to be pretty good. Like all the stuff that's going on.
Oh wow.
So if you're interested in school drama, there it is.
I might have a show that I need to watch. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've ever heard of this show. I've heard of Boston Legal. I don't remember hearing of Boston Public. It was on Fox. Yeah. I guess this came on during a period of time where I wasn't watching TV, so
yeah. I
just missed the boat. All right. Show to check out.
There it is.
But yeah, this one again, much like Jack's, I think this Flash Sideways, maybe even more so. Like the way it illustrated the point it wanted to make about Ben was just really good.
Yeah.
I really love the idea of this story and what it represents for him on the island.
Yeah.
What?
Go ahead. Were you done?
Pretty much.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, I agree with you, and I like that stuff. I just feel like the little things bother me, like, just the little things of why Yale, and the reason, the idea that if Ben was principal, like, he couldn't have saved her Yale recommendation by not only being principal and giving her a good recommendation, and being her teacher and giving her a good recommendation, but by saying, hey, this former principal Reynolds, who was trumped on, who was kicked out for misconduct, like, I just feel like some of the details about the choices been made, I don't really like, because I feel like the details don't really support that. But the larger point that they're making about his character and the choice, and he doesn't even see, that's the thing. I guess that's what they're saying, is he doesn't risk Alex's career, her future career, for his own personal gain, even if he could have got both. He doesn't even try to risk it.
Yes.
Whereas on the island, of course, he does risk it.
Right.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like I said,
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, the big picture really does work, but it's some of the little things that don't work for me that well. And some of the scenes, Alex and Ben studying, and some of the scenes I just like, okay, I want to skip this. There's not a lot here, once you've seen them 3 or 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, in general, it does work well.
Yeah. I still enjoy that stuff. Even you bring the coffee and isn't that totally gross? And he's like, totally. I enjoy those scenes. I think I agree with what you're saying as far as the details not really adding up. But what I was going to say about the island thing is, he did try to save her. His way of trying to save her was saying, I don't care about her, so using her as a hostage isn't going to work.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to be practical with Kimi.
Well, he definitely tried to save her, but he risked her life.
Yes, but he risked her life. That's what I was saying. Like that it sort of works. Like, because he he did try to have it all, basically.
Yeah, exactly. And this way, he instead of trying to have it all, trying to have both outcomes, he was like, I'd rather just Alex be 100% secure than the risk that, I be secure and I could help her, but it may not work out that way.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, and I think it hits that point nicely, and since I'm just inherently sort of interested in this kind of story, putting Ben in this story, who is such a good character, just really hit the nail on the head, as they say.
Yeah.
So
I say that.
As far as like the Flash Sideways goes, I think this one was the most. The most successful is sort of pulling together, like, the idea of the character, paralleling it with the original story, and, what they have going on the island at the same time, like Ben.
And with, European history with Napoleon, right?
And with European history, yes. There's a lot going on, exactly. The only thing I can say about it that maybe I don't like is that it's kind of a self-contained thing, it doesn't really fit into the overall story very much.
Yeah.
It's really just a little mini movie about Ben.
Yeah.
That you could kind of put, as a side story or something. Still confused about why Locke was able to snap that ankle thing off of him.
Man, I rewatched it again. I'm like, what did you do? And he flips his little finger and it just opens. And I'm just like, you shouldn't know.
Yeah.
Why didn't he just produce a wrench?
Right.
Obviously Alana was over there, but I mean, it just seems like that would still be sort of like, well, how did he know?
Right.
But yeah, he just used that power, which he hasn't used since.
Right.
Seems like that would come in handy with certain things.
I want to see him snap his fingers and knock over the pylons, for example.
Or like when Zoe comes in and she says, show them what we're capable of, and they blow up the thing, he should be like, let me show you what I'm capable of, and he makes her glasses fly off her face, or whatever thing he can do with his telekinesis, again with Zoe, I tell you, she is so much more interesting without the glasses. Every time she's got the glasses on, I'm like, I don't like you. She just looks fake somehow. She just looks phony.
I agree. It's like those glasses seem like prop glasses.
Yeah, they just seem like props. Yeah.
They don't suit her very well. It just seems like, I don't know, it seems like they should have picked a different pair that looks like she actually wears those.
Yeah.
Instead of it being a costume.
I think they wanted to make her, sort of nerdy or geeky or scientist looking, but you don't need glasses for that,
No.
Dan didn't wear glasses.
Or at least, give her a less silly-looking pair of glasses.
Yeah.
Because I think she could probably pull off some pair of glasses.
Mm-hmm.
Just those are bad. I don't like looking at them.
And people in the audience who have those glasses are going to return them right now. But I wear those glasses. Well, sorry.
I still kind of like the Richard and Jack scene, but I do think that it's kind of overshadowed by other stuff that they do later.
Yeah, that scene didn't have the same impact to me. When I watched it this time, it was, I don't know why. I don't know why. It was like, it still was a good scene, but it didn't have the same impact.
I mean, at the time, we still didn't know Richard's backstory, and I think it was just more exciting to jump into this situation. I mean, they're sort of telling us a little bit about Richard. I like it from Jack's point of view, but again, he's sort of done stuff like this in other scenes, and so it doesn't sort of push that, character any further than who's already gone, really. I mean, it sort of does, I guess, because it's Dynamite, but yeah, I agree. That scene didn't age as well for me.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It didn't turn bad or anything. It's just it sits weird because the rest of the episode is the Ben mini movie.
Mhm.
And then there's just that thing in the middle. Oh, I had a thing about this when Richard comes out and meets Hurley and Jack, and they say, "Where were you?" And he says, "You wouldn't believe me if I told you."
Mhm.
I think I know. I think what he means is he was with Locke.
Like when Locke had put him up in the tree and all that. And
yeah. Yeah.
Okay, but what did we think it was before? I remember I thought it was the temple. Because he has to know about the temple, because he tells them like whatever
he
you're looking for
did
there.
go to the temple as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that should be part of it too.
Yeah.
But you're saying Locke just in terms of when Locke was talking to him?
Yeah. Basically, just because Locke is dead and he's the smoke monster, like that's why he said, like, that's the more outlandish thing than I was at the temple where you've already been and what's the big deal?
Well, everyone's dead there.
Yeah. Okay, but like, I wouldn't believe you that you were at the temple. Like, I don't know.
Well, come on. Are you longer than you can possibly imagine? I mean, Richard is known for hyperbole, right?
Okay. You're right. Yeah. I just want to throw out Locke as a possible.
That's a good one. No, that's valid. I'm trying to think though. But I hate these questions. Does Richard know Locke is the smoke monster at that point?
Yeah.
How does he know that?
Because he knows that Locke is MIB because he
says,
that's
right. He knows
good to see you out of those chains, and MIB told him he was the smoke monster. So.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah.
Richard was weird in that scene anyway, because Hurley's like, no, the temple's this way. Jack's like, no, it's this way. And Richard's like, you're both wrong, it's this way. But Richard's just like lying.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if any of them. I wonder if they were. I guess Jack's supposed to be right.
I think Jack was right. I think he they're all good enough to track themselves on the island and be able to I think they have their bearings down really well.
I guess Hurley's trying to keep Jack away from the temple.
Exactly.
Stalling, and Richard's going to lead him to the Black Rock.
Yeah.
So yeah, Jack's probably right then.
Yeah, Jack should be right.
This is weird. They're all like doing their own thing for their own reason. Yeah. I don't know why Hurley couldn't just tell Jack, like, he was a little vague about it. Like, Jacob said there was someone bad going to the temple. We should stay away from there.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to be happy telling Jack other things Jacob says.
Yeah, exactly.
And he didn't seem to want to...
he kind of hinted at it. Like, well, he did more than hint at it.
Yeah.
I mean, he said it. He outright said it.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
That's Hurley being Hurley. So here's a question that you might not have an answer for, but it'll be fun to speculate.
Okay.
Why hasn't Ben left the island already? Why hasn't he just gone to the Orchid and turned the donkey wheel and gotten off the island?
Why would he want to do that?
Well, so he could save himself and escape. But, I mean, he tells Miles, he can get off, he has a way off the island. I figured that's the only way he has off the island.
Oh.
Surefire way that he has.
Yeah, okay.
So I feel like that's what he was talking about, yet he hasn't actually done it.
That's true.
And obviously this isn't the same Ben, this isn't, this is post Alex being killed Ben, so he's a little less self-centered.
True.
But it just seems like if he was really worried about, if he didn't really care what was going on and was worried about his own life, that he would have just hightailed it to the Orchid.
Yes, I can see that. Yeah, I mean, he really didn't try that. He sort of just went along with Alana's group. He tried to just lie about the fact that he killed Jacob. But once that was exposed, he had the chance to leave and go with Locke. I guess that's another way to try to leave the island. And doesn't want to do that. So, and he goes with Richard, who is planning to go blow up the plane. So, I get the sense he's going to try to stop MIB from leaving the island. But if he's going to do anything like going to the Orchid, I think he'll do it now that he's with that smaller group.
It seems like he's invested in Jacob's plan, even though he just killed Jacob.
Yeah.
You know, that's what scares me. It seems like his guilt for killing Jacob is now making him want to do this. But
Yes, I think you're right. It's like he's even more committed to Jacob now that he killed him.
Yeah, and really the answer of why Ben hasn't gone to the Orchid and turned the wheel is because, well, then he'd get off the island, and they don't want him off the island.
Of course. Yeah.
But it just dawned on me when he told Miles, like, I can get you that money, I can get off the island. I'm like, yeah, you can. Why are you still here then?
Right. Yeah. I'm not sure exactly. I guess that's it. I mean, he'd just go to Tunisia.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think it's kind of a desperation move.
Yeah.
Just so he can avoid getting, murdered.
Yeah, totally. So I wrote down, what stops Jack and Richard from dying?
Well,
especially considering that Jacob is dead.
Right. The island, I guess.
The island.
The island's not done with Jack.
So
or Richard, seemingly.
Okay, well, that's a good answer. It doesn't mean anything, but it's what the show would tell us. So
I know
that's good.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
I
do think there's a sense that the island, the island itself has some kind of stake in this.
Yeah.
Beyond Jacob and Man in Black. So, it seems to me like the same kind of thing that was happening with Michael when he was trying to kill himself.
Mm-hmm.
Which I agree. Seems like that should be connected with Jacob or something, but...
Yeah, because I was going to say, would you agree that all of the candidates who've been touched by Jacob can't kill themselves? Or do you think it's more of who the island isn't done with can't kill themselves?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Or is it kind of both? I mean, if Jacob touches you, then the island is gonna want you.
Then the island's not done with you, because he wouldn't touch you if it. Yeah, that seems like the right kind of answer. It's tricky though, because I know so little about what all that means.
Yeah. Well, this is only the last season.
Of course. Why would we know anything
at
this point?
Yeah,
episode 14 of season 6.
Yeah. The last season of Star Trek Next Generation, we had no idea what they were doing, right? We didn't know what's
the mission of this ship? I don't understand.
I don't get it. What is the Enterprise supposed to do? What does Picard want? I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, there's rules, and the candidates, they are protected from being killed, seemingly. But maybe it is true that they can't kill themselves.
Mm-hmm.
But then stirring in the island just makes things muddy. That's tough. Yeah. We'll find out, maybe, sort of.
All right.
Hopefully, but I don't have an answer. I can't. I just have no idea.
So, okay, here's another little small conundrum that I think we've worked out before. But when Locke comes to Ben, when he's digging his grave and he releases him from the little chain.
Yeah.
What is he trying to do? There's three options here.
Oh God, here we go.
So basically, the setup is Locke releases Ben. He tells him, "Hey, come with me. I want you to go to the Hydra Island." He tells him that's where we're going to be, even though his group is not there.
True.
He says that's where we're going to be.
Yeah.
And he says, "Don't worry about Alana. Run to the jungle. There's a rifle there. You can get the jump on her. Don't hesitate, because she won't.
Mm-hmm.
And kill her." Okay. So is he trying to kill Ben? Kill Ben.
Mm-hmm.
By virtue of making him draw a gun against Alana, and Alana shooting him.
Mm-hmm.
B, even though she was about to kill him anyway, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
B,
right.
is he trying to kill Alana?
In fact, in a way, she sort of saves his life. He sort of saves his life by, giving Ben the opportunity to have Alana at gunpoint while he can explain himself.
Exactly, yeah.
Because she wasn't listening to him, earlier in the episode.
Yeah, because he was talking. So A, kill Ben, B, kill Alana, or C, did he just want him to go to the Hydra Island and do recon like Sawyer eventually does? Those are your three choices.
Oh.
Or D, none of the above.
Fuck.
Answer not listed.
Yeah. I'm gonna say, let's see. Yeah. I'm gonna give sort of maybe an E, like some of the above.
That sounds like a cop out.
I think that my best guess would be that I can think of right now would be that he didn't know about Widmore being over there, and I'm going to assume that he's actually, he is planning to go to Hydra. I mean, they really are going to do that, seemingly.
Mm-hmm.
He was. I mean, that was the whole point with the boat. To get them over there, and the fact that Widmore's over there just kind of, made it more problematic to go over there, more trouble.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna say that he really was just planning to be over there by the time Ben got there.
Okay.
And it just turned out that Widmore was over there, and so if Ben had actually gone there, that wouldn't have worked.
Well, but here's the thing to remember though is that yes, Locke didn't necessarily know Widmore was over there, but that's not why he sent Sawyer. He sent Sawyer to go make sure, at least what he tells Sawyer is check the Ajira crew and make sure no one, because he knew those people were there. So he was saying make sure none of the Ajira passengers were against us. So that was the original reason why he was sent over there.
Right. Although, I mean, he tells Sawyer that's not why he sent him over there.
Yeah, that is what he says later.
So I conclude that he sent Sawyer over there. I mean, it's really stupid. Like, I don't even know why he lied, but because I don't think he knew about Widmore. But I conclude that he sent Sawyer over there just to do general recon on what was going on over there, just to see what was up,
Yeah, which I think I think he would do anyway, right? Like,
yeah,
he's worried about his escape plan, so he wants to make sure no one's there with any pylons,
right?
Which there are. So
right. So maybe, I mean, obviously, like, he would care about if the passengers are over there. I mean, I don't see why. I mean, they were on the plane. I don't see why they can't just hop on the plane with him.
Well, I think he was. To me, he was saying I think he was worried about more of Bram and Alana's crew, being alive over there.
Yeah.
And I think that's the ostensibly what he was trying to get across. Even though later he's like, yeah, that's not it.
Right. Yeah, but what is it? I really don't know. Like,
back to the question: do you think Locke was trying to kill Ben? So you're leaning on. You think he did want him to go to Hydra?
Yeah. And I think he wouldn't have minded if Ben killed Alana. I think that'd be a bonus.
Well, yeah, he did leave the gun there.
Yeah.
So kill Alana was definitely something he wanted, but you don't think it was he wanted to kill Ben?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think he really realizes where Ben is at. Especially because he offers Ben the very thing that he's ready to reject.
Which is what?
Which is, like, being in charge of the island.
Well, wouldn't that be the thing Ben would want?
Well, the whole point is that, at least the point I get from the episode is the point they make in The Flash Sideways is him choosing the island / Jacob, which is to say the principal position over Alex. And, he chooses not to do that.
Yeah.
And so I think if you parallel that with what's going on the island, he chose that leadership of the island, which was for just being the leader of the others, over Alex. And I think he's in a position now where he would not, he would not want that, position anymore.
I agree with you, but I feel like what's weird about this is there's a couple weird things about what he tells Ben is that, well, he tells Ben someone's going to need to be in charge. I can't think of a better person. And Ben doesn't say, I don't want that. But nevertheless, to me, what's another thing that's weird about that is Locke doesn't want anyone behind on the island.
Right.
I don't think anyone staying behind is an option for him. So
right.
I feel like
I don't understand why he cares about that, but it does seem like that's the case.
Yeah, I just feel like he doesn't want anyone there. I feel like he doesn't want to take chances on who could take over for Jacob or who could do anything.
I think Ben's digging his own grave. He's on the verge of being murdered. I think he sees a way out, and he's not going to say, I don't want that. He's being offered something, and he's going to go along with it.
Mhm.
But
I thought you were saying he doesn't want it.
I don't think he wants it, but I think he'll take it over being shot and buried right there.
Oh yeah, totally.
What I'm saying, not that he doesn't want it that badly. I mean, he'll take that over death, but I'm saying that's not his goal anymore. Being the leader of the island.
Okay, yeah, I'll buy that.
That's what I was trying to say.
But yeah, I
basically my point is, if Smokey had said you can have Alex back, I feel like that's more what he would want to hear.
Oh, I agree with that. Well, it was as big a mistake, yeah. So I definitely agree with that. I just feel like Locke was lying anyway, though.
I do too.
I just don't think he would let anyone stay on the island.
I feel like Locke was lying. At the same time, I don't know what I don't have a good story for what he wanted Ben to do, because I'm saying he genuinely wanted to meet him on Hydra. So then he goes over there, and then what? And why does someone need to stay? Like, that just contradicts what he says to Sawyer.
Exactly.
It's just an island. It doesn't need anyone.
Yeah, exactly.
To be in charge.
He has to be lying about that.
Yeah. So it's just odd. Maybe he is trying to kill Ben. I don't even know why, though. It's because Alana's about to kill Ben herself. I don't know. That's very strange.
But maybe he was like, I don't want to give Ben the opportunity to talk himself out of Alana killing him or something.
Yeah.
Even though that's exactly what he gives him.
That's totally what he gives him. Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah.
Well, Locke hasn't seen Ben since, so I'm curious if next time they see each other, if he says something about that, or if he just makes a comment about, so I guess you put a bullet in Alana, huh? Or or whatever the outcome, or whatever Ben eventually tells him, or something.
Yeah.
All right.
I think that'll come to something. I mean, everything's converging on the Hydra, so
yeah.
Hopefully we'll see, and maybe we'll understand. I mean, when this episode came on, we had no idea what was going on the Hydra.
No.
And I actually thought he was there when he originally said this. So now that we know what the story is, it doesn't make sense.
So here's a question that I never thought of before. Is it possible in the Flash Sideways that the main island is sunk, but the Hydra island isn't?
Oh, dear. I guess it's possible. Sure.
I'm just wondering if the Hydra island is still there.
It's possible. I mean, they didn't show it or anything, but the stuff they showed was all from the main island. So
yeah,
I
mean, it's far enough away.
Yeah.
I mean, the island sinking shouldn't necessarily sink the Hydra island. So.
True. Yeah. No, you got a point. So you think they could somehow go there or something?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. If somehow they could they could get there, or I don't know.
I find it really curious how much Hydra Island there is in this season.
Right?
It's just weird. I guess
There's
because like, to me, I guess it's a good home base for Widmore. Like, it gives him, like, a secure location. But just because, like, the show is about the island, it just seems weird to spend so much time on this, like, auxiliary island.
Yeah, well, but they're connected, right? I mean, whatever the island is, it should encompass the Hydra, too.
I guess, but still, I feel like it's the main island that's sort of the more special place.
Yeah, it is.
And I just feel like I'd expect more of the action to be on the main island. Like, I just can't imagine the show ending in the Hydra Island.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know,
that's what kind of made me think of that. When you said, like, they're all converging on the Hydra, it made me think, like, they might be all on the Hydra, and then, you know, then the main island explodes or something.
Oh, I see.
You know.
Yeah. Well, that would be crazy. Oh, my God. Watching the main island explode from the... Wow.
You call that crazy.
Yeah, I know. We've seen crazy things. Crazier things, probably, but still.
No, that'd be... something's got to happen with
spectacular.
I mean, when they're done with things, they blow it up.
Totally.
And if they're not done with the island at the end of the series, you know, I don't know when they're going to be done with it.
That's true.
I'd be interesting if they I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something catastrophic happen to the island at the end.
I think that's pretty plausible. Yeah. I could see the island making it too, but it's a very real possibility.
Mhm. They want to go out with a bang, I'm sure.
They do. I think there will be explosions.
Mhm.
I can almost guarantee that.
All right. Anything else with this episode?
I think that's it for me.
I'll have you. I love that.
It was really good.
And it was so much better than, because I think originally I thought she should say, "will have you," but I think it is a lot better. She says, "I'll have you."
Yeah.
And I just like the whole thing of Ben's just like, I just want to leave. Just let me go.
Yeah.
It's like, well, we're going to go. I'll just go with Locke. And it's like, why? You know, why would you go with him? You know, and I love that she cares to ask. You know?
Yeah, that's another of those, like, one-word lines where she gives it a lot.
Yeah, she gives it a lot.
Why? It's really, like, it's a deep why.
Mhm.
Because it's like...
It's a very, very questioning why.
Yeah. It's like, there's only 2 camps on the... Like, it's either that or I go live by myself somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know.
You'll have me.
Yeah.
Got a voice like a slide whistle.
Yes, he does.
It just like quivers. It's crazy when he gets in those.
Yeah. Yes. That's his sincere voice.
That is, yeah. That's his. I can barely say what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Hold back the tears.
Yeah. It's shocking when he gets like that.
My name is Henry Gale. That's where it all began.
It is.
Oh man. All right, so you want to go to recon?
Him trying to run away, and then, like, Russo shoots him with an arrow. And
oh, man.
This is so ridiculous.
He will lie. For a long time, he will lie. And just when you think he's told his last lie, he will lie again.
Oh, and I love, I'm done lying.
Oh, I'm done lying. That's...
Season 2,
man.
episode 17 or something.
Yeah, I'm done lying was one of his biggest lies ever.
It really was. Can't believe they had him say that. That's so great.
Yeah. All right, so recon.
Yes. Let's con again.
This is turning into a 6-hour podcast.
Is it? Yeah. Well,
yeah.
I guess there's a lot to say. It's been a long season.
Yeah. All right, so recon, of course, LaFleur Part 2, Sawyer in the Flash Sideways, being the cop. It starts with him doing the pigeon drop con.
Yes.
And we find that he is a LAPD officer working with Miles, their partners.
Well, what?
What? Oh, that's another. That's another great.
That's so good.
What? Just because if the code word was like Apple, it just wouldn't work,
Yeah.
But somehow it's just this word that you don't expect to hear him say.
Yeah.
As she doesn't expect him to hear him say that, and it's just, well, what?
Yeah.
So we see Sawyer trying to track down Anthony Cooper. We find out that he went to Australia to follow a lead, and the lead led him to the name Anthony Cooper. But I guess pretty much we can rule out any idea that he actually tried to kill anyone or roughed up anyone down in Australia.
Yeah.
As we saw with the original timeline of him killing the fake Sawyer.
Right, the shrimp guy.
The shrimp guy. So what else? So on the island, we got Claire trying to kill Kate because of her pent-up aggression about the others.
Oh.
And Aaron.
They're going to say Aaron did something, and I was really...
No.
I didn't remember that.
Anything.
Yeah, Aaron better not be in these episodes.
No, he's not. But yeah, so this is where Locke is getting, he's taking all the others from the temple who came with him back to his camp. Kate's there. She joins up with Sawyer, and so all of those people are there. Wait, so Jen is here, right? Jen is with him at this point?
Yeah.
Is it the next episode he tries to leave and gets kidnapped?
It's I don't think it's the next one because the next one's Abaturno, but it's the one after that. Yeah, okay. I mean it's basically the next one for this story.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
that's
just
pretty much the main stuff that's going on.
He's just in the camp. This is the one where Locke tells Kate about his crazy mother.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yeah, yes, which is I think important. They haven't come back to that yet.
Yeah.
But I think that's pretty important.
That's still an outstanding mystery, but I agree. Like that's the most detail we have about MIB's background.
Mm-hmm.
Like we don't know besides like he was a man once and Jacob took his body. Like we know very little besides this thing about him having a crazy mother and that gave him growing pains, and he's still working through those problems. And that's the one part that I didn't expect to hear him say. Of course, none of it I expected to hear, but the one part that stood out was that he's still working through. Yeah.
Because to me that means he's not over his issues, which means he's no better than Locke.
Yeah.
And I don't understand. I did not expect the man in black to tell us that he maybe
he's irreparably broken.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I mean, I don't understand how you so much of the show is about these characters who have these issues and they're supposed to overcome them, and here's the guy who he himself is saying he's still working through, and I just don't understand that. It makes him seem so incomplete in terms of his motivations.
Yeah.
It's like you've had all this time trapped on the island and you haven't worked through your issues. Like what do you need?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's very strange. Maybe he thinks going home will somehow lead to him working through his issues.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, like he's gotta go home and.
Yeah.
But what growing pains could he have had? Like what does that mean?
I know. It's really weird. I don't know what that means.
Like my mom was crazy, so when I was 16, I turned into a smoke monster. I mean, we've all been kids, right? We've all been teenagers. We know how that goes. Your rebellious phase when you turn into a smoke monster.
Of course.
Yeah. and I became evil incarnate. It's really so simple.
Yeah, I don't know how to take that. It's very and like they play this like kind of sentimental it's the weirdest theme like for the smoke monster to have.
I feel like John Locke could have given that same speech.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
and that's again, you know, this whole idea we've been talking about this overlap between John Locke and the Man in Black. And it just seems like, you know, especially at this point, like if this story had come at the beginning of the season when he was, you know, just become Locke in Black,
yeah,
I think it'd be different. But now that it's, you know, he it just seems like he's, I don't want to say devolving, but changing into Locke more.
Yeah.
You know, this is such a Locke thing to be like, yeah, my mother was crazy and gave me growing pains, and I'm still working through them. That sounds like John Locke.
Right. I mean, I don't think it really applies because he, you know, his mother gave him up for adoption when he was 6 months old. So he didn't meet his mother until he was like, you know, 40s or something.
But his mom was crazy.
So she was crazy, but she didn't give him growing pains. I mean, he was way past that point by the time, and it was really his dad that was the problem, more than his mom. So I don't think it really applies. I mean, I guess his mom was kind of crazy, but
that's the thing. His mom was crazy. It affected him. He's working through just that general idea does still apply to Locke, and I think that shouldn't be a coincidence. Like I feel like that's not a coincidence.
Yeah.
You know,
maybe
how many
not.
people on the show have crazy mothers?
Jack.
Is Jack's mom crazy?
Well, she seems crazy.
She's not real crazy, but yeah, she's a little crazy. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Where's that damn Will?
You want a drink, Jack?
Yeah, good for you. It's like, what?
Oh, I had a revelation about that. I wanted to add to that. Like, I think my new thing that I'm going to say about that is that Jack basically, not that he's an alcoholic, but basically he drinks to cope with his problems.
Did you say anything different?
Try to discern the difference.
I'm not saying he's a kangaroo, but he hops on two legs, has a tail, and is a marsupial. I'm not saying he's a kangaroo. I think I get what you're saying, but
my point. Okay, here's the distinction for me.
All right.
Basically, like if things are going okay, he doesn't drink, and he's not just sort of addicted to drinking in itself. It's just when things go wrong, he turns to alcohol.
Mhm. Well, it seems like if he had a healthy relationship with alcohol, he should be able to drink recreationally, and be fine with that. Because he does drink on the plane, right?
Right, and again, like that's why I think that's sort of him, you know, because he's just picked up his father's body and he's about to have to deliver a speech at the funeral, and I feel like he's drinking because of that, basically. And
but I feel like if you're staying away from alcohol because you realize you indulge in it when you have problems, that's some sign of alcoholism. Even if he may not.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It is a kind of alcoholism, but I guess what I'm saying is like I don't think he necessarily, you know,
they didn't have to have an intervention, and he never had to go to AA, and he never. Yeah. I see what you're saying. It didn't get to the point of
like his dad, basically.
Yeah. I'll buy that. It just was it's just such a weird scene of. Yeah, I mean that's really the best way to take it is to say that she was. You know, it's like, do you want this thing to comfort you? And he's like, no. And it's just like, good for you that you can handle this on your own.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'll buy that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a subtle point to make. You know.
It is. Yeah. But I was just trying to make sense of like showing Jack like savoring the drink in the pilot, and then never even addressing his issues with alcohol on the island, really.
Yeah.
So that sort of makes it work for me, that he was drinking in that circumstance, you know.
Yeah.
Because of what was going on, but he's not like addicted to alcohol.
Yeah.
So he doesn't go through withdrawal and stuff like that. So anyway, that's not exactly about recon, but It was a revelation I had. Okay, so the thing I want to say about Recon is, where is it? Oh, right. So I've had this running thing about the deal, and this is where Sawyer cuts the deal with Widmore. Okay.
Okay.
And so I finally figured out specifically where my problem with it is. So he tells Widmore, I'll tell Smokey Locke the coast is clear, and then you can kill him. I'll walk him over here, and you can kill him. Okay, so that's the deal he has with Widmore. Okay, so now, first of all, minor point, Locke tells Sawyer that he's going to go over to Hydra and check out Widmore, and that's what, that's when Sawyer says, "Thought you were trying to avoid Charlie Widmore." So first of all, he knows Locke's going over there. He knew that he went on that trip. Okay, so that's the first thing. The second thing is, once Zoe comes into the camp in Last Recruit, obviously Widmore knows that Locke knows that he's there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's too late for Sawyer's version of the deal to go through when Zoe shows up with the walkie-talkie.
Yeah.
So, and Sawyer's there. He sees that happen, so he really shouldn't think. He's not holding up his end of the deal with Widmore. So he shouldn't think that deal still applies.
Yeah, he really shouldn't. I think what's strange is it's like he didn't really break his agreement, but he just wasn't able to fulfill his part of it. It's not like he did anything in particular to nullify his part of the agreement. So I feel like that's why he kind of figures the deal might still be on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. He really shouldn't think that, and it doesn't seem to be the case when they say the deal is off.
Yeah.
Because they're not getting anything from him.
Right. Like, it's like, okay, our deal is I give you passage off the island and you give me nothing? That's our deal now?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it just seems, like, why does Sawyer think that's going to work?
It's almost like he thinks that since he tried, it's weird.
But he didn't really try. I mean, he immediately tells Locke that Widmore's over there, and when he has a chance, I mean, he goes over there without Locke specifically, not bringing him over there. So he avoids at all costs the part of his deal that he was supposed to hold up.
Well, I got the sense that, he did. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. I can't defend Sawyer, but I feel like he seems to think that since he made the deal in good faith, that was still he did want to still do it. Like, it wasn't like he decided not to hold his end of the bargain. It just became outside of his control. When Zoe shows up, it's really the same situation as if Widmore, like if the sub with the periscope and the sub had seen Locke at the camp. It's just like, well, they already know he's there, and so. You know what I mean? So there's no element of surprise or something.
Yeah.
Once Zoe walks in, things change, and he really shouldn't be surprised. But I think he at least has to act surprised, right?
Yeah. Thought we had a deal. Yeah, no. I mean, it works fine for me, like with the story and stuff. It's just I feel like the deal was off a long time ago, and I mean, I don't know. They just, they had to play it like that, to give it a shot, I guess. Go over there and see if they could hold up the deal with Widmore. I don't know. Mm-hmm. For when rewatching this, I got specific reasons why Sawyer shouldn't think that the deal's still on.
Yeah.
Which I didn't notice before. So, anyway.
So speaking of Widmore and the deal and Locke, about who killed the Jira passenger.
Oh, Jesus, yes.
So I think I'm pretty 100% convinced it's Widmore.
Okay.
So here's my reasons.
I can't wait.
So Zoe says she drugged the dead bodies from the beach to the little shaded area, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, if Zoe/Widmore didn't know who killed the bodies, why? What am I saying? Why would they pretend? Like, for instance, if they knew Smokey killed them, then they should just be able to say that, right?
Right.
They should just be able to say the smoke monster killed them, or something killed them. We don't know what it was. Right?
Yes. Although that was sort of Zoe's story.
That was sort of her story. It made me think of the wreckage. It made me think of they wanted us to not be sure who planted the wreckage. Was it Ben or was it Widmore? And I think this is another thing they're doing with the crew. The crew is not the crew, but the passengers of Adira is like the wreckage. Like,
yeah.
They want us to think it's Log, or they want us to think it's Widmore, and they don't want to give us information for us to really decide who did it.
Yeah.
But I feel like I feel like Zoe and Widmore would have more to say if they didn't do it. And since Widmore since Widmore lies about having gin.
Right. I know.
Yeah,
that was a big one for me. Yeah. Yeah. I'm on board. I pretty much think it's Widmore at this point too. I think I buy that he would do it, and they were there on the island, at the right time. So he has the means to do it. There's a couple of reasons to maybe think he didn't do it, but I think it's, and also he's the only one who's been accused of doing it.
Yeah.
On the show so far, no one's even accused Smokey of doing it. I mean, even Sawyer just thinks it's Widmore and just doesn't believe him when he says he didn't do it. He never even occurs to him that smoke thing did it.
Yeah.
And like I feel like he should consider that possibility, but he doesn't. And I mean, I'm taken from that. Widmore's the only suspect at this point. So if there's only one suspect, somebody did it.
Yeah, and I feel like, okay, if Smokey did it, then does that also mean he drugged the bodies up there? Because if he drugged the bodies up there, then that means Zoe's lying about the fact that she did.
Yeah.
Or Widmore's team did. So I feel like that really seems like a lie. Or I guess it could be Smokey killed them all and just left them there, and then Widmore's team came and decided to move them for whatever reason.
Yeah, it could be. Or when Smokey killed him, he could have just thrown him into a pile.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, they did have the drag marks, so somebody, there were people who got dragged. Some number of people got dragged.
I was imagining just, okay, you're right.
He could have flung them in a pile, but there were drag marks.
Okay. So somebody did drag them up there.
So somebody drug them up there. So
that was probably Widmore's team. I don't think Smokey would have done that.
Yeah, he wouldn't have cared to do that.
Yeah. Now I could see them sort of doing that just to round up the dead bodies in one location, not have a bunch of dead bodies lying around. If they showed up and they were there already. But I agree with you. I'm until they say otherwise, I think Widmore did it.
Yeah.
It's a little weird to me. You know what else? Another thing that occurred to me, I don't want to belabor this too much, but I feel like Jack and Hurley and Kate, the people who came back, I feel like at some point they should ask or wonder, what happened to all those other people who survived Oceanic A-15? Like, the only people who are left are, Sawyer and Miles wasn't even on there, and Jen, and not even Juliet. God, very few. I feel like they should wonder, what happened to those people? Oh, they all got killed in an arrow attack in the 50s? Like that's just crazy.
Oh, yeah.
I'm surprised that there hasn't been anyone sort of caring seemingly about.
They don't even know those other people's names. They don't give a shit.
I guess not. I'm just surprised at how lightly, the show has treated the death of all the background survivors who survived for a very long time, all the way up to the time travel.
It seemed like, when Kate and Jack and Hurley got back to the island, they were in the 70s. That was too much for them already.
Yeah.
And then by the time they get back to 2007, they're not even wondering what happened to everybody. I mean, they should wonder, like, okay, the group was bigger.
Yeah.
But it seems like the fact that they know they missed so much time, that they figure out there is an answer there, but they haven't asked the question.
Yeah. Like, I feel like that should be one of the horrible things that happened when they left the island.
Oh. It doesn't seem like it.
I know. No one's treating it like it is, but I don't know. It just, with the Ajira people, it's a little different. I mean, they only showed up in the middle of season 5. But, I mean, even though they weren't main characters, they were in the background of the show for a very long time, and just to kill them all in one episode, it's really, I don't know.
But people die so much on the island, though. I thought your main point was going to be they should realize that they're the only ones left out of all those people on the plane.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's part of it.
That's part of it. Yeah, that's part of it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I just think the severity of that hasn't had the proper impact on the show.
Yeah.
Even when it happened, even like right when they got attacked, like I feel like they didn't appreciate how crazy what just happened was.
No.
All our people just died. Like, I don't know. We're the only ones left. Like, I don't know. They don't
really. I mean, they only seem to really care about the people they have connections to. And
yeah.
It's a very few number of people.
Yeah.
Because some of those others are from A15.
That's
some of those
true.
others should be.
Cindy.
Yeah.
Zach and Emma. Zach needs to let go of that teddy bear, by the way.
He's getting a little old for the teddy bear.
Jesus, how long are you going to walk around with that teddy bear? What do you do with that teddy bear at this point?
That bear has to be so dirty.
Yes,
right now.
yes. Yes, I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do when he gets to be like 25. It's ridiculous.
He's going to go see a therapist, I think.
Yeah, he probably needs to. Those kids never talk. I wonder if they even can talk.
He might be too traumatized to talk.
Yeah, that's the way it always came across. I remember even when, like, Cindy brought them up to Jack in the Caves, like, they didn't say a word. They just, like, whisper in her ear. And
you got to pay them more if they talk.
Yeah, because I remember you saying that at the time. They didn't want to give them speaking parts.
I don't know why else.
Yeah, that's
so
probably
another thing
true.
I loved about this episode, you gotta love the line when Zoe tells Sawyer she's gonna go see her boyfriend in Guam. He's like,
yeah.
Hold on. This is,
Now I know that's a lie.
I just love that, and I feel like there's no other explanation than that he just did not believe he had a boyfriend in Guam. Like it just is no way you have a boyfriend in Guam.
You almost had me, Zoe.
You almost had me. You could have told me the sky was red, and I would have believed you. But boyfriend in Guam, no way. No.
Yeah, that was a really good moment. Like that. Yeah. It's weird to see the introduction of Zoe, knowing all the stuff she does later.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, wow, you're just making shit up.
Yeah. Yeah, I love how they play it too, because he says, where's your plane headed? She goes, huh? Like she's stalling. Oh, Guam. Oh yeah, what's in Guam? My boy. It's just I like that you can see her coming up with these answers.
Right.
They actually wrote in the stall lines.
Yes.
For her to say. It was nice.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. But since she did get it right, the plane was going to Guam.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm gonna throw out that, maybe when Widmore's team got there and they saw those people there, maybe they questioned them, asked them a little bit before they killed. Like maybe that's why they know.
The very easy answer why they know is they searched the luggage of the plane.
I guess that
all the
works
luggage
too.
is going to tell you where it's going.
Okay, that works too.
It's going to have the stickers, and it's going to, and they might have, they might have communication technology that they could see where 316 was going too. So
yeah,
there's a couple reasons they could know.
You're right.
They could have questioned the people before they killed them.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, as just that's one way they could know.
Yeah.
So, but you're right. Did
Sawyer even know it was going to Guam?
Well, he could. I mean, we didn't necessarily see him find that out.
Yeah, that's why I feel like he doesn't even necessarily know that.
But since he asked that question, I feel like he did know that. Otherwise, it's not a good question to test her with.
Well, yeah, but it's still a question, just see what she comes up with.
Yeah, I guess so. But he easily could have found out. I mean, there's no.
Yeah, he could have found out.
Like, there's no good reason why he wouldn't, know, except that we didn't actually see him get told that.
All right. Are you ready to move to Abaturno?
Yeah, I think so. Whew.
All right, so this was the long awaited Richard backstory episode.
Yes.
This was, this is probably top 5 of, lost history and mythology people have been waiting for.
Yes.
For the longest time. So,
a lot of anticipation for
Richard.
that.
Yeah, Richard coming on the Black Rock, and how the Black Rock gets in the middle of the island. Lands deep in the jungle. We get some more stuff with the Man in Black and Jacob and their relationship. The infamous the island is a bottle of wine.
Yes.
And we also see a little bit more of Alana's backstory and her being asked to help protect the candidates.
Possibly the last bit of Alana backstory we'll ever get.
Yeah. I would love to see her training. I would love to see what they were doing with that.
Yeah. Until further notice, I'm going to assume that she was injured while training.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't imagine what else.
Whatever that means, but yeah. I mean, she said she was training her whole life, so, I assume that includes, right before she was in the hospital, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what she could have been doing. How exactly you train for what she ends up doing, besides just very general stuff, like exercises and learning how to shoot a gun.
Yeah. Well, there is.
Yeah.
How to make how to tie someone to a tree so they can dig their own grave.
Right. That's a good one.
That's a good summer workshop. It's a summer workshop, I think.
Oh, okay. Yes.
But anyway, so a pretty good episode. I'm more or less satisfied with Richard's backstory. The whole thing with Isabella is kind of whatever, but it gives them something very simple and quick for him to be attached to and to sort of drive the story.
Mhm.
Yeah. And it plays pretty well. There is how Man in Black tries to manipulate Richard. I think it gets a little muddled. No, I'm him and he's that. That's me, but I'm it. And let's call the whole thing off.
Yeah, I agree.
But besides that, I think it still plays pretty well. I pretty much skipped the beginning of Richard's story though. The stuff with Isabella dying and then him going to the doctor and getting even being in prison and getting on the boat. That's all pretty skippable to me.
Okay.
There's not much there.
I like the scene with the priest. That's my favorite part.
It's good, but it's quick and it's just like, it's fine if you're going to sit through it, but it's not that much there.
Yeah. No, not a lot. I don't know. I seem to be the only one who just really likes that priest character. Not that he's a good priest or anything. It's just I just like his what little character they give him.
Yeah.
It's just kind of interesting. I like his reaction. It's not a reaction I've ever heard from a priest before. That's, I guess, the best I can say about it.
Yeah.
And he's the one who sells Richard off. I think that stuff it works on a very simple level, but I totally agree with your viewpoint that it's we can't really invest in it in the way that Richard is supposed to be, obviously, like anywhere near that. And they're hanging sort of the whole story of on that. And so it's tricky because they had to give us something to sort of hang his emotional journey on. And I mean, I feel like whatever they gave us, it would be hard for it to be, to affect us as much as it's supposed to affect him for as long as he's been around. But what they chose is kind of not that great.
I kind of wish. I feel like the two parts of his story that don't work are the Isabella dying thing, and him sort of feeling like he's to blame for that. It's like this guilt he really shouldn't have, which is fine. People can have irrational guilt. That's totally fine. And him killing the doctor. I feel like if those two things were linked better, the whole story would have worked more. If it was his fault, he couldn't get the medicine to save her, or something like that. Not that he just didn't get, like, he did get the medicine, but he didn't get there in time. I just feel like it's a bit disjointed with the fact that he's got this guilt that he didn't save her, plus the guilt that he killed the doctor. And I feel like those two things should have been linked, and it would have been stronger if they were linked together, where somehow, he overreacts with the doctor, and he ends up accidentally killing him before the doctor gives him the medicine, or something like that. And then when he races home, maybe he just tries to find something or whatever he does, but he doesn't get to save her because of this mistake he makes. So now he's got these two reasons that are linked that he has guilt for, instead of these two separate reasons of guilt that they want to have the drama be based on later, because he thinks he's in hell because he killed the doctor. Yet when Isabella comes to him later, he's got the guilt isn't about that anymore. The guilt is now about not saving her. Yeah. And I feel like they should have connected those two a bit better, and I think it would have been stronger that way.
Yes. Also, like the way they play it, like he goes to the doctor's house and very quickly ends up with the medicine after he kills him, and then rides back home. Like the way they play it, it's like it would have been basically impossible to save his.
Yeah, exactly. That's another thing too. It just seems like it's just like I said about irrational guilt. It's just so, which is legitimate, but at the same time, it's not as strong when he couldn't have really saved her anyway. Yeah. It just seems like that's the thing. If he would have, if the way I would have written it, whatever that's worth. Having him go to the doctor, and the doctor maybe wants to give him the medicine, or maybe wants to give him a hard time, and Richard accidentally kills him, and he doesn't get the medicine, and then he goes home, and she's still alive. He has to maybe watch her die or something, and he could have saved her if he actually had the medicine, because she was still, she still had time or something. Yeah. But then, of course, the authorities come in and take him or whatever. Everything can play 95% the same, but if they would have just connected his inability to save her with his killing the doctor, explicitly, I think that would have been a little bit better. And that way, at the end, when he's got all this guilt about these things, the guilt is wrapped together and not these sort of separate reasons for guilt. And this is why I'm in hell, but this is why I'm guilty, and, that kind of thing. Yeah.
I think I would have liked it if they pushed the tragedy a little more, because it's like he sort of accidentally kills the guy, and then he couldn't have saved her anyway. And I don't know, I guess that is kind of tragic in a way, but I guess I would have liked it to be more less just like all kinds of stuff that was like unintentional or out of his control. And
exactly.
More like his decisions resulted in what happened.
Exactly.
I think that would have been stronger. Yeah, I agree. What I do continue to really like about this episode, particularly, is, first of all, the arrival of the Black Rock when, they see El Diablo and then, all of a sudden they're knocking into the head of the statue. That is still ridiculous.
So ridiculous. I still can't get past how the Black Rock almost hits Power Red in its eye.
Yes.
And I just don't understand why. I mean, maybe they wanted it to really be that high. Obviously they're trying to get it to knock down the statue, but so it could get so far inland, they're like, well, it's got to be this high of a wave so it can get so far inland, but it just looks so strange for it to hit the very top of the statue. And isn't Jacob isn't he in the statue? Is he there?
I think he is, yeah.
Or I kind of thought maybe since he knew the storm was coming, because I think he caused it, that he just got out of the way.
Perhaps,
and,
that's a good point. That would be weird if he were in there. It's like it would have been flooded or something.
Yeah, flooded, and then, big pieces of statue falling down, and just a lot of commotion. It just seemed like it would have been dangerous anyway.
Yeah, I agree. I wonder if it bothered Jacob that his home got, destroyed.
I don't think he cared.
I guess if he caused it, it was okay with him, but...
Do you really think Jacob cared?
I guess. No, obviously not. I don't
He doesn't even care about the people he brings to the island. I don't think he cared about the statues, some random people he brought to the island.
It's his house. I don't know.
But it seems like it's only his house because it's there, It's not like...
Yeah.
Where did Jacob live before the statue?
Ooh. Yeah, that's a hard one.
Yeah.
There's no candidate for that. I have no idea.
Where
does Man in Black live?
Where does he live? That's a good question. I don't know. Where does he live now?
Well, I guess
now
he
he's
used
locked,
to live in the cabin, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe.
Oh, speaking of that, I had my cabin theory.
Oh.
I had my theory about what was going on with the cabin finally.
Okay.
So my final word on the cabin is, and I probably said this before.
Okay.
So Jacob was originally living in the cabin.
Right.
Okay. And then he's got the ash around the cabin to protect him against Smokey.
Okay.
So that's why the ash is there, to protect against Smokey.
Good.
Now, Jacob leaves at a certain point.
Yes.
Okay. And Man in Black moves in. And the reason he does that is because, for some reason the others know or think, some of the others think that that's Jacob's cabin. That's what Ben thinks. Yeah. That idea came from somewhere. Even if Richard lied and made it up or whatever, that idea came from somewhere. So Man in Black moves in there, takes it over, and he's the one who is hanging out there for the whole time we've seen it.
Mhm. Okay.
There's my story. That's it.
Oh, that's it. Wow.
That's it. It's really simple.
Okay.
Now, I think the only problem, I think I did find a problem with my theory, which is, he's going to tell me.
Be broken down automatically.
What's the problem?
5.
Oh, okay.
Minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press
it's 5.
R8.
Yeah, so the problem with my theory is that this podcast is going to be broken down in 5 minutes.
Okay, that is a problem.
That is a problem, but I fixed it. So I think it had to do with Hurley seeing the cabin and then the ash being broken. I think I couldn't really make a lot of sense of that.
Oh, yeah.
Other than the obvious of, Hurley, still the idea that Hurley broke the ash and it started moving because he broke it.
Right. Right.
But that's pretty much simply the theory there, is that just the idea that the ash wasn't meant to keep Smokey in, because that doesn't work, because Smokey was around. So just the idea that the ash was protecting Jacob while Jacob was in there.
I agree. That makes more sense.
And maybe even just, not that Smokey could kill Jacob, but that, he didn't want the cabin destroyed.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I guess it would have to be with my theory that before Jacob left, he put that little tapestry thing up with the the knife in the wall with this little picture of the statue.
Yeah.
And I got to believe that was just there. I feel like that was there when Ben and Locke went in. I don't want to believe that, but I feel like that has to be true.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. Unless the time when Ben and Locke went, that was actually Jacob somehow.
They should have been able to see him.
Well, yeah, they should have.
I think. And I think it just makes more sense that the guy who says help me is the man in black.
I agree. It works a lot better.
Yeah. But
you're probably right. Although I'm still sticking with it's the man in black soul that was in there.
Yeah, that's his soul, and Ash was keeping him from his soul.
Yeah,
there's a very nice logic to that. That is appealing. I will agree.
Yeah, I mean there's no precedent for anything like that, but yeah, that's my. I guess
I can't get to my soul.
Yeah, exactly.
But does that mean he eventually got to it?
Yeah.
And what did he get by doing that?
That's when Hurley came upon the cabin. He was reuniting with his soul.
So, but what's the difference between Smokey with his soul and Smokey without his soul?
It's hard to tell.
Oh, all right.
They kind of seem like the same, but
it's like communism and socialism.
Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah. I mean, I'm just going to, I would throw out some bullshit like he has to reunite with his soul before he can leave the island.
Okay.
I mean, it's very arbitrary. There's nothing to go on, but yeah, something like that. Like, maybe not his soul, but, something, like some piece of him,
Mm-hmm.
Like there's some element of him that was in there.
Okay. Technically, since it was Hurley, it could have been some dead person.
Oh. Yeah, that's true. Like,
I don't know what, or who, but
I do think he did hear whispers.
Okay, yeah, he did.
Before the cabin appeared, so, I don't know. Unless the whispers are just trying to warn him that the cabin was coming.
Well, maybe it was really Christian that time.
Oh, God.
Maybe it was dead, but a good Christian was in there.
Wow. So dead Christian was there and Smokey Christian was in there?
Well, the eye was Smokey, and then what we saw was just the real Christian.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, well.
I don't know.
It's possible.
All right, let me see. I have some notes about this, Abaterno. So I think it has to be true that not all souls are trapped on the island, right? So like Michael says he's trapped and he can't move on.
Right.
But I feel like not everyone is trapped. Not everyone who dies on the island is trapped. Maybe Michael is trapped because, the island isn't done with him yet. Like, there's still people, even if you're dead or alive, if the island's not done with you, you're not leaving the island. So I feel like there might be other people who have died on the island who aren't trapped there because the island doesn't care about them. Like the red shirts or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, Michael sort of says that he can't move on because of what he did. So I feel like there's some kind of, based on what they did, determines whether they are stuck on the island or not.
Yeah, he says that. I take that with a grain of salt. I don't know if he knows why he's there. Do you get some sort of dossier about being dead when you're dead? Like, this is what's going on the island, and this is what the island is, and these are what the candidates are, and I think my point is he might think that's why he's there. It doesn't necessarily mean that's why he's there.
I agree, but I just think he's the most reliable source on that topic we have, and I don't want to sort of suspect everything he says. I for the moment, I'm taking his word for it.
Yeah.
Hey, until we get reason to think otherwise.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I will take. I think he's right, but I want to make it more general that, you know, like I said, dead or alive, if the island's not done with you, you're not leaving the island.
I see.
So regardless of what he did, the island's not done with him yet. I mean, considering that he's coming early and helping them, it seems that to be true.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, no, I think that makes sense.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, yeah, just those who are chosen by Jacob who die are the ones who get trapped there or something like that, or the island. Yeah, that was my big thing about this episode. There wasn't much.
Okay. I just, my favorite part of this episode is the whole sequence from when they crash on the island with Richard locked up in the Hall of the Black Rock. You know, the guy comes down and starts stabbing everybody. Like, that's crazy. That's a really intense, good scene. And then Smokey comes, and then it's just kind of Richard in there with various, like, adventures. You know, the boar's in there, and Isabel shows up, and he tries to dig that nail out of the floor and try to, like, scratch his way out of there. He tries to get water. You know, none of that stuff works. Like, and he's just kind of there for a long time. Like, I just think that's a really good, effective, like, sequence. Yeah.
It shows the passage of time really well. And,
yeah,
it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, like, I'm just totally with him on that, and I really get into it in terms of you know, imagining being in that situation, and, like, even letting him do those little things, but he never really makes any progress. Like, he just kind of you know, tries to make something happen, but it's all kind of in vain, and it's only the Man in Black who comes in and you know, lets him out. And I really like, you know, when Man in Black comes in and he's like, you know, he says something about he knows he's trapped too, or he knows what it's like, and that gives, you know, when he says it's good to see you out of those chains, it's I think he actually means it. Like, he can appreciate someone who's locked up being freed. Like, that's an image that appeals to him.
Yeah.
You know, and so I like that line. I think, you know, regardless of how he's using Richard, I think he actually means that.
Yeah.
And I like that they tied that in. And, yeah, besides the muddled, like, I was him, but he was me, and the devil's that guy, but I'm evil, and, like...
You're in hell, and...
Yeah, I mean, besides that, I liked his relationship with Richard. You know, even to the end, he comes back, you know... Oh, I understand. He can be very convincing. The offer still stands, you know. Like,
and he gives him the little his wife's necklace.
He gives him the cross back. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. It's interesting. Like, it's a lot more than it's weird to have the villain get that much in the way of, like, sympathetic characterization.
Which is why, again, I've been saying it just seems like they're really questioning is he really the villain?
Yeah. You know, I mean, I'm still convinced that he is. It's just an odd villain portrait.
Yeah. Are you still convinced Abaddon is evil?
No.
All right, just remember that when we get to the end of Lost. And,
all right.
And the Man in Black is the hero of the show and saves everyone.
I mean, to me, Abaddon, I can't pin anything specific on him. Smokey's done enough that I have seen that I think he is a bad guy, regardless of what the overall thing they say about him is. So I'm like, I don't think there's anything they can tell me where I'm not going to say Smokey's a bad guy.
I'm playing devil's advocate here. Is Ben a bad guy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Ben is absolutely a bad guy. I mean, he's sort of trying to redeem himself, but he is absolutely a bad guy on the show. Yes.
Can a bad guy ever be a good guy? Ever become a good guy?
I mean, I guess if they make some change. I mean, you could say like they sort of, they changed their ways, they turned into one, but like, I guess, but I don't see him becoming, where we just say he's the hero of the show or something.
So I'm just playing around with you, but here's a question: If at the end of the show it turns out to be, and I don't think this is the case, that the Man in Black was telling the truth, that all he was trying to do was help Jack and those guys and all this stuff, and that the only real bad thing he ever does was sort of kill people indiscriminately. But besides that, he did, let that go. But he did, but in terms of his motivations with the island, that he was right about that. Would you still consider him to be the bad guy? If all you can really pin on him is that he just killed a bunch of people.
Yeah, he's certainly ambiguous. I mean, it's not that there's nothing good about him at all, I mean, obviously we've seen some sympathetic aspects of his character, and he has done things that have been beneficial for characters at times. So he's not all bad. For the embodiment of evil, he's strangely not all bad. But I mean, sure. I guess if they did that, maybe the scale could tip the other way or something. It's possible. But he's definitely got a lot of bad points. He's going to have to do something pretty significant to convince me that he's not a bad guy.
Yeah. All right. You want to go to the next one? Ready for the package?
Yeah, I guess so. Sure.
All right, the package. This is the Sun and Jin episode, right?
The package, yes. Sun and Jin, Jin and Sun.
So we find out that Sun and Jin, they're not married.
No Mary.
No Mary. Yeah, exactly. 2-room. The guy's like, what? Can't you tell what he's saying? I can speak English, so can Jin. Saying they need 2 rooms.
This is a hotel, sir. Why are you asking me for 2 rooms?
Why are you, what? It's really Sun's fault for just saying Peck, and he looks up Peck, and there's 1 room.
Boom.
And that also made me think Sun should have been suspicious that. Never mind. I'll say that later. But anyway, so this episode, Sun and Jin having their little tryst in America, and Jin wanting to go give the watch to Kimi at the restaurant, but Kimi and Omar show up and find, of course, classically find Jin without a shirt in the bathroom.
Yes, this is one of my favorite moments of the season, I think.
Just standing there. Oh, man.
Yeah, giving us numerous now references to people being discovered in the obvious place with their shirt off.
Yeah. Just why didn't you put your shirt on, Jay? Just I don't know.
I know, and the way he just stands there, it's like he didn't even try to hide or run. It was just like, hey, I'm here. I got my shirt off.
Anyone who peeks in the bathroom will see him. He wasn't behind the door in the shower.
Yeah.
It was just like, I'm just gonna be in plain view.
Yeah, they just did a bad job of that. The champagne glasses.
He wasn't hiding. They weren't hiding very well, which is why it kind of makes me think Peck, their son's dad found out pretty easily.
Yeah, clearly.
So then we get the awesome cameo again from Mikhail.
Yes.
But I'm so happy to be able to see him again, even if it wasn't on the main storyline. He was great.
It'd be cool to see him with Smokey's group.
Yeah.
Because I feel like
it would have been interesting to see him and Alana. I don't know, the 2 Russians.
Ooh, wow. Yeah.
The 2 industrious Russians.
Yeah. Yes. That's a good point. Yeah, they're similar in a way.
Yeah. So on the main island, what do we got? This is where Jin gets kidnapped, right?
Yes.
Jin gets kidnapped. Sun runs into a tree.
Oh, God. That shot. Oh, man. bonk?
Still ridiculous. Still just totally ridiculous. And I don't know why they did that. I don't know. I don't get it. What was the point? What did we gain out of that?
I think it seems like they just wanted a little something more for their reunion.
That's it?
Yeah.
But their reunion was enough. Like, after all, it's been years since they've seen each other.
I know.
She thought he was dead. She went to his grave.
No, I agree, but that's all they did with it.
Well, I'm still half thinking that the only reason she gets when she gets knocked out, she doesn't know English is because of the flash sideways, where she doesn't know English.
All right.
That's the connection to me. And that it, and the same way that, like, when Desmond, when he touches Penny in the flash sideways, like, he gets vision, things happen when they touch. I feel like when she, the same thing when Sun touches Jen, like, she gets her English memories back or something like that.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
That's the most I can get out of it, because I just. It just wasn't much that they got. If all that they were trying to get was a little bit more from their reunion, they didn't really play it up or anything. It was just like, okay, well, she's speaking English, okay.
I mean,
they have Frank.
They have Frank make the comment.
Yeah.
Look who somebody got her voice back or something, and but they play it up by mentioning it specifically.
That's the thing. They acknowledge it, but they don't. But that didn't. It's nothing more than that. They just acknowledge it.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not like she had some secret or something that now she can say.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You know what I mean? It was just like that's all they get is that, which is not much because they nothing much happened anyway.
Right.
I don't know. Just such a strange thing to have happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Locke just leaves her there.
Right.
I guess she'll be fine.
Yeah.
She's not going to lose her English speaking skills or anything.
Yeah. Yeah. I give up. She just ran into a tree.
Locke is like, she can't be the candidate. She just ran into a tree.
Yeah.
Oh, it can't be her.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, it makes me think, he says he wouldn't do anything against her will, but it makes me wonder if he was really concerned that she was the candidate he needed, that he would just take her, right? At what point does he force the issue with these people?
Yeah.
At what point does he say, I don't care about giving you a choice. I'm going to take you to my side.
I forgot to mention something about the substitute.
Too late. That ship has sailed. Now what?
It's at least relevant. He gives Sawyer 3 options. The first option is do nothing, see how it plays out, and maybe your name will get crossed out. The third option is we leave the island, which is the one he takes. The second option is accept the job and become the protector of the island. So he actually said that you can actually accept the job. It didn't really register that actually has been put on the show as an option.
Well, the corollary to that, I think, is when Alana tells Sun, Sun says candidates for what, and Alana says, well, if you're chosen, I guess you'll find out.
Yes.
So she says, she has to be chosen for it.
Yes.
But yeah, someone is, is gonna, I guess, someone is gonna have the chance to accept that position.
Yes. Yes. You're right. There also seems to be a selection thing, but yeah, when we originally watched that, we didn't really know that much, and it played a little differently when I thought about the rest of the season that he actually threw that out as an option to Sawyer. What if Sawyer's like, I want option 2. I'll be the protector of the island. Is he just screwed then?
Seems like it. I mean, you can't kill the protector, right?
See, yeah, I mean,
he can't even kill the candidate, so...
Yeah. I mean, I guess he could try to get someone else to kill him or something, like what he did with Jacob. But,
well, I think that's the problem is you don't want to ask that question to someone who wants to leave the island.
Yeah.
They're going to choose to leave.
Right.
You know, if you would have asked, you know, John Locke, okay, you can be Jacob, you know, can be the protector of the island, you can leave. He's going to say, I want to stay here. So
yeah.
I think, you know, that's what's strange about this whole idea is that they're trapped in this place that most people don't want to be. So it's hard to convince someone to want to be here and to, you know, to really be invested in this idea of protecting the world and protecting the island from this evil incarnate. I think it's strange because it's like these people want their other lives, you know. And that's what's weird to me is, you know, that whole thing Locke tells Ben about the thing about that he liked about John Locke was that he realized how pathetic the lives they left behind were.
Mm-hmm.
And that speech was just always sat weird with me. That because it's like the only reason Locke wanted to stay was because he could use his legs. You know what I mean? Like if he was not a paraplegic off the island and then he came to the island and he couldn't walk, I think his position would change.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so the problem was the Losties crashed on this island, and they pretty much considered that their previous lives to be better because they weren't stranded, fending for their lives on a scary island against smoke monsters. So his rationale that like Locke was better because he preferred island life to off-island life is just it's a little skewed by just Locke's perspective on the situation, which was inherently different than everyone else's.
Yeah.
Or not everyone. I mean, look at Rose. You know,
right.
Like she would want to stay. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Her and Bernard had made peace with their situation, even though they wanted to leave at first. But you know, once she realized her cancer was not spreading or whatever, you know, she realized, okay, this is a healing place or whatever.
Right.
So I don't know. So that's the kind of thing that got me about his speech about why he, on one hand, really liked Locke. On the other hand, Locke was the worst person he ever met. You know what I mean? It's just like he has the worst things to say about him as about Locke's character. The one good thing he has to say about him is really only because of this very specific situation with Locke getting healed.
Yeah.
And then therefore finding his faith in the island because of that. But
right.
So yeah, I always thought that was strange.
Yeah.
And so this ties back to the idea of, you know, why does anyone want to stay on the island? You know, why would anyone want to be in Jacob's shoes?
Mm-hmm.
You know, to get to that place, you have to become invested in the central idea that you are protecting the island and therefore protecting the world. And you know, Jacob has done a horrible job trying to convince people of that.
Yeah. Yeah. Truly. Hasn't convinced me yet.
Yeah, right?
I mean, I believe it only because I don't think this whole show has no point. But from Jacob himself, you know, I I guess I buy the idea of keeping the evil in, but I need more than that. I just need more specifics.
Well, part of my big crackpot theory ties into just that.
Okay. Okay.
My theory is coming shortly. I guess I'll save it to the end.
Save it to the end? Okay.
You have a teaser too, right? Did you do your teaser thing already?
Oh God, I don't even remember what my teaser was.
Now you're teasing us that you forgot the teaser.
I think so. I mean, I think I had notes on everything I was going to say. I just don't remember what I was talking about back then.
All right.
I'm assuming.
Well, this was a pretty good episode. I didn't have any major problems with it. You know, the Sun and Jin storyline works well. I do think it was pretty crappy how Sun walked into the one spot in that restaurant where the gun went off.
Mm-hmm.
Way to get out of the way, Sun. You did the opposite. But you know, whatever. And the reveal at the end of who the package is, it's still weird to me how in Desmond's face Saeed got, like,
really, and
they were like 2 feet from each other.
Yeah.
But the big stuff works really well, I think. Kimi's in the Flash Sideways. Kimi's little talk to Jin. I still want to believe Jin understood that.
Oh yeah.
I still want to make that true, but
yeah,
I don't know if it is.
Yeah.
He did hit his head.
Yeah. He seems to have, I guess, pretty serious stuff happens right after that, so they didn't really talk about it. And also, like, Sun's thing with Locke, like, they didn't really talk about that again either. And
it's like both of them hit their head, and potentially, Sun actually has issues with language, and Jin potentially has an issue with language.
Yeah.
So I'm either looking too closely at that or there's something there.
Yeah. I think there might be something there. It's a very real potential. It'd be nice. I think they should tell us there's a little more to the story of Sun losing her ability to speak English. Than she just bumped her head and got aphasia or something. It's just lame-o.
Yeah.
One thing I did notice about this episode was Widmore tells Jin specifically that, let's see, I want to pull this up so I get this right.
Get it right.
Yeah, I want to get it right.
The Lost Lowdown, all right?
Yes, that's right. When he tells Jin that if Locke gets off the island, everyone we know and love would cease to be. Then he says, I came here to make sure that doesn't happen. So he specifically tells Jin that the reason he's there is to stop Locke from leaving the island. I didn't really pick up that he had actually said that the first time through. So that's the closest we have so far to the specific reason why Widmore's there. Yeah. So in terms of Smokey talking about Widmore isn't interested in answers, like he just
wants power.
He didn't say he was interested in answers. He said he's interested in stopping you from leaving the island.
Yeah.
So I don't even know what that's about.
Can I just pose the question? Why does Widmore even know? Like, no one else knew about Smokey. No one else knew about Men in Black, right? No one else in the others lot really seemed to know that much about him.
Yeah, you're right. Why does Widmore know? That's a great question. I have no idea. He was off the island. Wow. I really have no idea.
I'm glad he knows.
Yeah.
But it seems a bit strange that he knows that much.
It reminds me of him knowing that Desmond survived an electromagnetic event. It seems like he watches the show.
Maybe he does.
That would be quite a reveal.
Yeah.
He's just a Lost fan, and he finally got fed up, and he got in a sub, and he went to the island.
Duh.
All right, guys. I'm taking care of this.
And
that's how he needs to bring the Sonic fence.
Exactly. Yeah, the Sonic fence, those pylons, on the little tripod thing, it seems like the way it's set up, you could just grab one of the tripod legs and tip the whole thing over. And you could have a break in the fence. And it just seems like, okay, well, can't Locke do that?
Right, yeah.
Not the best, guys. Not the best.
Yeah, I agree.
So the other big question, there's a couple little things like Locke's crazy mother, a couple of these little storyline things that they're hinting at that hasn't come to anything yet. Another one is Zoe talking to Jin about the pockets of electromagnetism.
Yeah.
With the little map. Like, that hasn't really come to anything yet.
Right. I think the most development we had on that is, they do the test on Desmond, and so I'm left to assume that the actual thing they were going to do with Desmond that I don't even know if we're ever going to see at this point would have involved those.
Yeah, I'm guessing, I don't know, he would just go to where a big pocket was and
drop him in.
And I don't know what they would do. Like, detonate it somehow, or
yeah.
I don't even know. I am really confused on how they plan, how Widmore plans to use Desmond.
Me too.
Unless he plans to set off another big event, electromagnetic event that will somehow something smoky.
Yeah. I think that is what he plans to do.
All right, well, look at that.
I mean, at every turn, it just seems like Widmore knows more than he should. So I don't know what to make of that, but I mean, I guess I'm assuming he knows somehow how to defeat Smokey.
It seems like he doesn't. He has the big secret of how to defeat Smokey, which I'm trying to understand what that would really be, because, like I said, I don't think you can just kill him, kill the evil, and that'll be it.
Yeah.
The best you could do is try to trap it more, you know. Like,
right, even though it's already trapped on the island.
Well, but it's trapped, but it's also sort of, he's in Locke's body now. Like, I feel like he's sort of closer to being free, and I think the best you can do is bring him back down to square one in terms of being trapped and powerless, more powerless. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I don't know, maybe a blast of electromagnetism would maybe Locke couldn't turn into Smokey after that or something. Like the Smokey apparition itself couldn't function after being blasted with electromagnetism, and therefore maybe Locke would just be stuck as Locke, and then therefore he could be killed. Maybe that's the closest I can get to it.
That'd at least be a good weapon, because his Smokey form is the best weapon he has.
Yeah.
So if he couldn't do that, he would go down a lot in power.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a good idea. I like that. Hopefully, God, it's so frustrating. I just want to know what he was going to do with Desmond, and they just totally snatch it from under us.
I think they'll still do something with him. I mean, I hope so. I hope it wasn't just an excuse to get him on the island. I hope he really is still going to try to do what his plan was.
Yeah. I think this episode is the first mention of the timetable, which becomes a recurring motif.
Yeah.
Everyone complaining about their timetables and how they're not being met.
I know when it's scheduled.
That's how you know he's British.
That is how you know.
If you couldn't tell from everything else, that will.
It's always weird to me when, like Zoe says schedule and he says sexual, and it's like, you just heard her pronounce it the other way. Like, it seems like there would be some sometimes when you're talking to someone who has a different language or something, there's just you sort of feel the need to say it in their terms or something.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be there too. At least a little bit of just by the virtue of the fact she just said that word, and now you're really going to pronounce it completely differently. I don't know.
Right.
I mean, I know that's how he pronounces it all the time, but it just seems to me like it's just weird to be you want this tomato? Sure, I'll take that tomato.
Right.
Let's just say this same pronunciation because we're talking about the same thing, all right?
Right. Yeah.
Whoever says the word first, that's how you have to pronounce it for the rest of that conversation. How about that?
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a good rule.
I agree.
Should all obey that. It's resolved then.
And go.
Okay. I don't know how to start.
We've already started.
Okay.
So, all right, that's all I got for this episode.
Me too. Yeah. It was a good episode, though. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, the package.
Yeah.
So next is Happily Ever After.
Yes.
The Desmond-centric episode, which isn't called the package.
No.
Even though it's about the package.
He is the package, but...
Yeah. So on the island, Desmond gets blasted by the electromagnetism, and he goes to the flash sideways. We get to see him hanging out with this is all the stuff with Charlie and Charlie trying to kill him and showing him the other side, and love will get us to the other side. Really, that's the answer here. So the big and then what's going on the island, or that's kind of the same thing, really. Flash sideways stuff is Desmond getting exposed to the other side, and then meeting Penny, and then on the island, the stuff with Desmond getting flashed, and what else is going on with that's it, huh?
The rabbit with the mysterious growth.
The what?
The rabbit with the mysterious growth.
Yeah, the rabbit, and there's no other real major storylines on the island, huh?
No, that's really the only story in this episode.
Okay.
It's all about Desmond.
It's all about Desmond.
As Desmond episodes usually are. Like, he's got some giant ego or something. He can't share an episode with anyone else.
Like, listen, brother, I got to be in both storylines, the A and the B story, all right?
Yes.
So the big, aside from the obvious strangeness in this episode, the mysteries that sort of get resolved or at least explained, the big one that isn't is Eloise.
Yes.
Miss Widmore in this episode, otherwise Miss Hawking.
Right. She'll always be Miss Hawking to me.
Right. She seemingly knowing what's going on, knowing this isn't really their life.
Yeah.
Their original life, and
knowing
he says
what Desmond wants the most.
Yeah, and he says, "How do you know that?" And she says, "Because I bloody do."
God, that fucking line.
I love that line, and I feel like that is the real answer. Like, I almost feel like that is why she knows, because she knows. Like, there's no other explanation for it. You know what I mean? I feel like that's just kind of her power. Like, Hurley, why does Hurley talk to dead people?
Because he bloody does.
Because he bloody does.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like that's just her strange gift with what's going on here, is that she's just able to be outside of these strange events that are happening. She's got this outside perspective that keeps her, lets her know what's going on.
Right. Yeah, that's a good perspective to take. I've never really felt the need to say, why can Hurley see ghosts? I've just kind of accepted it as something he can do.
Yeah.
So it's just, I don't know. I guess with Miss Hawking, I don't know, we haven't seen as much of her, and I guess I just got that sense there's some kind of explanation,
Well, I still think there's obviously room for some explanation. She has a long history with the island. She was there in the early days. There could be a very specific reason why she's in this position she is, but I feel like just looking at her answer to that question again, it just made me think, okay, well, that's the answer. Like, the answer is there is no answer.
Yeah.
It's just the matter of fact, situation that they're in. So.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because when I watch it, I didn't have that shift in perspective, and I just kind of again took it as a dodge. They didn't want to answer the question, so they just had her say that. Just like Locke asking Widmore why he's special and saying because you are. Because you are. It's just it's a non-answer.
Yeah.
But you might be right. It might just be that sort of the best answer you can give.
Yeah, that's just kind of her power. Miles has a power, like there's people who have these inexplicable powers, so
yeah,
this could be hers.
Yeah, I would like to understand it, though. I mean, it's weird to be someone, worrying about which side the fort goes on, and to know that you're in an alternate universe that, was created in this situation, and people are getting what they want, and what people want. I don't know. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, it is crazy. She's handling it very well.
Very, very well. Yes.
I also wanted to mention there's when Desmond is at the banquet set up and he's talking to the the guest list people, and he wants to know who, and then Widmore comes over. He's trying to talk about Penny, and then there's a shot where she tells him to come with me, and they cut to behind this person's head, and the way they cut, like I never noticed, I don't remember noticing this the 3 times I watched it before, but you see Dan looking at them, like you see him in his hat looking at them, talking, and then he shows up later. I'm like, oh, that's a cool little setup for that.
Yeah. That's interesting you didn't notice, like those shots stood out to me so much. Like, the first time I watched the episode, I was like, that's Dan.
Yeah.
That's Dan.
I don't remember noticing that, because the way he's in the frame and the hat or something, it just seems like he's not a person. It just seems like, I don't know. It didn't really stand out to me that was someone looking at them until I watched it again, and I'm like, oh, look, that's Dan.
I can't quite put my finger on what it is, but there's something very offbeat about this banquet sequence. Mm-hmm. The way they have Desmond come in, they show Dan in the background. I think there's maybe more than one shot of him.
Oh, really?
And the way Miss Hawking sort of turns on all of a sudden when he asks for the list. Her first reaction is just whatever. I don't, no big deal. And then he walks away, and then she comes back, and then she says, "Get out," and then she has the weird talk with him. And it's, I don't know. There's just something offbeat about it. It feels like a odd sequence of events.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what it is, but it just, most scenes have this kind of flow that where I just feel like I'm being carried along by the natural, development of the story, and this just feels choppy to me. Like, it's just, it jars. I don't know.
I think it is jarring. Yeah, it's jarring. Yeah, especially considering the setup of she's going to be really pissed, and then he comes and tells her she doesn't care, and then he's going to leave, and then he hears the Penny thing, and then she comes back over, sort of upset, and then she gets even madder, and it's a little weird.
Yeah, it's weird that Widmore is just totally terrified of her, that he won't even tell her himself. He sends Desmond to do it. Like, it's like, what is she like at home? Like, God. I'm like, because Widmore is, Widmore seems to me like a pretty strong person.
To me, I just got the sense that just because this was one of her functions, she would be excessively upset. I didn't get the sense that she's a slave driver at home. Just that since this is one of her functions, she'd be really upset for things to go wrong.
Yeah. Okay. I see. That works.
Yeah.
I'm still confused about the car that he drives with Charlie that comes out of nowhere.
Why he decides to go rent a car for a little bit?
Yeah. For one scene, to drive it into the lake.
Yeah.
And then, or whatever that is, marina. And then, and then it's George again, and
what's funny about that whole sequence is that I think it doesn't make any sense why he gets the car, but after the car crashes, it makes a lot of sense he doesn't want to drive again for a while.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So I like that somehow it proves its own point later, now it makes sense for George to be driving because he just had this car accident.
Right.
But it's really just so they could be alone and so they could have a car crash, and it wouldn't have made any sense. It wouldn't have worked if George was driving a car. Yeah. And it definitely wouldn't have worked if George was even involved in that whole incident.
Right. If they got back in the limo, it's just they couldn't have done that scene. So it just but then
there's a deleted scene of George being off or duty or something, or he couldn't do it.
I forgot about the deleted scene excuse.
Don't forget about it.
That's a good point. There probably is a deleted scene there that explains it, and that would be it. And it just But then later in the week, Desmond does get another car to hit lock with and to watch Hurley with.
Who is renting cars to Desmond? They need to stop.
Yeah, they do.
They need to be concerned. I bet he's buying, full insurance on those things. Full coverage.
He really should.
Oh man, he's totaling these things.
Yes. Yes. Do not. His picture should be up in all the rental car offices.
Yeah. Do not rent a car this man.
No matter what he tells you.
Yeah. So here's a question: what is Desmond not ready for? She says because he's not ready yet.
All I can say is that he's not ready to know about the alternate timeline.
What would make him ready, though, besides knowing?
I don't know. Maybe he is ready by the time he meets Penny.
Okay.
I don't know. That was really fast, but
was it? So you don't think it's something specific he has to do?
Well, I mean, it could be. That makes more sense. It's just like it seems like he meets Penny and he was ready enough. So, it didn't seem like he really had to do anything. But maybe. I mean, what are they going to do? Like tell us he wasn't ready and then what? I have no idea.
It made me think that she was trying to say that once he finds out the truth, he's like finding out the real truth will make him have to make a choice or do something or do something to stop this universe from existing or choose this universe to keep existing. Like I thought I got the sense she was trying to say something like that, like you're not ready to make the choice you're going to have to make once you know this.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's the best I can come up with. But.
Okay, that sort of works. Yeah. Maybe it's something along the same lines of the sacrifice that Widmore is planning to ask him to make.
Yeah.
He definitely wouldn't have made it at the beginning of the episode.
Mm-hmm.
But by the end, he's totally on board and probably would do it.
Can we just go ahead and say the sacrifice is going to be to not see Penny and his son again?
I mean, that's the obvious thing, of course. What else?
I don't know what other sacrifice he would consider a sacrifice.
Yeah. Yeah, there's really not. For Desmond, there's not much. And it's going to be something that matters to him, or it's not much of a sacrifice.
Yeah.
So I think that's right.
Okay. All right. Well, anything else with this episode?
Let's see. I guess not. Let me make sure. No, that's it.
All right. Everybody loves Hugo.
Yes.
The spin-off of Everyone Loves Raymond.
Right. Not as many laughs.
Not as many laughs. So this was, of course, the Hurley-centric episode where on the flash sideways we see he's, he won the lottery and he bought Mr. Cluck's and he turned it into a big philanthropic adventure. And
man, in that photo montage, I just got I started getting a little bit obsessed with the fact that the guy in the chicken costume was always there.
I forgot about that whole dream he had about the chicken. Remember that dream he had with what did the chicken say? The chicken was speaking Spanish or something weird, or
it was Jen.
It was Jen. What did he say?
It was Jen in the chicken costume.
Oh, yeah.
And he took off his head. Jen was speaking English, and Hurley was speaking Korean.
Oh, yeah. I knew it was some weird thing with language. Wow, yeah. Anyway, that photo montage, it's so hard not to laugh at some of that, seeing, like, Mr. Clucks, and you see a big chicken at some farm they did, or just, like, it's hard to take it seriously.
Like, the Egyptian pyramids with the Mr.
Clucks. Mr. Clucks. It's just like, yikes.
Come on, guys.
Yeah,
don't put a
bit
Mr.
much.
Clucks there. But yeah, I got obsessed. Like all the shots, so many shots. There's a guy in a chicken costume there.
Yeah.
I mean, I get the idea. It's like it's for he's the Mr. Clucks guy.
Yeah.
I like. Why do you need a guy in a chicken costume at these
He's
like
the Ronald
charity
McDonald.
functions?
He's Ronald McDonald, and that's what it is.
Okay, he's Ronald McDonald. Okay, I'll take that.
Yeah, it's just the mascot.
I just started getting obsessed with this guy, like, around it. No, I want to wear my chicken costume. No, really, you don't need to.
No. It's because he's Mr. Clucks is the mascot of this. Like I said, it's like Ronald McDonald.
Okay.
That's really what they were riffing off of.
I see.
So Hurley in the flash sideways, he ends up meeting Libby, who says she remembers him for some previous life.
Right.
And he goes along with it because she's hot. That's really the only reason.
Pretty much.
He pretty much says it himself.
Yep.
Hot and interested in him, so
hey.
I don't care if she's crazy. All women are a little crazy, right, brother?
That's right.
And then on the main island, the main timeline, we got Michael appearing to Hurley to warn them not to go blow up, not to use dynamite from the Black Rock to blow up the Ajira plane, and generally to have Hurley try to stop them from blowing up the plane. Hurley then decides to have his group go talk to Locke.
Yes.
We also get, of course, the death of Alana with the dynamite and the overzealous dynamite packing. She just I don't think she got, a lot of times I was gonna say I don't think she really got a good warning in terms of the dynamite, and a lot of times we would complain about characters not saying something obvious to another character that they know that relevant to the situation, and to give her credit, Hurley did tell her, Orange said the same thing, that it was dynamite was fine, and a couple days later I was wiping pieces up. So it was like he gave her the most you could expect him to say in that small bit of time to warn her, and it just wasn't enough.
No, she was just not worried about the dynamite.
No.
At all.
No, she wasn't. So, and then, of course, Richard, Miles, and Locke break off to go get some explosives at the barracks. And then they're off on their little side mission.
And
so
we find out what the Whispers are.
We, of course, find out the great explanation of what the Whispers are.
So two things about this episode. First, I really just wish they had Michael say. I wanted Michael to be a little bit more specific what he was talking about in terms of, like, people are going to die. Like, I feel like I'm still a little bit vague on what the problem was. Like, if he was just saying, like, you're going around with dynamite and it's unstable, or if he had something bigger in mind. Like, it wasn't clear to me exactly what his problem was with them going on that mission.
I think it was the dynamite. I think it was the fact that he was worried that the candidates would die. I think that's the people he's talking about. I don't think anyone else matters.
Okay. Yeah, I guess, and him saying people, not like your friends or, like, it made it sound like it was some general problem that was going to happen that he had in mind, and it was vague, and I don't know. I think you're right, I guess. But then, later, so it is Hurley's idea to go see Locke, but at a certain point, he's talking to Jack, telling him he was lying, that Jacob told him to do it, and he has no idea where he's going. So, but then Michael,
as soon as he says, I don't know where I'm going.
Yeah.
The whispers start.
Yeah. And then he talks to Michael about the whispers, and then he asks Michael, where Locke is, and Michael points the way. So Michael's providing some tacit support. I mean, he could say, "Don't do that, Hugo. It's a bad idea," just like he did with the plane. So, so there is some kind of whatever supernatural, that's an okay idea.
Or Michael is Smokey.
Or Michael's smoking. I guess that's...
yeah, I don't think that's true. But
I don't think that's true either, but it does seem to suggest that even though Hurley came up with the idea on his own, it still is what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Whatever that means.
Which I don't even know what the benefit is of them going to talk to Locke, going to join. I mean... What's the benefit of that?
Benefit?
I mean, it's not like... That was the appropriate answer, I guess. Benefit? Yeah, I mean, presumably there'd be some benefit.
You want there to be a benefit when they do something?
Yeah, I don't want it to be, just as good as if they would have stayed at the beach, which it seems like it is. It's not like Locke was trying to kill them. It's like, I'm going to kill you or else you come with my group.
Yeah.
He was, in fact, waiting for them. So, that's the thing. I don't know what they gained by being with Locke's group. I think, at least at this point, it didn't seem clear what they gained by going to talk to him.
Yes.
They didn't find anything new. I mean, and generally nothing new. I mean, some characters found out specific new things, like Jack, but...
Right.
It just, I don't know why they needed to go there. Besides, it just seems like they wanted to get Locke's group and Jack's group, together.
Yeah, it put them in a position to have them all escape and be together. It set up them going over to Widmore.
Yeah, it seems like there's no real good reason for. I mean, it's not like I don't feel like Locke could have really convinced them to join his group.
Like, I'm really surprised that Locke didn't just appear in front of the beach camp and say, "Hey guys, come with me." Like, he was.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he didn't do that. He didn't just come to them and try to convince them to come with him. And in fact, it seems like with the candidates, he tries to talk to them individually.
Yes.
To convince them. But yeah, it seems like he didn't just. It seems like there was no good way for all of them to come over willingly, or really to come over at all. So they just came over willingly.
Yeah. Yeah.
He can't threaten them into coming over. That's silly. So it seems like that they just wanted those two groups together.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'd want to believe if Jacob thought it was a bad idea, he would appear to Hurley and told him not to.
Right. Right. Yeah, no, I think that's supposed to be, an okay thing to do. It's just, I don't know.
So we also get the reveal of, Smokey being Christian.
Oh, not in this episode.
Oh, that was in this one?
The next one.
Oh, the next one. Well, that's coming up.
Yeah.
Stay tuned for that, folks.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, spoiler alert. What? Smokey? What? Nobody knows that at this point.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the explosion of Alana and explosion of the Black Rock.
Oh, yes. Exploding Black Rock. Yeah. Yeah. Lots of explosions.
I would really love to see, Locke, by Locke I mean Lost.
Okay.
Pretty close. Cut together linearly.
What?
Like, cut together linearly, like chronologically.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
Like, watch all the scenes in chronological order.
Uh-huh.
You know, to be interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, wow. I guess so far the first scene is the beginning of Abaturno, and the last scene is the guys on the freighter. Not the freighter, the outrigger.
Yeah, and that's what made me think of that, because of the Black Rock explodes. You know, they blow it up right after Abaturno. You know, we just first saw how it got there. So it just made me think, you know, if we saw this chronologically, we'd see the Black Rock get there, and a long time later, we would see it blow up.
That's true. Because that's really what happened in the timeline.
Mm-hmm.
There would be a very strange middle period where we would go to the Dharma times and we get these characters that we've never met before.
Yeah.
Like showing up. Like that would be really strange.
Yeah, because characters we never meet never show up out of nowhere.
Well.
That's kind of how you introduce characters, right?
I guess, yeah.
That would just be our first impression of them.
Yeah.
You know, Locke would come in the 50s and say, "I'm the leader of the others."
Right.
They're like, "What? Who are you?"
Yes.
You know, and then Richard would go to Locke being born, and they'll be like, "Whoa, this is weird. This is that guy who said he's the leader being born."
I mean, the difference is they're sort of acting like we know who they are. Like there's, you know.
Yeah.
The way they actually introduce the characters, like they tell you stuff about them when they introduce.
Yeah, no one would
them.
introduce characters the way. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, so that's why it would be kind of crazy. I mean, of course, we know the show, so we wouldn't be that confused by it. But, like, just imagining someone who'd never seen Lost watching it that way, it would come across strange. It would be interesting, though. Very interesting, very difficult project to put together, especially because some of the flashback timelines are pretty confusing.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't even know how to make those, fit in order. I'm not sure there's even enough information to do it accurately.
I'm sure Lostpedia has something close to being right.
Yeah, that's what you'd have to do, I guess.
Yeah, just find something that works.
Yeah.
So what else you got on this episode?
I know I wanted to say. Oh, this episode has the well incident. The well conversation, and then the well pushing, which was not intended to cause death. Clearly. Still confused by it. I mean, I guess one point of it is just to tell us what the wells are. I don't know exactly why he feels the need to tell Desmond that. And I don't know why he's bothered that Desmond isn't afraid. I'm not clear on that.
Well, I think he's bothered because he's not afraid.
But why is that a problem? I mean, is it just because?
Well, because it just stands out. It's like everyone else, no one else. He's just saying anyone else in that position would have some level of fear.
Yeah.
And this guy isn't. So it just, I think it's only bothering him because it stands out.
Okay.
Like it bothers him because it bothers him. It's not a great answer. I think it just stands out.
Okay. I mean, it seemed like he wanted Desmond to be afraid, but I guess it's just a normal reaction. And
well, yeah, I think that's what he's saying. Is the normal reaction here would be to be scared, and you're not. So what's wrong with that?
It's probably also telling us that Desmond is different.
Yes, exactly.
So but then I'm still hung up on that. Widmore's not here for answers. He's here for power. I don't know what to do with that line.
That sounds like old Lost thinking to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That sounds like the kind of stuff we would have believed early on. But we as an audience are just way past thinking that about Widmore.
Right. Yeah. No. I don't think he's there for power, and he himself didn't say he was there for answers. So the whole thing is just silly. Like, just what? I don't even know why they wrote that. You're right. It's like they're old school. Like, they just don't. They're writing like it's season 4 or something.
Yeah, totally. He just wants to kill everything on the island.
Yeah, he wants to kill every living thing on this island.
Yeah, like, I don't know if that's true about Whitmore. Come on, guys.
Yeah. Well, I think that's it.
All right. So what do we got next? The last recruit?
The final recruit.
The final recruit?
The last recruit, sorry.
The last recruit? Which one is it, damn it? No, the last recruit.
Yeah, I was going to say the final episode, and then it turned into the final recruit.
All right, so this is the, whose storyline is this? Oh, it's kind of various, I guess.
Sideways, yeah. Yeah, it really, in a way, kind of culminates or brings to a head a lot of the storylines they developed throughout the season. It was kind of like a payoff episode.
Yeah. Sawyer catching Kate, and then catching Saeed, and Jack working on Locke in the hospital after Desmond hits him.
Jack meets Claire.
Claire and Alana, and at the lawyer office. Yeah. It was. Why are you following us, Claire? Because he's my brother. All right, that's a good reason.
Okay. Well.
Guess it's a good reason.
Why not? I guess that's what you do with your brothers.
I'm gonna follow him. Then Sawyer, of course, comes up with this plan to not take Locke with them, but to meet at the Hydra Island.
Right.
So that's the big stuff going on. Of course, the big thing is Sun and Jen reuniting.
Yes.
After all this time.
I never stopped looking for you. As soon as I found out you weren't dead.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I can't, I really bought that line the first time I heard it. And then we got a podcast, and you're like, I never stopped looking for you?
Yeah, that was a bit much, John. That was a bit much.
We saw you going to his gravesite, and you were really not looking for him.
She was about to kill people because she thought Jen was dead.
Yeah.
You did stop looking.
Yeah, it really just seems like, this season...
It almost it's kind of her sentiment is totally correct.
Yeah.
But I think the accurate statement would be, I never stopped, maybe you could buy, I never stopped believing I'd find you again or something like that. Like, I could buy that more than I never stopped looking for you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit much.
Yeah. Or like, I always knew I would see you again. Something a little like... Yeah. Her sentiment is correct, but the actual idea is a little off.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. It's God, Jen has no idea. She was cutting deals with Whitmore and trying to go kill Ben and buying her dad's company. And,
I love that. I love that little era of Jen. I mean, sorry, of Sun when when she's like, kick ass, take names. Yeah,
that was her empowerment phase.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, that was good. She definitely took charge in the flash forward.
The worst babysitter ever still.
Well, yeah, sure. I was thinking about that. Like, I realized that with the way the timeline is, I think she's probably, assuming she makes it off the island, which I guess is up in the air, she's not going to have left Ji Yeon for more than like a week. So it's really not even that bad.
Like if they get off really soon?
Well, the end of the season isn't going to be more than a week from when she left. Or if it is, it's barely more.
Mhm.
So, like, she's unless she ends up stuck on the island or dies or whatever happens, she's not going to leave Ji Yeon for very long.
Yeah.
It seems like a long time because it's been a lot of story, but, like, it really hasn't, in terms of the timeline, been very long at all.
Yeah, I can see that.
So it won't be that bad. that she left if she actually gets back.
Yeah. Yeah, Jin's actually been gone that time, but
yes,
but she was there. Yeah.
Jin will be the big surprise.
It was nice of Widmore to show him his daughter on the camera.
Oh yeah. No, that was pretty good. I like it was, all he did was just kind of look at it, and he got that across pretty well. I like his acting in that scene.
Mhm.
It was good stuff. It was nice because no one else is talking about Ji Yeon. Seems like everyone else kind of forgot about her. So
yeah.
It was good.
People don't seem to like to tell what the children are doing off the island.
Yeah.
No one tells Claire that her mother has Aaron, and
yeah.
Hopefully Jin will ask about his daughter, and Sun will say my mother has her.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I guess that's a thing. They're just not bringing that stuff up.
Mhm.
I don't know. I mean, it wouldn't take long either. It wouldn't eat up a lot of time to just bring it in. But I think you might be right about the Claire thing, that they're saving that for some key moment later.
Uh-huh.
And the Sun and Jin thing, I mean, they just reunited. So.
Claire will be like, my mother's dead.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what?
Exactly.
Oh,
yeah.
Man.
Oh, and I forgot to mention earlier with that crazy mother speech, like the fact that the punchline of that is Aaron has a crazy mother now too. Like,
mm-hmm.
What? Like, I don't know. I don't. Are they really trying to tell us something with that, or is it like with the Claire and Rousseau thing? Like, she's kind of like Rousseau, but don't read too much into that.
Like I said, we'll have to see what comes of just his whole idea of having a crazy mother. I mean, I definitely don't think they're saying Aaron is going to turn into a smoke monster.
Right. That's exactly.
Because that's having a crazy mother is not. It's not, being a smoke monster is not just predicated on having a crazy mother. So
maybe he's just saying don't let Claire, take care of Aaron or something, like it'll get. I think
he's just kind of saying. I feel like at the very least he's saying this is going to be an issue you need to be worried about, and I think he's just trying to tell her from personal experience that having a crazy mother gives you issues, and now that and just to let her know, okay, Claire is crazy now, so yeah. I think it was just sort of simply that. Now, I don't know if there's more to it, but I think just simply he's just saying, beware that, I know you want to bring, Claire back to Aaron, but beware that she is now crazy, and, you should be concerned about that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Just a little helpful hint for your friendly neighborhood smoke monster.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, looking out for Aaron for no apparent reason. And then they had that scene with him and Claire where he's like, once we get those people on the plane, whatever happens, happens.
Well, that was what was strange, because on one hand, he's being really sincere with Claire, saying, no, even though you're not a candidate, I need you.
Yeah.
But Kate, well, whatever happens, happens. It is just so weird to be nice on one hand, and on the other hand, just to be so ruthless of being like, seemingly implying he doesn't care if Kate lives or dies once he serves her purpose.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
confusing. And it also seems to imply that Claire would want to kill Kate.
Yeah.
Even though it's like, okay, I thought she was over that.
Right.
It's weird to bring that up when it's like I thought we were past this idea that Claire was upset with Kate.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, because they didn't really build on that. Like, she had different reasons to be upset in this episode.
Mm-hmm.
They all abandoned her.
Oh.
Right after she talks about how they abandoned her.
It's almost like she got abandoned twice in one day somehow.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's really, and they're not going along with the plan and all that, and So, but it wasn't really personally about Kate. It was just about what they were doing, So, yeah, it's weird. I don't know if she's really just gonna relapse or why they even put that scene in there. I mean, it's confusing.
So I think it has to be said. It's pretty apparent, but Jack makes a decision to jump off of Sawyer's boat.
Yes.
And go with Locke, and I think it's pretty clear that Jack is a man of faith now.
Yes.
Isn't that strange?
Yes.
Man of science, man of faith. Well,
it's two men of faith now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, I think it makes sense. I think that's the journey he's been on. It's taken him a long ass time, but I think it's believable to me. Jack is a really well developed. There's a lot with Jack. It's good that he's the main character. That he has so much going for him. But yeah, I think you're right. That's the overall character arc for him is coming to fruition with that scene.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy that we've gotten to this point,
It is, yeah. It doesn't even seem that long ago that he was talking to Locke at the end of season 4 and just, Locke, you're crazy, and watch what I'm about to do, and Locke moved the island. No, he didn't.
I love that. Oh man, that's top 10 for some other reason. That scene of just like he moved the island. No, he didn't. Like, damn it, if he didn't, what did he do then? You see the ripple. That's what I love. You see the ripple in the water, It's not just like the island disappeared or like, like it's somewhere else and we lost track of it. It's like you see where it was.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really good.
Oh, yeah. So, no, he didn't.
So what did he do, Jack? What happened?
He was just in such denial. He can't explain. He just, he didn't move it.
No, wrong. Yeah. It's also kind of weird / disturbing that Smokey tells Locke to say hello to my son.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing he says to, Jack when he meets him in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that's part of,
that's why Jack, that's the, whatever you call it, the final straw for Jack. Like,
yeah, the catalyst.
The catalyst, exactly. Without that, they would not have gone back to the island.
Yeah.
It's really, it's the level before you have what it takes.
Yeah.
You have what it takes is way more specific and powerful, but the whole dad thing is the beginning of that.
Yeah, exactly. And and it's almost like I feel like they were really setting up the idea that he would come to the island and meet with his dad again.
Mm-hmm.
Because his issues with his dad were so unresolved when he died.
Yeah.
He exposed his dad with this, drinking thing and got him fired or disbarred, whatever it is that happens with doctors. And then he goes on this bender in Australia and just ends up dead. And, that's sort of the note they go out on. And so it feels like their relationship got no resolution. And since he was appearing on the island, it seemed like, they were heading towards something like that,
Mhm. I still have to believe they are. I mean, I'll say this, and if I change my mind, then I'll be a hypocrite. But at this point, I will say, if we don't get resolution with Jack and his dad, that will to me be a great fault of the show. It's the show starts with Christian. You know what I mean? Like it's Kristen and Jack, in pretty much the very beginning of the show.
Yeah.
And Jack is the main character. And I will, like I said, I think if we don't get any resolution with that will be just a complete failure on our part, on their part to me.
Yeah.
And so I really feel like we will get something. I just can't imagine they've been so, good about what they have focused on over the last years. I just can't imagine they would just skip over that,
Yeah.
I really can't imagine that at all. But I do think it's interesting that in Jack's Flash Sideways, what he has is a relationship with his son, and not a relationship with his father.
Right.
So I'm wondering what that means in terms of what Jack ultimately wants.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of seemed like with the relationship with his son, that was, in the Flash Sideways, his dad is still dead, and just making sure that he doesn't do to his son what his dad did to him is sort of the best he can do to repair the relationship he had with his dad. Not to become his dad, basically. So it seems like that's sort of what they're going for with that. That's the resolution he could get on that.
Yeah.
It wasn't possible to resolve things with the guy that was dead.
Because I'll say this: if in the Flash Sideways what we had was Christian alive and he has a good relationship with Jack, then I would say on the main island we don't need to see Christian again.
Right.
But the fact that we don't even see Christian in Flash Sideways, I think lends itself to saying we're gonna have to see him in the main island at some point, even if it's the last scene of the show or something, and all we see is Christian giving Jack a thumbs up or something. There has to be something where Jack can interact with his dad and Jack can get this approval from his dad that he wants, or whatever the situation would be. But there's got to be something. Like I said, if they don't do that, that's just going to be a big failure. And I can't even name a lot of things I think they could fail on, but that would be one of them.
Yeah. I also think that. I mean, maybe I'm wrong about this, but I think the missing coffin is going somewhere.
You think so? I wanted to think that. They haven't really done anything with it in a while, but I thought you mean the missing coffin in the Flash Sideways, right?
Yeah, the Flash Sideways.
Yeah, I really thought that was going to come to something too, but
I know there's not a lot of time, but if it's a bigger thing, I mean, the stuff they set up in LAX, everything has pretty much come to fruition, including the lock surgery thing, although not exactly the way I thought, except for that. And so I really think they're going to do something with that story.
Well, do you not think that Locke telling Jack they didn't lose your father, they just lost his body? You don't think that's a good enough ender for that idea with the coffin?
No, mainly, I mean, they do bring it up again in the Lighthouse episode. That it was in Germany or something.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, what can the answer be? That was a realization I had about that. I want to say that Locke telling him that is what made him decide to go ahead and do the funeral without the body.
Okay. That makes sense.
Like that sort of put the idea in his head that it's not really his father, and they can just go ahead and do the funeral, and so that's why they do it anyway. Yeah, I don't know. That was something I didn't really think about the first time we saw it because it was so weirdly abrupt. Oh, he was sad at the funeral, and we didn't really see it. We didn't really know when it happened. So anyway, no, I think since they mentioned it again. I think they're going to do something. I could be wrong. I think they're going to do something with it. I don't know what. There's not a lot of, the Flash Highways doesn't have all this like crazy supernatural stuff in it. So, I don't really know what they can say besides, here's your father's body. We found it.
There would have to be some reveal there.
Yeah.
For them to, I hope there would have to be for them to even deal with that.
Yeah, but I do think that's going somewhere. I mean, I could be wrong, but I feel like they're going to do something with that, and it might give us something on the Christian thing.
All right, you got anything else about this episode?
Let's see. What did we get in this? Blah blah blah. Boat. No. I think if you want more comments in this episode, you can listen to our last podcast.
Everyone's like, no, thank you. So let me tell you my big theory so far.
Okay.
I've been trying to figure out the end of the show and figure out what the big reveal might be and figure out how the island relates to the Man in Black and Smokey and Evil and the Flash Sideways and all, for lack of a better term, my grand unifying theory of Lost.
All right.
And the best I can come up with so far is generally the idea that, and like what Richard said when he thought they were in hell. When he in Abaterno, when he went crazy, he was like, this place isn't what it seems, not an island. So I feel like my big theory is that the island is, for lack of a better term, a spaceship, but not really a spaceship, but just some sort of I guess vessel would be a better term. Vessel from someplace else that is either extraterrestrial or from a different dimension, from a different time period, timeline, or something. And I feel like what the story, the ultimate story might be is that, the reason Jacob and these people keep saying if Smokey gets off the island, it'll be the end of everything. I feel like maybe that actually happened to a different Earth, where this evil was released and killed everybody or annihilated everything, and all that was left was sort of the island where it was trapped. But it was, trapped on this island, but then brought to sort of, quote, our dimension,
mm-hmm.
where it takes place now, which is why, the barrier and all that stuff is there, because it's from a different place. And so that would be why Jacob knows what's going to happen if he gets out, is because it already happened to wherever Jacob and the Man in Black are originally from. Be that, I don't think it's, like I said, I think Lost will do something crazy for the big reveal. I don't want them to tell us the Man in Black and Jacob are aliens, but I think they could do something close to that level of craziness. And that's the thing, he says he used to be a man. I don't know what that means. But I feel like there's going to be some crazy extra reveal like that in terms of where they're from. That it's not just going to be they're from.
That's a drop call. So while I wait for Claude to return, I will just peruse Google News for you. Let's see what's happening today. Let's see. Yes, volcanic ash, British parties. Blah, blah,
all right, I'm back.
Okay.
So did you get that? Did I finish my theory?
You were so close.
Cut out in the middle. So the idea, what did I leave off?
I forgot what your last words were.
So anyway, just the idea that
you were talking about how you
just the idea that they're not going to tell us that Locke and the Man in Black, Man in Black and Jacob are just from
ancient
Earth
Rome
a long time ago, ancient Rome or Egyptian time period. I feel like that's a little too pedestrian for the final reveal of Lost. So I feel like, now that we know about the Flash Sideways timeline, I'm thinking maybe they're from something like that, some alternate version of Earth that has been destroyed. And Jacob is trying to make sure this doesn't happen to this place, to our Earth. And it may be that the Man in Black who's talking about going home, I feel like he should know, but maybe he doesn't even know that the home he's talking about is not this place. He could know that or not know that. And so the idea of the island not being what it really looks like. I feel like the donkey wheel, the lighthouse, these elements of the island that are supernatural, I feel like, could be explained if, as technology or as, metaphorical devices for, like with the lighthouse being sort of working kind of like a lighthouse, but not obviously being just a lighthouse. The donkey wheel is like, it's a wheel like you steer the wheel of a ship, but it does something crazy. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So I feel like these things are sort of what we as sort of people would see them to be, but what they actually are something way more technical and way more complicated and way more out of this world. But they just appear to, it's almost like, if we were looking at a four-dimensional object, it's like, well, we see this three-dimensional object and it looks like something we can understand. But what it really is this other thing.
Mhm.
So that's sort of my theory in a nutshell.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. I could live with something along those lines.
Yeah?
That's not...
Are them being aliens too much?
Yeah.
I mean, like, that's the thing. I don't want them to say they're aliens,
I definitely don't think they're going to say that.
Yeah.
I think there's a good chance, well... It seems like Man in Black really was a man, so I think your idea of a sort of alternate Earth is sort of as far as I'd want to go with them being aliens. But
I feel like that's more realistic too. It's just some other Earth that was destroyed, and therefore that's why he's trying to stop this from happening. And I think it we need to have a reason why that he's so convinced this is true. That's a reason, because he saw it happen before.
Yes.
And it could be, like we said before about the evil just could be, the evil was just put into the Man in Black. It could be something like that. So you have this other Earth where this evil has spread and killed everyone, and by whatever technology or whatever power or whatever you want to call it, supernatural ability, Jacob and other people maybe, or whoever is ultimately control the island, is able to garner all of that evil and put it into a single individual. That individual is stuck in this vessel with Jacob, who's the protector, and then that vessel is sent to our Earth, sort of ideally out of the way, but then, of course, Jacob decides to bring people there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I know, it's a lot to think about.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the entire show and how that would sort of fit in.
I think there is something to the idea that things look a certain way, things are deceiving the way they look. It looks like a jungle, it looks like an island, but like Dan said, the light doesn't scatter quite right. You know what I mean? I feel like they're in a holodeck or something. Like, it didn't have to look like an island. It could have looked like a jungle paradise. It could have looked like, it could have been a frozen tundra. But for whatever reason, they decide to make it appear to us as an island.
So now, I think you said this, but let me just, I'm forgetting. Where did the evil come from?
Well, I don't know where the evil came from. I think evil just exists or something. And I would just, basically, my theory would say, so far I can only explain that the evil, there was this great evil in some other alternate Earth that did spread.
Okay.
I don't know where the origin is.
Okay, but then it was contained on the island.
It was contained on the island.
Okay. Well, and the island is some kind is not really an island. It's some kind of, I don't know, like you said, device.
Yeah.
It's a location with a function.
It's some sort of vessel.
Yeah. Okay. Now, what about the idea of the rules and the?
I can't say a lot about the rules. Because I don't know what they are.
Okay.
I mean, it could just be, like he's sort of sentenced to a prison term and there's rules or something, but I don't know why he has to follow them. I think that's my biggest problem with the rules is why do you have to follow them? What are the consequences if you don't?
Yeah.
So I don't have a good explanation for what the rules are. I think that's the kind of thing that'll be specific, and we'll just have to wait for the reveal.
Yeah. Okay. That is a big, all-encompassing theory. It's big enough for the show.
I was trying to think outside the box.
Yeah, it's definitely outside the box. It's definitely beyond anything they've shown us so far. But, you know, they've given us an alternate universe this season, so it's at least...
yeah, I feel like they're going to build on what they've given us, you know.
It's at least within the realm of... So then what's the point of the alternate universe, and how does that tie into...
Well, it seems like the alternate universe was just them getting a chance to have a different take at their life. I don't know what the ultimate culmination is going to be, other than, you know, you guys have to go back to your real lives, because, you know, I almost feel like I said before on the podcast, I feel like it was almost like the universe is indulging them for a second. It's like, okay, you know what? We've been playing around with you guys, you know. We've been messing around with you all this time. You go through all the trouble to intervene in the incident and make the hydrogen bomb go off. You know, we'll let you, you know, live in this alternate timeline where you know, most of you have what you really want. But then I think they will all eventually realize that it's not real, and of course it's not what they really want or something like that. So it'll be, I almost feel like it's just some sort of side excursion to prove a point. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, to prove a point about their true destinies, or, you know, whether or not they would really be happy with these things they think they want. Because look at Desmond. I mean, you know, like we said before in the podcast, it's just, yeah, he may want Widmore's approval more than anything, but not more than Penny's love.
Right.
You know, I will never believe that. And so that's the kind of thing that I feel like this alternate universe shows them, is that, you know, it's almost like the grass is always green on the other side, and then it's like they go to the other side and they realize, oh, well, I preferred my old lawn.
Yeah. That's the,
you know,
the little known addendum to the grass is always greener.
Less crabgrass in my old lawn.
I think this side is just fine.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, to me, that's what The Flash Sideways looks like so far. It just seems like an ability for them to get some perspective on what their destiny and what they really wanted in life.
Yeah, I agree. That does seem to be the point. Well,
so yeah,
well done. You got a grand unifying theory. I have nothing that I can think of that really contradicts it. It doesn't necessarily explain everything that happened on the show, but it explains the big stuff.
Yeah, I'm mainly trying to get at the end reveal. Like, what's the big idea of the island and the show? It's the smaller mysteries and stuff will be hard to put together. But I feel like, you know, they're going to go out with a bang. They're going to do something no one is thinking about. They're going to, you know, shock and surprise us like they always do. And so I was just trying to think of what have they given us, and where could it, you know, piecing together where it could go from there. Yeah,
that's interesting. If they did it right, I think I could like a storyline like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good sign.
Yeah, it doesn't sound bad.
Yeah, I think, you know, I'll refine the theory as, you know, tonight's episode will,
right.
my help. But as the episodes go on, we'll see. I'll refine it and see if, you know, there might be some obvious things that are wrong pretty soon here. But I'm curious. Yeah, it's like, you know, trying to predict the weather or something. I'm just curious to see how close.
Yeah, the show is so they take so many turns. You think you know where things are going, and it just changes. And I wonder, like, the last chance we're going to get is the episode before the finale. I wonder if we're going to be able to come up with the right theory before the last episode.
Before, yeah.
Or if it's going to take, like, watching the last episode before we know what's going on.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see. But for this stage, I mean, I really feel like it should be possible to put a theory together at this stage. So, you know, I don't have one though. Like, really, I try to think about what we've seen, and like, I just can't make it turn into a story. You did that. You have something there. So
yeah.
So I, you know, I think it's viable.
Well, good. We'll see what happens with it. Yeah, I was just trying to rack my brain and figure something out, and
yeah. Like I try to do that. I try to picture, like, okay, well, what is it going to be like when they tell us what the island is?
Mm-hmm.
And I got nothing. I got a blank in my mind for what that looks like. I can't even envision.
The island is Tahiti.
Oh.
Oh, wait, there's always one of those. Well, I think, you know, unless you have anything else, that's a good way to end the podcast.
I agree.
On Grand Unifying Theory Plus.
Yes. This podcast in general, I mean, we haven't had a lot of big Grand Unifying Theories, so, you know, it's nice to have one.
Yeah.
We really should. I mean, at this point in the show, I can't believe that I really feel like I still have no clue where this show's going.
It's not easy. I mean, it's really, they don't make it easy to guess where it's going at all. I mean, I agree. Even at this stage, it seems like it should be a lot easier to figure it out. But
like, even the small stuff, like, I don't know where that's going. Like, what's going to happen with Widmore and those people?
Yeah, we can't even figure out if Kate committed a crime or not in this Flash Sideways. So, you know.
I know, yeah, like, I can't even, so, in terms of, like, who the Man in Black and Jacob are and what the island does and where it came from and what it's just, those are giant questions, I feel totally, but, you know, you can form a narrative like that, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to do something like that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever the answer is, it's going to be along the lines of what you're saying. I mean, not specifically.
Yeah, it's going to have some story. It's going to have some cause and effect relationships.
Yeah. There will be a backstory, too, and I think your idea of it sort of being created by this disaster, like, that just sounds good to me. That just sounds like the kind of thing they would do.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Because I try to understand why you'd have an island that contains evil, and you know, like I can't. It doesn't seem to be any good reason that would happen.
Yeah.
You know, so that gives a sort of context for that, where it sort of makes sense. You know, and the other thing is, like, if they're going to tell us if Man in Black gets off the island, everything ceases to be, the evil will spread, blah blah blah. I mean, if they really want us to believe that, they need to give us a sense that those stakes are real, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's the other thing about your story that I like. It really gives you a world where that actually happens.
Yeah.
You know, and it
shows
you that is a real, you know, if it got out, this really would happen. It's not just, you know, this sort of vague thing, kind of like with the Hatch, where it was like, the world's going to end if we don't press the button, and, you know, I guess I believe that, but it's a little hard to believe because we never really see what that looks like.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, so that's another feature that I think's good.
Awesome.
So yeah, this is a little bonus podcast.
Yeah, a little bonus. I love how we were like, this will be 2 hours. Recap the 13 episodes. Oh, you don't have much to say. It'll be 2 hours. Jeez.
I'm surprised how lengthy this got. I guess there was a bit more to say than I expected.
Well, our listeners will have 2 podcasts this week.
Yeah. Enjoy, guys.
Yeah. Hopefully you can listen to this before the next one comes out later this week, which you have to listen to before the next episode next week.
Right.
So don't say you don't get your money's worth for your podcast podcasting time at the Lost Lowdown.
That's right. Definitely, like, podcasting minute per cent you spend on us. It's ridiculous. It's like infinity.
Yeah. I can't wait to see the final tally and how many hours we podcasted.
Oh, yeah.
Which will be the same number of hours I've, not invested into, other aspects of my life or something,
Yeah.
How many hours did I spend talking about a TV show?
Yeah. Yeah. It's going to be amazing. I've never invested in any kind of entertainment with this level of discussion and thought.
Yeah. There's been subjects in school I have not paid this much attention to.
Yes, me too. Absolutely.
There have been classes I've taken I have not cared as much about. So,
yeah. If you look at a semester class, you go 3 hours a week. The semester is like about 15 weeks long. I'm sure we've done more than that.
Yeah.
At this point. So yeah.
So are you saying we could have a Lost University and have 4 years of Lost related classes?
Yes.
Semester after semester after semester.
Yes, easily.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
There's a lot there.
There's a lot there.
Because as much as we've talked, we haven't talked about everything.
Yeah.
There's more to say. We just dug more stuff. We already podcasted for 7 hours about all those episodes, and then we come back and we throw some more time on them.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
It is.
We should go teach a Lost college class.
Yeah, we should.
That'd be awesome.
It would be awesome.
That'd be fun. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It'd just be us talking.
I guess so.
And people listening, and you get an A just for listening. I like it.
Yeah.
It'll be a test. It'll be
it's a really easy
test.
class.
It's an easy class. Yeah.
You just have to find the time.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only problem.
But who has the time, right?
That's right.
All right, guys. Well, we'll be back later this week with the next podcast.
Very soon, yes.
For the newest episode, the 14th episode, whatever that's titled.
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciate you guys listening to this little auxiliary podcast. And we'll be back. Thanks and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.